Chapter 2171. Since the start of the Battle of Potentials, something spectacular had finally happened. The two teams were shouting and fighting with all their might. What was unexpected was that this was a battle between the 9th clan and the 83 clans, not a battle between the top 10 clans. Pang Hong was the one who had stirred up this commotion. He had defeated Wang Zhong in the first battle. The second expert of the 9th clan stepped onto the stage. He was aggressive and wanted to take revenge for Wang Zhong and save face for the 9th clan. After all, it was quite embarrassing to lose right at the beginning, especially to the 83 clans. Die! A shocking battle to the death had begun. This time, the one who stepped onto the stage was slightly stronger than Wang Zhong, but in Pang Hong's eyes, it was nothing. He had not transformed into a dragon, but he had already beaten his opponent to the point where he spat out blood and was sent flying. The second person fell at the feet of the 9th clan. Seeing this, the 9th clan was completely enraged. Their nobility and superiority had been challenged, which was intolerable to them. Pang Hong looked at the 9th clan coldly and arrogantly. He knew his responsibility. He had come here with morale on his shoulders. Not only could he not lose, he had to win beautifully. Only then would he have completed his mission today. The so-called top 10 9th clan is only at this level. It looks like the 83 clans are going to become the new 9th clan today. Pang Hong could not help but laugh coldly. To the 9th clan, the provocation of the week was even more humiliating. Bastard, you have only won 2 battles. How dare you say such arrogant words? I will kill you. Frog in a well. Who do you think you are? In an instant, a large number of warriors flocked towards the raging dragon battlefield. At this time, Mu Huan was secretly communicating with Liang Ting. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? I will say this again. If you don't know what's good for you, after today's battle, you will be disbanded and chased out of Massacre Dragon City. I will also send people to assassinate you. None of you will survive, especially you and the one on the stage. I will take away your inherited essence blood. Liang Ting responded with a cold look. They were indeed afraid of this threat, but as the saying went, they would rather die than lose. This was glory and dignity. Mu Huan would not understand. Therefore, Liang Ting acted as if he had not heard him. If you really want to die, then don't blame me. Mu Huan sneered coldly. He had to shatter the confidence and morale of these idiots. Thus he stopped the crowd from swarming forward and said, Mu Li, you go up. Mu Li was a young girl beside him. She had once threatened Liang Teng and the others with him. Me. The tall girl was a little disdainful. She was at least one of the top 3 in the 9th clan, and yet she was being asked to deal with such a person. She really thought too highly of them. Mu Li had thought that she wouldn't even need to fight in the first few rounds. All right, I'll get this idiot down. Mu Li raised her eyebrows and said helplessly. The 9th clan finally quietened down when they saw her attack. Haha, with Mu Li taking action, that kid is dead for sure. He actually dares to act so arrogantly in front of our 9th clan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, the tall, slender, fair-skinned, elegant, and arrogant girl rushed onto the stage. She rolled her eyes at Pang Hong and said, Mu Li of the 9th clan, go ahead. His tone showed that he did not take Pang Hong seriously at all. Ding! Pang Hong placed the halberd in his hand on the ground. He recognized the person before him. She was Mu Huan's niece. She was of noble birth and had a cold expression. Even at this moment, she looked as if she was disgusted with fighting Pang Hong. Behind him, 1,000 brothers and sisters were cheering for Pang Hong. He suddenly laughed and said, After I defeat you, you will know the determination of the Battle Dragon clan. Mu Li did not deny it, but she could not help but sneer, as if she had heard a joke. But she did not expect Pang Hong to actually have the strength to fight her. When he said the last word, his entire body turned into a purple shadow, and the halberd in his hand shot out. Can your halberd break my snowy rainwater Dao weapon? A snow-white Dao weapon made of feathers appeared on Mu Li's body, forming a shield. There were close to 300 Dao patterns, and compared to Pang Hong's Dao weapon, it was far superior. That was the difference between them. But this did not stop Pang Hong's determination. Explode! The two clashed fiercely. The ferocity of Pang Hong's attack instantly exceeded her imagination. It was not because he was strong, but because he was crazy and did not care for his life. His purple halberd struck the snowy rainwater divine armor again and again. Even if he could not hurt her, he wanted to scare her. Clang, clang, clang. On the battlefield, one purple and one white fought fiercely. Although Mu Li had the snowy rainwater divine armor, she was still being chased by Pang Hong. Get lost. She hated such a disgusting opponent. It was beneath her. Pang Hong fought to the death without a word. His ferocity gave the Battle Dragon clan great strength. At least they were fighting fairly now. Boom. Mu Li did not show mercy this time. Her head was directly struck. If not for the snowy rainwater divine armor, she would have died. She fell to the ground, her head buzzing, and blood even flowed from the corner of her mouth. In that instant, she was dumbfounded. The high and mighty goddess had been struck down from the altar by Pang Hong's halberd. This was just the beginning. At this moment, Pang Hong was like a wild beast. He did not have the slightest tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had the will to fight to the death. Mu Li angrily transformed into a dragon. Another super mystical dragon, the sky snow pattering dragon. This time, Pang Hong finally appeared. He transformed into a purple skies Empyrean dragon. The two great mystical dragons began to fight fiercely on the raging dragon battlefield. From this point on, Mu Li's snowy rainwater divine armor could no longer be used. The battle between the two was very intense. Mu Li was also filled with the will to fight, but compared to Pang Hong's desperate fighting style, she was still too inexperienced. Their actual strength was equal, and Mu Li even had many Dao treasures, so she was slightly superior. But against Pang Hong's desperate fighting style, she was quickly at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Mu Li was once again in a daze. The purple skies Empyrean dragon actually ignored her attacks. Drenched in blood, it charged towards her and wrapped its tail around her neck. Mu Li felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Mu Li felt as though her neck was about to be snapped. Let me go. At this moment her face was pale and her body was trembling. She no longer had the strength to resist. The battle had ended. Such a scene had caused a huge commotion. The purple skies Empyrean dragon was covered in blood, but it did not even frown. It directly flung the sky snow pattering dragon away, causing her proud and huge mystical dragon body to collapse before the eyes of the 9th clan. Pang Hong ignored the blood on his body. He flew around the raging dragon battlefield, his bloodthirsty eyes still fixed on the 9th clan. He growled, 9th clan, are there any more experts? This was a provocation and also a release. Pang Hong. The battle dragon tribe was going crazy. Many of them had tears in their eyes. The feeling of finally being able to hold their heads high made their souls tremble. Everyone had to fight, and this was just the beginning. The 9th clan, on the other hand, was in an uproar. Mu Huan stood rooted to the ground, his eyes extremely gloomy. He did not understand Liang Ting's decision, but he had no other choice. He could not break the rules in front of everyone. But even Mu Li had been defeated. How could the 83 clans be so strong? Mu Huan had predicted that Mu Li and Pang Hong were equal in strength, but that Pang Hong had an advantage in terms of Dao treasures. That was why he had let her go. He had overlooked the fact that a spoiled young lady was no match for a madman. He suddenly panicked. The 9th clan would not lose today. Would they? Would they lose to this bunch of madmen? The only consolation was that Pang Hong was already injured after his battle with Mu Li. He was even starting to run out of stamina. 9th clan, who's next? Although Pang Hong was injured, he still hovered proudly in midair. Many of the elders remembered his name. This person reminded many of Long Chen. In fact, no one knew that Long Chen had already returned. He was standing in a corner, watching everything. Beside him was the young Dragon Palace's Chen Xueqi. These children are going to have a reversal today. Did you teach them to resist? The Chen Xueqi asked calmly. That's their nature. Long Chen could see himself in them, and he could not help but feel a little emotional. If you don't go, they will be looking forward to your return, the Chen Xueqi said. Long Chen shook his head and said, they don't need me. Without me, they will be even braver. This is a metamorphosis of life. After crossing this hurdle, they will be reborn. All he needed to do was watch from here. After Mu Li was defeated, it meant that no matter how much the 9th clan did not believe them, they would have to see them as formidable enemies. He is already at the end of his rope. I will go and defeat him. A warrior of the 9th clan, whose cultivation was among the top 10, rushed up. He was at his peak, while Pang Hong was at the end of his rope. It was another battle to the death. What was shocking was that Pang Hong had won again. He was covered in blood and wounds, but his eyes were still strong and cold as he stood proudly in the sky. He said again, "Ninth Clan, is there no one who can fight?" This huge provocation drove the members of the Ninth Clan crazy with anger. Just Pang Hong alone had consecutively killed 2 of their top 10 experts. "Don't waste your experts. He is almost at his limit. I will go up." Another warrior of the late stage of Yin and Yang rushed up. His strength was not among the top 10. He thought that he would have no problem fighting Pang Hong, who was on the verge of collapse. But when the purple firmament Empyrean dragon rushed up without care, the fighting spirit and coldness in its eyes made him panic. The Ninth Clan was defeated again. Pang Hong stood proudly in the sky. Although he was covered in blood, he was simply an undefeatable legend. The Battle Dragon Clan had tears in their eyes. Pang Hong had already made a good start. "Pang Hong, it's our turn," Luo Yan said worriedly. Pang Hong laughed loudly and said, "No, I can still fight 10 more. Just watch." Mu Huan took a deep breath. He was about to go mad with anger. Chapter 2172. On the Raging Dragon battlefield, the situation was changing. At this moment, the Battle Dragon Clan was extremely excited. Pang Hong had given them a rather hot-blooded start. Even though they were drenched in blood, their hearts were still filled with emotions. They had faith and were not afraid of death. Nothing could scare them anymore. They roar, they roar. Mu Huan's expression was already quite ugly. The others were also paying attention to this side, feeling surprised by the performance of the Battle Dragon Clan. Pang Hong wasn't bragging. He said that he could fight another 10, and he would continue to persevere. It wasn't that the Ninth Clan didn't have any experts, but Mu Huan knew that there was an even stronger Liang Teng after Pang Hong. He had to leave the experts behind to deal with Liang Teng, or else he would become a laughingstock. Mu Li's defeat was already a huge drain. Thus, Mu Huan had no other choice but to send the stronger cultivators up to fight Pang Hong. After all, Pang Hong was already injured. However, what made him almost cough up blood time and time again was that although Pang Hong looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, he was still able to defeat 7 or 8 opponents of the Ninth Clan in a row, until Pang Hong could no longer hold on, and collapsed on the Raging Dragon battlefield. He single-handedly defeated more than a dozen experts. The members of the Ninth Clan gulped. They were angry, but even more humiliated. They were completely stupefied. Could it be that the Ninth Clan was going to fight to the death as soon as the battle began? How was this possible? They had never thought of it that way. "Don't worry, everyone. Only 1 or 2 of them can do it. The others don't have the ability and courage." Mu Huan's words reassured everyone greatly. After all, the Battle Dragon tribe did not have that many powerhouses at Pang Hong's level. The second martial artist went on stage. They had thought that the Ninth Clan would be able to turn things around, but the results stunned them once again. This time, it was Li Xuanyu. Pang Hong's unyielding spirit had deeply affected him. He knew that this battle was equally important. He wanted to pass on that spirit on the battlefield, so he could not lose. Li Xuanyu's strength was not too strong, but he was a warrior with outstanding willpower. As soon as the battle began, he put his life on the line. In a short exchange of blows, he relied entirely on his ruthless fighting style to send his opponent flying and obtained victory. One more. The Ninth Clan was furious, and another warrior rushed onto the stage. However, Li Xuanyu, who looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, defeated another person. "Brothers, we can all do it. Whoever can't defeat at least 2 of us will have to run around naked tonight." After defeating 4 enemies of the same level, Li Xuanyu slowly fell down. Even after he fell, he was still smiling. The Battle Dragon race roared with laughter, but they were even more tenacious. Another new martial artist entered the arena. What everyone couldn't imagine was that after the Battle Dragon Clan, who had been enduring patiently, erupted, they actually produced such a terrifying power. They were basically fighting with their lives and were fearless. Even if they were defeated, they would at least bring great changes to their opponents. The warriors of both sides began to exhaust themselves. Occasionally, there will be a super orgasm. However, it could be seen that the mighty Ninth Clan had used up twice as many warriors as the 83rd ranked clan. When the 83 clans had eliminated over 100 warriors, the Ninth Clan had lost over 200 warriors. This was simply inconceivable. This was no longer the power of one or two people, but the power of the entire Battle Dragon clan. Charge! Kill! It was as if they were fighting side by side on the battlefield, their blood boiling. Not only are the 83 clans full of fighting spirit and experience, but their overall strength is also quite strong. In fact, they are even slightly stronger than the 9th clan. How could such a strong team be ranked in the 80s? Someone said, puzzled. However, when most people saw the current situation of the battle, they knew that it must be because these children had no one to protect them, which was why they were feeling pressured. This time, they should be throwing caution to the wind and even disregarding their own lives. This courage was simply terrifying. After all, not many people could disregard their own lives. Although the battle is very intense, I don't think their future will be good. Mu Huan has such a large network of connections. No matter what, he has to make these children suffer. After all, the 9th clan's advancement is very important to Mu Huan. Hopefully, after the battle is over, some of these children will survive. As they watched, the battle became more and more intense. Soon, the Battle Dragon clan had more than 300 warriors. The 9th clan had once claimed that they could defeat the 83 clans with just 100 warriors. Now it seemed like a joke. When the Battle Dragon clan sent out 300 warriors, they had already lost close to 700 and were close to defeat. If this continued, the 9th clan's name would soon change. Especially after Luo Yan made her move. Her appearance once again set off a climax. In terms of combat strength, she was only below Liang Tang and Pang Hong. She was similar to Mu Li from before. The Rainbow Spirit Dragon displayed overwhelming strength. Compared to Pang Hong's bravery, Luo Yan was more adept at fighting with intelligence. On the small Raging Dragon battlefield, she had outsmarted her opponents many times and won. Luo Yan's tenacity had once again exceeded Mu Huan's expectations. At this moment, Mu Huan's forehead was already covered in sweat, and his eyes were cold. More than 10 experts of the 9th clan had been injured by Luo Yan. Wang Ku, you go and finish her. Mu Huan finally could not help but send out the second-ranked warrior of the 9th clan. A cold-looking youth dressed in black stepped onto the stage and fought against the already exhausted Luo Yan. Get down. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life if I attack. Wang Ku said coldly. Luo Yan smiled slightly and said, bullshit. If you kill someone, you'll be disqualified. Wang Ku said proudly, I don't care about that. In any case, if I attack, your life or death will be uncertain. Luo Yan breathed deeply. She was already at the end of her rope. If she continued to fight, she probably would not be Wang Ku's match. In fact, it was very likely that she would be defeated, or even heavily injured. The other party would not be merciful. Luo Yan, get down. He did not know where this familiar voice suddenly came from. Luo Yan's eyes were instantly filled with tears. She knew that was Long Chen's voice. He had finally returned. All the efforts of the Battle Dragon clan had paid off. She could not help but want to cry bitterly. To them, today's experience was something they would remember for the rest of their lives. On that day, they had forgotten about life and death and advanced bravely. Don't tell them that I'm back. Long Chen's next words reminded her. He wanted to see them achieve victory in a helpless situation. Hence, he watched silently. He spoke now because he knew that if Luo Yan fought with Wang Ku, she would probably be heavily injured. There was no need for that. Luo Yan had already completed her mission. All right. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Just as Wang Ku was about to attack, she suddenly turned around and left the Raging Dragon battlefield. She returned to her team. Of course, no one blamed her. It seems like they only have the one on the stage and the one below, Luo Yan said to Liang Teng. I understand. As long as he defeated these two, Liang Teng would be able to sweep away the other warriors. Hence, Liang Teng replaced Wang Ku and went on stage. His appearance attracted the attention of many people. The real climax was about to begin. This battle could completely affect the overall situation. Regardless of whether it was Liang Teng or the two from the 9th clan, as long as they persevered and defeated their opponents, they would definitely be able to sweep away a large number of people. This was also the 9th clan's only chance to turn the tables. Brat, if you really refuse to come to your senses, believe it or not, I will make you regret it on the spot. Mu Huan's voice rang out in Liang Teng's ears. Liang Teng did not say anything. He stood in front of Wang Ku. At this moment, Wang Ke licked his lips and laughed mockingly. So the leader finally couldn't take it anymore and came out. Mu Huan's threat did not make Liang Teng react at all. Let's fight. Below, the Battle Dragon clan cheered again, cheering for Liang Teng. They were people who understood Liang Teng's strength. He was an ultimate divine dragon and could even be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5 in the entire Young Dragon Palace. There were simply too many people who did not know his strength. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the cursed Lone Star Dragon and Wang Ke fought fiercely. It was a pitch-black starlight that bloomed from Liang Teng's body. In that instant, he had already become the center of attention for the crowd. The black starlight pierced the heavens and the earth. It was sharp, mysterious, and eerie. You're courting death. Wang Ke was of noble birth. He suddenly attacked with a majestic aura that was even stronger than Mu Li's. However, when he encountered the cursed Lone Star Dragon, it was destined to be a tragedy. Ultimate divine dragons, no matter where they were absolute elites. The storm howled. The black starlight pierced through. 15 minutes later, Wang Ke fell in front of the Ninth Clan. He was trembling all over and had lost the ability to fight. The Ninth Clan felt suffocated. The Battle Dragon clan cheered again. Mu Huan's eyes were gloomy. He secretly warned Liang Teng again, if you still agree to the next round, I can kill you on the spot. Don't doubt my methods. Do you want to win, or do you want to die? Given such a choice, anyone would choose to die. However, at that moment, Liang Teng said 3 words in front of the crowd. I want to win. He was resolute, decisive, and unyielding. Xikong Ren. Mu Huan finally let the most powerful warrior of the Ninth Clan take the field. This was a duel between 2 powerful warriors. If Xikong Ren still could not win, then the Ninth Clan would be finished today. They would lose their title as the Ninth Clan. Most importantly, they would become stepping stones for the Battle Dragon clan. Mu Huan would not allow that to happen. At his command, a young man dressed in the most luxurious clothes and wearing a powerful doctrine artifact armor landed lightly on the stage. He opened his eyes. His silver eyes were like moving metal, and they were somewhat frightening. This was a young warrior ranked in the top 10 of the Young Dragon Palace. His name was Xikong Ren, and he had inherited the essence blood of an ultimate divine dragon. 1 million silver blade dragons. His body could transform into 1 million silver blades. Chapter 2173. 1 million silver blade dragons against the cursed Lone Star Dragon. In fact, many people didn't know much about the cursed Lone Star Dragon. Even during the era of the Dragon God, the cursed Lone Star Dragon wasn't famous. That was because the cursed Lone Star Dragon didn't live on the Draconic continent. Instead, it lived in the starry sky outside the Draconic continent. Therefore, they only knew that the cursed Lone Star Dragon was an ultimate dragon. The cursed Lone Star Dragon was one of the top star dragons. It could turn into a black star with terrifying weight. It could even form a black hole, which was a disaster of death. Today, Liang Teng finally stopped hiding and unleashed the true power of the cursed Lone Star Dragon. This battle was the real climax of the battle between the Ninth Clan and the War Dragons. This battle would decide the outcome of the battle. From tonight onward, we'll be outstanding. We'll be the Ninth Clan, or even higher. That was what they all believed in. At this moment, they all pinned their hopes on Liang Teng. He was a silent killer. He would only show his true brilliance when he attacked. When he did, even the 1 million silver blade dragons couldn't stop him. This battle was especially intense. It didn't take long before they turned into dragons and started fighting to the death. The 1 million silver blade dragons turned into 1 million silver blades that danced in the sky. Each blade carried the threat of death. The 1 million silver blade dragons looked vast, while the cursed Lone Star Dragon was only a tiny black star. It was impossible to compare them. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The cursed Lone Star Dragon's body was so tough that it couldn't be damaged. Each of its attacks could destroy the 1 million silver blade dragons. From the very beginning, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Boom, boom, boom. The silver blades were shattered one after another. Xikong Ren let out a faint howl of pain. He only realized that Liang Teng's combat power was enough to make it to the top 3 of the Young Dragon Palace. Master, I'm no match for him. Xikong Ren said to Mu Huan nervously. Don't worry. I can kill him. Keep fighting. Mu Huan said coldly. Xikong Ren felt more at ease after hearing Mu Huan's words. However, while he was distracted, Liang Ting immediately gave him a heavy blow. Meteor from outer space. A beam of black light suddenly pierced through a large number of silver blades, causing them to explode one after another. Xikong Ren let out a cry, and at that moment, the silver blades retreated and reformed into a million silver blade dragons, facing Liang Ting with difficulty. Liang Ting's black eyes were still cold. No matter how many times Mu Huan threatened him, his expression did not change. Are you really not afraid of death? Xikong Ren was somewhat afraid of him. What answered him was the Lone Star Dragon's next attack. Astral Tornado. The pitch-black steel-like body turned into a tornado that flickered in the endless starry sky as it pierced forward. This time, its power was even greater. Shocked, Xikong Ren hurriedly counterattacked, but he still couldn't withstand this attack. His body was about to explode, and in the blink of an eye, he was already heavily injured. With great difficulty, he crawled up from the raging dragon battlefield and said fearfully to Mu Huan, "Teacher, what should we do?" In fact, he was almost crying on the inside. "Don't worry. I'll be fine after one more attack. Don't fight back now. Pretend to be weak," Mu Huan instructed. At this point, he knew that Xikong Ren was no match for Liang Ting. But how could he deal with Liang Ting? He already had a plan in mind. It would definitely be a result that would doom Liang Ting eternally. Even if the 9th clan loses, don't think you'll have it easy. What happened today was beyond his imagination. Someone had to pay the price for this great humiliation. He clenched his fists and stared at Liang Ting. At this moment, Liang Ting attacked again. The Lone Star Dragon arrived in the blink of an eye. Because he listened to Mu Huan, Xikong Ren simply closed his eyes, and his huge divine dragon body fell to the ground. He didn't move to resist at all. As for the Sky Bane Lone Star Dragon's attack, it was more than enough to take his life. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. "Stop!" Many elders shouted. Death was not allowed on the raging dragon battlefield. Of course, ultimate divine dragons had 2 lives, but if they died, it would be considered a violation. Xikong Ren had been injured before, so it was normal for him to fall now. But everyone seemed to have seen Liang Ting tear him apart. He didn't expect Xikong Ren to fall so suddenly, so in order to defeat his opponent, he attacked rather heavily. "Stop!" Mu Huan suddenly shouted and rushed into the raging dragon battlefield. "Don't kill him!" Someone shouted from outside. But Xikong Ren fell at the wrong time. Liang Ting didn't even have time to retract his attack. He didn't expect his opponent to do this. He knew that Xikong Ren couldn't be so seriously injured that he couldn't fight back. He was pretending. Then he saw Mu Huan attack. Liang Ting was shocked and seemed to understand something. But at this moment, Mu Huan's 6 paths of reincarnation power rushed over and fell in front of Xikong Ren, neutralizing Liang Ting's attack. Even though Liang Ting was an ultimate divine dragon, his realm was much lower than Mu Huan's, so he would be subdued in an instant. That tyrannical power directly forced him back to his human form. Mu Huan grabbed his neck without saying anything and shouted angrily, "Liang Ting of the 83rd clan, your opponent is seriously injured, but you are so ruthless. If I didn't attack, the top 10 genius of the Young Dragon Palace would have died in your hands. Such a vicious heart. You have violated the rules of the martial arts contest. You intended to kill someone. That's a serious offense." Mu Huan strangled him. Liang Ting's face turned purple. He had trouble breathing, and his limbs couldn't move. Let me go." He struggled to speak, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone watched this scene in silence. The older generation of warriors naturally knew that Mu Huan was trying to kill Liang Ting, but it didn't matter to them. Some of them didn't have the power to suppress Mu Huan's identity, and some didn't want to go against the forces behind Mu Huan. For a moment, no one objected. Every time the Battle Dragon clan participated in the martial arts contest, they would be threatened. It was obvious that the Young Dragon Palace's system was very bloated, and the members were colluding with each other. The scene suddenly fell silent. Mu Huan's face was livid. He strangled Liang Ting's neck so hard that he almost broke it. He said sternly, "Liang Ting, you want to kill someone, but you won't admit your mistake. You have a bad attitude. You ignore the rules and have a violent personality. You will definitely cause more trouble in the future. Today I think we should kill this guy. What do you all think?" Still strangling Liang Teng, he looked around at everyone. For a moment, no one said anything. 83 clans challenged the 9th clan, and they actually won. This was indeed ridiculous. The Battle Dragon clan felt like they had been struck by lightning. They didn't expect this outcome to come so quickly. They didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. He actually found an excuse to kill the strongest warrior of the Battle Dragon clan. Let him go. In an instant, thousands of warriors rushed towards the raging dragon battlefield. Seeing Liang Teng's pained expression, their eyes were filled with tears. Anger rushed to their hearts. They were still young and couldn't stand such unfairness. Why did they have to suffer such humiliation when they were the victors? Why didn't they have the chance to have a fair fight? Liang Teng's strength was heaven-defying. Why did he have to die in front of this person in front of everyone? Was he so powerful that he could even kill an ultimate dragon warrior at will? All of you, stand there obediently. On Mu Huan's side, a few of his good friends helped to stop the Battle Dragon clan. With their abilities they could easily immobilize these children. Bastard! Let us go! Seeing Liang Teng's expression darken, their hearts bled. They were filled with despair. Reality hit them hard, causing them to cry. They charged forward crazily, but were bounced back again and again. Boss Liang! Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. This scene made Mu Huan very proud. The members of the 9th clan also laughed. It was impossible to kill them all. Their sense of superiority rose again. Mu Huan was very pleased with himself. It had gone surprisingly smoothly. He had thought that there would be people who could not stand by and watch, but it seemed that everyone had given him face. At this moment, he looked coldly at Liang Teng, who was in his hand, and mocked, "Little fellow, how do you feel now? Do you want your worthless life, or do you want to win?" He increased the strength in his hand, almost breaking Liang Teng's neck. Liang Teng's face was completely black. He gripped his opponent's arm tightly, but he couldn't pull him away no matter what. "I want to win." Even now, Liang Teng's blood-red eyes were still fixed on his opponent. There was not a single tear in them. In the face of death, he still let out the most furious roar. Just as he had said, he would rather die than lose. Then go to hell. Mu Huan no longer had any hope in him. He increased the strength. Sensing the danger of death, Liang Teng smiled. He had won so beautifully today. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. This was his most glorious moment. Life seemed to be leaving his body. In the most dazed moment, he suddenly realized that the strength in his hand had loosened. A shocking uproar sounded around him. Liang Teng fell weakly, but a heavy arm caught him. His injuries were rapidly recovering, and his vision gradually became clear. The first thing he saw was Mu Huan floating in midair. Mu Huan's eyes were filled with surprise, shock, and panic as he looked to his side. An arm was around his neck and lifted him up. Mu Huan continuously shook his legs, but he was still like a little chick, unable to break free of that person's grip. He faced that person just like Liang Teng faced him. Liang Teng realized that someone seemed to have saved him, and was using the method that Mu Huan had used against him to deal with him. He slowly turned his head and saw a face as young as his own. "I was too busy with exams today. I wrote an entire afternoon and only wrote 2 chapters. I still have one more to write at night. I have to go to class for a meeting to talk about some production internship." Chapter 2174. That was Long Chen. In that instant, Liang Teng's mind went blank. The tenacity in his heart dissipated, and all that was left was gratitude. He, who never cried, could not help but shed tears. His appearance had not only changed Liang Teng's fate of death, but had also given the young dragons of the Battle Dragon tribe a ray of hope. Of course, Long Chen had arrived a long time ago. If Mu Huan had not gone overboard, he would not have appeared. He would have preferred to see them obtain victory on their own. That way, today's experience would be of greater help to them. But he had to appear now. Similarly, he was furious. Of course, he knew of these hidden rules and the existence of the complicated factions, but he had not expected them to be this arrogant. Today he would destroy these rules. Today, he would seek true fairness for the Battle Dragon tribe. Master. When the members of the Battle Dragon tribe saw Long Chen lift Mu Huan, whom they had been unable to resist, by the neck, they were momentarily stunned. Then, An earth-shattering uproar erupted. At that moment, they could not help but tear up. However, unlike before, they were tears of anger and humiliation. Now, they were tears of happiness. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they had already formed an inseparable bond. To them, Long Chen, who was of the same generation, was their true pillar of support, and someone they trusted absolutely. They were so weak, and should not have been able to walk together with Long Chen. But in the Dragon God domain, it was rare to find a group of people who treated him as one of their own, who were unconditionally careful. Their feelings were especially precious to Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had not gone to Eternal Dragon City. In fact, he had considered them, because Long Chen had promised them that he would return before the martial battle. He had returned. He tightened his grip, and Mu Huan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. This scene also frightened everyone. Only the Battle Dragon tribe was cheering excitedly. Everyone else was in a daze as they stared at Long Chen. Rumble. Most people left their seats and gathered around the raging dragon battlefield. For a moment, no one could clearly see who it was, so they were somewhat nervous. That young face seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? Let me go. Mu Huan's face was ashen as he suffered the same treatment as Liang Teng. With great difficulty, he spat out a few words and looked at Long Chen in shock. With his 6 paths of reincarnation strength, there were not many people who could so easily subdue him. They had to be at least in the 7-star reincarnation realm. On the other hand, the young man in front of him was simply too young, almost the same age as Liang Teng. The feeling of death came from his neck. Mu Huan could feel the other party's true killing intent. That kind of fatal danger caused his hair to stand on end. He could not help but say, "Quickly come and save me." He didn't know who it was, but he was trembling in fear. At this moment, there were already many experts surrounding them. "Who are you? Let him go." Someone had already berated him harshly. "This is the Massacre Dragon City. You're courting death." The experts gathered around him. Long Chen did not loosen his grip. He raised his head and everyone could see his face clearly. Long Chen. Instantly, many people took a step back in fright. Among them, there were some who had seen Long Chen kill Meng Qingqiu on the spot and had a deep memory of him. However, they knew that Long Chen had gone to the Cave of Ancestral Dragons, so they did not think it was him. At this moment, Long Chen's name had already overshadowed the title of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son. With the protection of the 3 Dragon Emperors, he had already become one of the people that Massacre Dragon City could not afford to offend. Even the Sky Curtain Emperor did not dare to touch him. He was an ultimate expert that had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had created many legends and controlled the extremely important Massacre Dragon Tomb. "Long Chen, what are you doing? Let go of Mu Huan. He did not offend you." Realizing that it was Long Chen, the crowd did not dare to fight him and could only warn him. "How did he not offend me? He offended me terribly." Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. For some reason, just this young man standing there made everyone tremble. They felt a sense of awe. He was still so young. The crowd was not stupid. When they thought about how the Battle Dragon tribe called Long Chen their master, they seemed to understand. Mu Huan's expression changed. He said, You are in charge of the 83 tribes." Everyone was aware of this problem. At this moment, they recalled that after Long Chen killed Meng Qingqiu, he had been sent to the Young Dragon Palace. Who would have thought that he would become the teacher of the Battle Dragon tribe? This news made Mu Huan extremely nervous. He truly felt fear and knew that the 9th clan had fallen this time. As long as there's life, there's hope. At this moment, he hurriedly said with all his might, Long Chen, everything is a misunderstanding. I was just joking with this little fellow. Don't get agitated." The danger of death made his scalp go numb. His back was covered in cold sweat. Liang Teng was already able to stand firmly. He stood beside Long Chen. This feeling of surviving a calamity and being in control of the situation gave him a deep understanding. When he saw Mu Huan actually begging for mercy, he understood even more clearly that this was a world where strength was respected. Without strength, one had no right to speak. He looked at Long Chen. He was very curious about how Long Chen would handle this. Hearing Mu Huan's words and the surrounding people's attempts to dissuade him, Long Chen smiled and said, "Should I let you go? It seems like I'm a little unwilling." Everyone, let me ask you. The most important principle of holding this battle of potential is fairness, right? This person in my hands threatened the children of my 83 clans before the battle, telling them to feign defeat, or else they would be disbanded or executed. Then, he played this kind of trick during the battle, wanting to kill the disciple that I'm most satisfied with on the spot. Holding such a ceremony, he should be executed, right? This is not a joke. If this is a joke, then I'll play a joke on you as well. Long Chen said the last sentence to Mu Huan. Mu Huan shook his head in pain. He saw a terrifying light in Long Chen's eyes. The surrounding crowd feared Long Chen's strength and hurriedly said, "Brother Long Chen, don't be angry, don't be angry. This is just a small matter. Let's sit down and discuss it slowly. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. As for this battle, it will be considered the 9th tribe's loss. How about that?" Now that Mu Huan was in Long Chen's hands, they had no choice but to temporarily curry favor with Long Chen. All right, we should indeed have a good chat. Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Hearing this, the crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Long Chen would not do anything to make them worry. But at this time Long Chen added, "Of course, I'll have to kill him first, then I'll have a good chat with you guys." The god-slaying sword appeared. A Dao artifact with 400 Dao patterns pierced through Mu Huan's glabella. The sharp devouring sword Qi slashed past and instantly destroyed Mu Huan's primordial spirit. Mu Huan's expression was still that of fear at the last moment. His hands, which were holding onto Long Chen's arm, were already hanging limply. At that moment, the scene was dead silent. Even the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Even the battle dragon race looked on in disbelief. This was an important figure in their hearts, an undefeatable existence. Yet Long Chen had killed him just like that. Kill. Liang Ting felt his mouth go dry. The way Long Chen had casually attacked while chatting was a huge blow to him. Of course, he felt that Mu Huan deserved to die. But he did not expect that such an important figure could not even keep his life in the hands of Long Chen. Furthermore, it was in public. Why did he have such guts? Why could he settle debts of gratitude and enmity so easily? Because he was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. That was the reason. Long Chen's expression was solemn. He tossed the corpse in his hands away and then slowly kept the god-slaying sword. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said word by word, "Everyone, do you still want to sit down and chat slowly?" When he spoke, no one made a sound. They looked at Mu Huan's corpse in shock, then looked at Long Chen blankly. "Does anyone think that I'm going overboard?" Long Chen asked again. The crowd looked at each other, but no one spoke. Their mouths were dry as they looked at Long Chen. This had happened too suddenly, and in reality, it did not have much to do with them. They knew that Long Chen had killed Meng Qingqiu and was unscathed. They did not dare to fight to the death with Long Chen at this moment. Given Long Chen's personality, if they were defeated, they would most likely lose their lives. Everyone was afraid of a madman. When Long Chen looked around, no one dared to move. Even the disciples of the 9th clan did not have the courage to curse when they saw that their respected teacher was as weak as they were in Long Chen's hands. Only then did Long Chen pull Liang Teng to his side. He beckoned to the people of the Battle Dragon clan. With tears in their eyes, they came to Long Chen's side. "Raise your heads." Long Chen berated. The crowd hurriedly raised their heads in unison and looked at him. "Wipe away your tears and look at your battlefield." Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly wiped away their tears. At this moment, Long Chen had become a god in their hearts. "That's enough," Long Chen said. Then, he stood in front of them and looked at the experts of the Young Dragon Palace in front of him. He looked around disdainfully and said in a loud and clear voice, "Everyone, please listen carefully. They are from the Battle Dragon clan, the new 9th clan. They are people that I, Long Chen, have brought. From today onwards, they will enjoy a fair fight. We will only defeat our enemies on the battlefield and will not use any dirty tricks. If anyone tries to play dirty, no matter who it is, they will suffer the same fate as Mu Huan in my hands. Everyone, do you remember?" These words touched the people of the Battle Dragon clan more than anything else. They looked at the young man in front of them in disbelief. He was the same age as them. Why was he so nature-defying? Chapter 2175. They didn't know that Long Chen had already become a young dragon of inheritance. They didn't even know that he had killed Long Qingyue, a yin-yang dragon of great fortune, in the cave of ancestral dragon. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to do anything. After giving them a warning, Long Chen was ready to take the battle dragons back to rest and wait for the next battle. The battle of potential had just begun. Next would be the stage where they would perform with their real strength. At this moment, a beautiful woman who was dressed in plain clothes but had an extremely noble temperament appeared in the sky. She was the Qian Shui Emperor, the ruler of the Young Dragon Palace. Of course, she usually didn't show up and let her subordinates handle the affairs of the Young Dragon Palace. Her appearance shocked everyone even more. It also brought them a ray of hope. They thought that the Qian Snow Empress would punish Long Chen for killing people of the Young Dragon Palace. Therefore, everyone knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, Qian Snow Empress." They were the top experts in the 8 trigrams reincarnation level, and every single one of them was a true powerhouse in the Eternal God realm. Even the strongest of the 72 Godkin cities, City Lord Di Jun, was about the same level as the 1000 Snow Empress. The Battle Dragon clan also knelt down to pay their respects. Only Long Chen didn't. His status in the Slaughter Dragon City was probably no lower than that of the Qian Snow Empress. "Everyone please rise." The Qian Snow Empress looked very cold on this occasion. She looked at everyone with her icy eyes and said, "I've been watching everything that happened today." Everyone was happy to hear that. Xikong Ran, who had pretended to be seriously injured, jumped out of the 9th clan and said, "Qian Snow Empress, Long Chen doesn't know right from wrong. He killed our teacher on the Raging Dragon battlefield. He ignored the rules and authority. How should we punish such an evil person?" Many people wanted to say the same thing, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They all looked at the Qian Snow Empress expectantly. "Is that so? I did say that I saw everything clearly." Qian Shui Huang's words were a little confusing. At this moment, she looked at the Battle Dragon clan and said, "Kids, it's all my fault. As the palace master of the Young Dragon Palace, I didn't fulfill my responsibility and made you lose the chance to compete fairly. You were humiliated. I apologize for all this and I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again in the Young Dragon Palace." Hearing that, Xikong Ran was stunned, and so were the others. The Qian Snow Emperor was going to change the entire Young Dragon Palace. Sure enough, her gaze quickly fell on the crowd. She said, "From today onwards, everyone's every move will be under my surveillance. Whoever dares to play tricks under my eyes, I can only kill them on the spot. The potential martial battle is a fair battle. It is now, and it will always be so. No one can challenge my rules." The severity of the punishment was too terrifying. With her ability, it was very easy for her to monitor everyone. Once someone dared to mess around, she would kill him on the spot. For a moment, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Those who had the same idea as Mu Huan were scared to death. It's not just the potential martial battle. From now on, all the disciples in the Young Dragon Palace will compete fairly, so everyone will have a chance to rise. I'll manage this personally. Remember, whoever dares to mess around will die. I don't care what forces you have or who your elders are. In the Young Dragon Palace, I'm the only master." The Qian Snow Emperor's words really changed the Young Dragon Palace. From now on, the top 10 clans would no longer have a sense of superiority. Everyone would be on the same starting line. Strength and potential were the only things that mattered. After saying that, the Qian Snow Emperor snorted and slowly disappeared into the air. That snort was like a frost in everyone's heart. They were trembling inside. When they looked up, they saw Long Chen smiling. It was he who had caused such a huge change in the Qian Snow Emperor. He was the only winner today. He was Long Chen. There must be teachers from other clans here. Remember, we'll see each other on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen led the Battle Dragon clan away majestically. These children finally straightened their backs and swaggered out of the place. In the past, they were just a bunch of ants that no one paid attention to. It was Long Chen who had changed their fate. However, it was up to them to better control their current fate. After Long Chen left, another person appeared above them. It was the Blood Dragon Emperor, who was even more terrifying than the Qian Snow Emperor. Xueqi stood above them, frightening them again. They quickly knelt on the ground and worshipped Xueqi. Seeing Long Chen leave, Xueqi sneered at the people below. "You idiots, do you know what happened in the cave of Zulong?" Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Xueqi sneered. Long Chen became an inheritance dragon, stepped onto the inheritance dragon ladder, and obtained the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. In addition, he defeated the Eternal Dragon Emperor's youngest daughter, Long Qingyue, who provoked him in the Supreme Dragon battle. She's an early 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert. So, do you understand? This news was indeed shocking. In everyone's hearts, Long Chen was even more terrifying. Understand what? Everyone was still confused. Xueqi said solemnly, in less than half a year, his combat power has increased by 2 levels from the same level as Jiang Ming. Now, he can instantly kill someone like Mu Huan. His improvement and future are unimaginable. This is the real reason why the 3 Dragon Emperors have always protected him. Let me tell you, the next 10 years will be his era. If you fight against such a person, you will die without a burial place. There will be no exceptions. Everyone paled in fright. They looked at each other. One of them said, Blood Dragon Emperor, are you saying that the new Eternal Dragon Emperor is about to be born? Xueqi shook his head with a smile and said, that's not the case. It's because he's not from the Eternal Dragon City. If he can surpass the 15 Dragon Emperors in terms of strength in the future, and if he can win the hearts of all the humans in the world in terms of morality, reputation, and achievements, then there's a chance that he will become the Slaughter Dragon Emperor that has never appeared in Slaughter Dragon City before. Slaughter Dragon Emperor. This term dumbfounded everyone. In the end, they looked in Long Chen's direction in a daze. Even after Xueqi left, they still hadn't come to their senses. But from that moment on, deep fear and reverence had taken root in their hearts. Along the way, Long Chen had conquered everyone's hearts with his heaven-defying growth. Everything that happened that day swept across the entire Dragon City at lightning speed, including every word spoken by Qian Shui Emperor and Blood Dragon Emperor. In the hearts of hundreds of thousands of mystical dragons, an unsurpassable star had risen. At this moment, Long Chen had completely reversed his position in the entire Slaughter Dragon City. He had truly become a terrifying figure that no one dared to provoke or even scold. The gap between him and when he had just arrived at the Slaughter Dragon City was like the gap between heaven and earth. While the outside world was in an uproar over his affairs, Long Chen returned to the arena with his battle dragons. Looking at his children who were looking at him excitedly, Long Chen was happy for them. At least this time, they had won, and it wasn't because of him. They had defeated the authority. Although they were of the same age, in terms of experience, they were indeed the juniors in Long Chen's heart. Master. They knelt on the ground one after another. Their voice contained too many emotions. Long Chen didn't object to them calling him that. Of course, it wasn't that simple to become his disciple. Long Chen just liked their character, their sincerity, and their unity. All right, enough with the emotional talk. There are still new battles to be fought. Go prepare yourselves. Those who need to heal, heal yourselves. Those who need to cultivate, cultivate. I will try to get you all better Dao items within this period of time. After going through many battles, in fact, Long Chen had collected many Dao weapons that he didn't need. Those Dao weapons with 200 or 300 Dao patterns couldn't even upgrade the god-slaying sword. They were basically snacks for the little skeleton to eat. Long Chen took out almost all of them and distributed them to them so that they could have stronger combat strength and make it more convenient for them to fight. Now that you have become the 9th clan, your dreams have been fulfilled. However, you still have greater potential. I will lead you and continue to charge forward. Do you have confidence? After equipping them, Long Chen stood before them and said with a relaxed smile. Becoming the leader of a team was like when he was the evil Dragon Palace leader. It was actually very interesting. Yes, they shouted loudly. All right, get lost and go improve yourselves, shouted Long Chen. They were in full swing on the training field. Long Chen was in a corner, contacting Lingxi to relieve his longing. Time passed gradually. There were only 5 or 6 months left before Lingxi could come over. At that time, she would have a Dao weapon with 700 Dao patterns and would be of great help to him. After all, only the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm warriors could have a Dao weapon with 700 Dao patterns. Time flew by. A few days later, the first round of battles ended. Long Chen led the battle dragon race and began the second round of elimination. This time, their name had already spread throughout Massacre Dragon City. They had become the object of respect for almost all teams. Even if they were not afraid of the battle dragon race, they were afraid of Long Chen. That shining youth, Xueqi, had said that the world would soon be his, Long Chen's, era. Standing at the edge of the raging dragon battlefield, The other 38 clans trembled slightly under the intense battle intent of the battle dragon race. One side's battle intent soared to the sky and was in the limelight, while the other side was scared stiff. This was different from the last battle of the 9th clan. This time, the battle dragon race had found their confidence. They wanted to absolutely crush their opponents. Brothers and sisters, we can embarrass ourselves, but we can't embarrass our master. So, whoever loses in the first round will have to take off their clothes and run one round in the training field. Everyone roared with laughter. However, their fighting spirit was even higher. Before the storm. This was a transitional plot. Everyone, enjoy the peace. The next volume. Massacre Dragon Emperor. After the previous volume, the next volume would be the outbreak of the final fierce battle. Dragon's Blood rushed to the 7th place on the Baidu ranking, which meant that it had become the 7th most read novel in the country. This is the best result I have achieved so far, but this is not the end of our journey. We must continue to rush upwards. Chapter 2176. 2 appearances, but the treatment was completely different. Thanks to Emperor Qian Shui's warning, the order in the Young Dragon Palace was renewed instantly. No one dared to do anything sneaky anymore. Everything was done according to the rules. When Long Chen's team appeared again, more people held their breath. Looking at this young man who had risen rapidly, they were filled with awe. In half a year, he had completely changed his image in the Massacre Dragon City. Of course, he was not the main character in this battle. He trusted Liang Tang, Pang Hong, and the others very much. They had set up a strict battle order according to their combat power. When they were fighting with their backs to the wall, they had defeated the 9th clan by a large margin. Now, the Battle Dragon clan had returned with great momentum. With Long Chen's help, they were like the sun at high noon. In the battle against the 38 races, they had advanced triumphantly and were incomparably terrifying. They had basically crushed their opponents. At this moment, they were shining brilliantly, not bringing shame to Long Chen's identity at all. In fact, they had even become nightmares in the eyes of their opponents. Few people in the 38th clan were a match for Liang Tang. Liang Tang went to the arena at the very beginning. His strength was already very powerful and far surpassed his peers. Basically, his combat power was equivalent to that of the 3 Talents Reincarnation Calamity Realm. He had crushed his opponents continuously. He alone had defeated nearly 200 people. This was a terrifying number. As a result, the remaining people of the 38th clan did not dare to go to the arena. Some of them even wanted to admit defeat. Liang Ting left the arena, exhausted, but also very excited. The young people of the Battle Dragon clan were all eager to go to the arena. They went to the arena one by one according to the arrangement. About 300 people had been sent out. The 38th clan had been completely eliminated. In the second round, the Battle Dragon clan had won. Like Long Chen, their reputation had spread throughout the Massacre Dragon City. People had tied them to Long Chen. After a few more days, the third round of battles had begun. From the day Long Chen came back, the battle mode had become really random. Therefore, the opponents could be anyone. After 2 battles, there were about 40 teams left. In the third battle, the Battle Dragon tribe's opponent was the 19th tribe. Their ranking was very high, and their battle prowess was close to that of the 9th tribe. However, Liang Tang's group still managed to secure victory with around 400 people. After the third battle, there were around 20 teams left. After the final battle, the top 10 teams would be decided. Over the years, the teams that were able to enter the top 10 were more or less the same. But today, the 9th clan was eliminated right from the start. He joined the new War Dragon clan. The drawing of lots for the 4th round would be very crucial for who could enter the top 10. On that day, all the top 20 teams gathered at the Raging Dragon battlefield, waiting for the answer to be revealed. The 3rd tribe is the 83rd tribe. His voice was mighty and mighty. This was the result of a random draw. Of course, although they had defeated the 9th clan, before the potential martial arts battle ended, they were still the 83rd clan. Moreover, in the final battle, there was a possibility that their ranking would rise. For example, this time, they encountered the 3rd strongest team in the Young Dragon Palace. To be able to enter the top 3, the quality of the team was quite high. No matter what level of strength they had, they were all experts with great talent. The top 3 clans were also the targets of the Battle Dragon tribe. The final battle had come ahead of time. If they defeated the third tribe, they would become the new third tribe. They would not challenge the third tribe in the challenge tournament after entering the top 10. Of course, the third tribe did not expect that their opponents would be them. Apart from them, the other top 10 clans in the past had rarely encountered each other, so there was no need to reshuffle the rankings. If it were not for Long Chen, they would not have paid so much attention to and feared the Battle Dragon tribe. This time, the third tribe did not dare to be too arrogant. This was the peak battle that had come ahead of time. On one side there was a veteran genius team, and on the other side there was a rising team led by Long Chen. In the team, Liang Tang, Pang Hong, and Luo Yan were very eye-catching. Go back and get ready. When the battle began, they would be summoned. The news of this battle spread. Even many people who were not from the Young Dragon Palace came to watch. In the gymnasium, the Battle Dragon tribe stood in front of Long Chen. The third tribe, do you have confidence? Yes. They shouted loudly. They were full of tenacity and the spirit of challenge. To be young was to destroy all the cowardice in one's heart. If you can win, I won't mind that you call me master, Long Chen said with a faint smile. Hearing this news, everyone went crazy. This was more important than anything else. Okay. They shouted at the top of their lungs. For this they would fight to the death. This is the last battle. This time, our goal is to enter the top 3. Of course, it depends on whether anyone dares to challenge you after entering the top 10. If you perform well, no one will challenge you. Long Chen wanted them to have one last fight. For their dreams. For glory. To the Battle Dragon clan, they were not only defending their own dignity, but they were also defending Long Chen's reputation. The battle soon began. On this day, the Raging Dragon battlefield was crowded with people. Long Chen stood at the forefront of the Warrior Dragon clan. Opposite him were the elites of the third clan of the Young Dragon Palace and their teacher. She was a beautiful woman. It was just that his eyes were a little too cold. Neither side spoke. The disciples of the third tribe were proud and noble. They had heard too many legends about Long Chen, but they were not convinced since they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Their teacher was a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Battle Dragon tribe was ready. They held hands again and waited for the announcement. At this moment, they were feeling the warmth of their brothers' and sisters' palms. Their beliefs fused together. When the announcement was heard, they shouted in unison, "Fight!" They held hands. The person at the side was the first to enter the battlefield. It was Pang Hong. Just like in the first battle, he stepped onto the Raging Dragon battlefield fearlessly. His broad back and long purple hair fluttered in the wind. The purple firmament Empyrean dragon was fighting in the sky. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. She wouldn't use her strongest trump card right away. However, other than her trump card, the third clan still had many other experts. Li Yugo. A black-haired man rushed onto the Raging Dragon battlefield. Kid, we've been the third tribe for thousands of years. It's easier for you to defeat us in your dreams. The black-haired man roared. Pang Hong didn't say anything and fought with him. He transformed from a human to a dragon. The battle between the two dragons was very intense. Hundreds of thousands of people had fought on the Raging Dragon battlefield, but nothing happened. 15 minutes later, Pang Hong's opponent fell at his feet. The Battle Dragon tribe won the beginning. The beautiful woman was a little angry. One expert after another entered the battlefield. Pang Hong defeated one opponent after another. His tenacity was terrifying. Just like when he had fought against the 9th tribe, he wasn't afraid of death or exhaustion. He just wanted to give Long Chen a good explanation. Brothers and sisters. Liang Tang once again defeated an opponent that everyone thought he couldn't defeat in his current state. It's all up to you now. Charge. He swayed as he entered the Raging Dragon battlefield. The next warrior went up. Although Pang Hong performed well, the third tribe wasn't easy to deal with either. They were all geniuses. Although their top experts weren't as strong as Pang Hong and Liang Tang, there were too many of them. It would be very difficult to defeat them. Both sides fought for 2 hours. The number of casualties was about the same. Their strength was very balanced. Sometimes the Battle Dragon tribe lost more people, and sometimes the third tribe lost more people. It was often the same. From 500 to 600, then 700, then 800. They had suffered many losses, But Luo Yan and the others had turned the tide and defeated more than 10 opponents in a row. We can't lose. Don't forget. We'd rather die than lose. They roared as they entered the battlefield. They would bleed, but they wouldn't shed a tear. It was this spirit that allowed them to defeat their opponents again and again. This was perhaps the first battle that had been filled with suspense since the start of the war. After 4 hours, both sides were left with around a dozen people. Even now, the outcome of the battle had not been decided. The probability of both sides winning was almost the same. That was because the strongest warriors of both teams hadn't shown up yet. With their strength that could sweep away more than 100 people, they had already become the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. Liang Teng and a genius martial artist ranked third in the Young Dragon Palace. They were all arranged to be the last. By now, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding that the final outcome would depend on them. Liang Ting shouldered everyone's hope. But he was still calm. In the end, when the last young warrior of the Battle Dragon tribe defeated his opponent and left the Raging Dragon battlefield, only Liang Tang and the young warrior of the other side were left. On one side was the newly risen ultimate divine dragon. On the other side was the young genius who had great prestige and fame in the Young Dragon Palace. Beside the beautiful woman stood a man with long orange hair that was like the color of the setting sun. He was extremely handsome, and this young man was quiet and peaceful, giving people a poetic feeling. His elegant temperament did not seem like someone who was good at fighting. His name was Yang Jing. As an ultimate divine dragon, he was the focus of the Young Dragon Palace. In the future, he would be an important young genius who could become a character like Jiang Ming. Chapter 2177. The Terra Maple Dragon actually belonged to the Soul Dragon clan. Unlike the Star Dragon clan, the Soul Dragon clan specialized in soul attacks and defense. Their physical bodies weren't strong, but when they grew to their peak, they could control the consciousness of all living beings and millions of divine dragons. For example, the Terra Maple Dragon had this ability. During the era of divine dragons, the Terra Maple Dragon was one of the representatives of the Soul Dragon clan. The Terra Maple Dragon's true strength wasn't inferior to the ancient Blood Prison Dragons. It was much more terrifying than its slightly artistic name. The reason why they had the word maple was because their dragon scales were different from ordinary dragon scales. Their dragon scales were in the shape of maple leaves, which was also the color of maple leaves when they were red. In terms of beauty, the frightening maple dragon was considered top-notch, but at the same time, their strength was quite terrifying. Yang Jing relied on the Terra Maple Dragon's blood essence to obtain his current reputation and ability. His pupils were constantly changing shapes, and they even took the form of maple leaves. At this moment, he was standing in front of Liang Ting. The outcome of the battle between the two would directly determine the victor of the two teams. This battle was very fair. The fact that the Battle Dragon clan could perform to such an extent was simply beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, everyone understood that the Battle Dragon clan truly possessed the strength to fight against the third race. There was almost no difference between the two. At this moment, everyone was cheering for the strongest of both sides. Long Chen was also looking at the two. Although they were the same age, Long Chen had far surpassed them. Today they were the main characters. As for who would win and who would lose, Long Chen knew that Liang Teng would win, because Liang Teng was very similar to him. It was just that Liang Teng was more used to being silent. However, when it came to being strict with himself, Liang Teng would not lose to Long Chen. Amidst the most intense cheers, the battle officially began. The Terra Maple Dragon and the Sky-Cursed Lone Star Dragon had transformed into their dragon forms at the very beginning of the battle. The orange Terra Maple Dragon with maple leaf dragon scales and the black Sky-Cursed Lone Star Dragon with starlight flashing in the sky quickly clashed. This was a battle between the physical body and the soul. In the end, it wasn't the difference in strength that determined the outcome, but the battle of will. In terms of physical combat, 10 Terra Maple Dragons wouldn't be the cursed Lone Star Dragon's match. In terms of primordial spirit control, even the Heavenbane Lone Star Dragon was no match for the frightening Maple Dragon. In reality, their strengths were about the same, so the key was who could endure more damage, who was more tenacious, who was crazier, and who was more unafraid of death. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Who would be the brave one? Long Chen knew that it was Liang Teng. He had such foresight. Comparing the two, Liang Teng came from a lowly background, but it has sharpened his will. Many years of forbearance have increased his endurance and mental fortitude. Although Yang Jing is also very hardworking, he cares more about himself than the honor of the third clan. That was the key. Those who fought for themselves would only be able to display the power that belonged to themselves. The power displayed by those who fought for their companions, family, and loved ones would often surpass their limits and reach a level that even they themselves did not expect. That was the power of faith. On the inheritance dragon ladder, Long Chen was connected to the trillions of lives on the dragon sacrificial continent. He felt that his life no longer belonged to him. This made him understand this principle even more deeply. It wasn't without reason that he could reach his current level. Because most of the time he fought to protect, to fight for honor and honor. The battle between the frightening Maple Dragon and the heavenly fiend Lone Star Dragon was very exciting. Dangerous situations arose one after another, and both sides were very excited. Liang Teng was already under the control of the frightening Maple Dragon and was at a disadvantage. He was extremely miserable, and his body was full of self-inflicted wounds. While the Battle Dragon clan was cheering for him and going crazy for him, Long Chen was deep in thought. He didn't need to look at the battlefield to know that the outcome would be Liang Teng's victory. Among the tens of thousands of people present, no one had the foresight of Long Chen. At this moment, the people of the third clan were already cheering for the frightening Maple Dragon's victory. They saw the heavenly fiend Lone Star Dragon's miserable self-torture under the control of the frightening Maple Dragon's primordial spirit, tearing off pieces of flesh from his body, making him look extremely sinister. A bunch of lowly things dare to fight against our third clan. The teacher of the third clan, the beautiful woman, couldn't help but mock. What did you say? All of a sudden, Liang Ting's heavenly fiend Lone Star Dragon's eyes widened. He actually broke through the control of the primordial spirit. His sharp eyes stared at the beautiful woman. We are not lowly at all. It was as if he was roaring out the boundless resentment in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot and burning with terrifying fury. In that instant, he was like an iron sword that soared into the sky, entangling the frightening Maple Dragon. His dragon claws, dragon fangs, and dragon tail were like steel bars. The seemingly fragile frightening Maple Dragon wasn't his match at all. Under his entanglement, the frightening Maple Dragon was instantly gravely injured and let out a blood-curdling scream. Admit defeat, or else the pain will be endless. Liang Teng suppressed his opponent to death. His entire body was drenched in blood, but he couldn't make him take a step back. The frightening Maple Dragon was still resisting. Liang Teng didn't hold back. He exerted more force, and his dragon claws pierced deeply into his opponent's abdomen, almost penetrating his opponent. Admit defeat. In the end, he said two people. At this moment, the people who didn't expect this outcome were stunned. Only Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. This was the outcome he knew from the beginning. Is this the power of time, or is it just my guess? In fact, he seemed to have seen this scene before the battle even started. There were still many secrets about the Void Infinity Dragon. I admit defeat. When Yang Jing realized that his primordial spirit attack couldn't harm Liang Ting anymore, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was the best choice. Liang Ting let him go. The frightening Maple Dragon fell to the ground and was taken away by the people from the third clan. The beautiful woman looked at Liang Teng in a daze, then at Long Chen. The third clan was defeated. From now on, they would no longer be the third clan. They would probably become the fourth clan and fall out of the top three. This didn't seem like a big deal, but it was a great humiliation, because the top three would always be in the limelight. This fact caused a brief silence around the Raging Dragon battlefield. Finally, someone announced that the Battle Dragon clan had won. Liang Ting transformed into his human form. He stood on the Raging Dragon battlefield and looked around blankly. He never thought that he would have such a glorious day. This was all thanks to Long Chen. He turned around and looked in Long Chen's direction. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't stop him. Let's go back. Our battle of potential is over. Long Chen raised his arm. They had already entered the top 10 and defeated the third-place team, so their original ranking should have been third place. If they were in the top 10, there would be a challenge competition. Every team had the right to challenge others, but Long Chen had ignored this rule. In fact, he also believed that no one would dare to challenge them. He led the War Dragon clan's team away, and no one stopped them anymore. As for whether or not they wanted to become the first clan, it wasn't necessary. This battle had taken a huge toll on them. It was time to go back and rest. Everyone was watching them leave. After they left, the crowd looked at each other. Massacre Dragon City is indeed different. Yeah, this son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor rose too quickly. We were careless, and he was already above us. Who knows what his future will be? Will he be the new invincible Long Qinglan, or will he be killed midway? After all, he has too many enemies. Whether or not he can survive all these dangers depends on him. They returned to the War Dragon Palace that belonged to them. Their current mood was completely different from when they had left. Every one of them had experienced a baptism of life. Especially Liang Tang, Pang Hong, and the others. After returning here, they were finally free. But they knew even more clearly that strength was the only right to speak. Therefore, they couldn't be arrogant and complacent. Otherwise, they would be eliminated sooner or later. The entire Battle Dragon clan couldn't be supported by just one or two people. The battle of potential quickly ended. They had indeed become the new third clan. Long Chen's name shook the world again. His status, even in the entire Dragon God domain, was quietly changing. Long Chen began a quiet life of cultivation in the War Dragon Palace. He kept feeling like something was missing. Was it Lingxi's close companionship, or was it the passion of fierce battle? Finally, he remembered. In reality, what he was most concerned about was still Long Qinglan's corpse. He had said he would wait for Lingxi, but as time passed, every time he thought of how he was still lying in Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen couldn't help it. He had to go at least once. But for Lingxi's sake, he endured it. He couldn't let her worry too much. He had grown up, and he had to shoulder such responsibilities. He couldn't let anything happen to him, because there were too many people worried about him. As time passed, he began to study the key and stone lock carved with Destiny Dragon City and Destiny Divine Star. He began to study what the Slaughter Pearl had entered his body. He began to study the path of life, the living beings in the Divine Nation, the words on the Black Jade Dragon head, and the connection between the Dragon Inheritance Ladder. But everything was a mystery. Even everything about Long Qinglan was a mystery. With so many questions, he couldn't bear the loneliness. He would occasionally communicate with Li Xuanji. She was still in Darkness Divine City, and no one dared to provoke her anymore. One day, someone came to the War Dragon Palace. One of the disciples opened the door for him. "Who are you looking for?" "Long Chen." "Oh, I'll take you to see him." Long Chen sensed the arrival of this expert. He let the disciple leave first. The person standing in front of him was someone he had met once before. He was the one in charge of the Slaughter Dragon Graveyard. His strength was comparable to Yang Yu and Chaos Star Lord, the Heavenly Screen Emperor. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. "Long Chen, you've improved a lot again." Long Chen stood up and asked indifferently, "Heavenly Screen Emperor, may I ask, what business do you have?" He wasn't afraid of him attacking. After all, Slaughter Dragon City was the territory of the three Dragon Emperors. Heavenly Screen Emperor sneered and didn't speak. Frenzy had an idea. He wanted to list all the mystical dragons that appeared in the book, but he had forgotten many of them. He wanted a complete version, even those dragons that only appeared once and only had their names listed. I think there should be hundreds of them. Their levels also needed to be recorded. For example, Red Dragon, Low, Six-Winged Red Dragon, Medium, Snow-Wind Spirit Dragon, High. In such a format. Was there anyone willing to help organize it and post it to the Dragon Blood Book Review section? Chapter 2178. Now, Long Chen showed his terrifying value. Without the order and permission of the three Dragon Emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City, no one would dare to touch him, at least in the Slaughter Dragon City. Therefore, he was not worried that Emperor Tianmu would make a move. Such a cunning person would not be so impulsive. But what was he here for? Emperor Tianmu circled around Long Chen and clicked his tongue. A tripartite reincarnation tribulation realm can actually kill a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist. It's really terrifying. A supreme divine dragon is actually so terrifying. Long Chen said, "Who said I'm a supreme divine dragon? In fact, I don't know myself. Maybe I'm just an ultimate divine dragon." What he wanted to know was why he was looking for him. At this moment, Emperor Tianmu stopped in his tracks and looked at Long Chen with his withered yellow eyes. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that you already think that perhaps you will be my opponent when you reach the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, right?" Long Chen did not answer. But according to the current progress, it seemed that it was almost there. He could defeat Long Qingyue now. When he reached the five elements reincarnation tribulation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill Emperor Tianmu? Of course, he also knew that the higher the reincarnation tribulation realm was, the closer one was to the level of deities. There would be huge changes and become extremely terrifying. The gap between them and the earlier stages would be even greater. Therefore, it was hard to say whether he could kill Emperor Tianmu at that time. At this moment, Emperor Tianmu laughed involuntarily. His face was full of mockery as he said, "Looking at your face, you must think so. You're really young and ignorant. Perhaps you don't even know the meaning of the 8 diagrams reincarnation tribulation, or even the 9 palaces tribulation. That's not something that can be made up for by talent." Long Chen indeed did not understand the highest level. There were emperor overlords and the ultimate emperor-level existences. Even Ling Huang, who surpassed the 15 dragon emperors. He did not understand any of them. Currently, he was only at the 3 talents reincarnation tribulation realm. Tianmu Emperor looked coldly at Long Chen and continued, "From the reincarnation of the 7 stars onwards, the path to divine realm truly opens. The reincarnation of the 7 stars is the test of the ancient god of the 7 stars. After going through the 7 death tribulations, one will have the preliminary power of divine realm. It's really unimaginable that you can fight against divine realm experts now, but it's mostly because you possess a power similar to divine realm. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to fight against divine realm experts." He was talking about the Taishe divine power. He was right. Without the Taishe divine power bestowed by the Taishe god, it would be difficult for Long Chen to defeat someone at the level of Long Qingyue. "What are you trying to say?" Long Chen asked directly. Tianmu Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He bit his lip and sneered, "What I want to say is, a warrior like me, who has already stepped into the 8 tribulations realm, can kill dozens of 7 stars reincarnation tribulation realm experts, even if I have just stepped into it. Because the 8 tribulations realm has opened the true path to divine realm. After going through the 8 tribulations tribulation, we have gone through life and death and obtained a demigod body." His ferocious look did not seem like he was joking with Long Chen. Long Chen had indeed felt that compared to the 7 stars reincarnation tribulation realm, Xueqi, Yang Yu, and the others were too strong. They seemed to be much stronger than the Dream King and the others. Even the glorious Dragon Emperor, the Dark Dragon Emperor, and the others had a feeling of being unable to resist. As he said, an emperor-level overlord was indeed terrifying. Even if Long Chen reached the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, he might not be able to fight against them. The previous transformations of the Tai Chi god, the Tai Su god, and the Taishe god were more of a tribulation of life, not an increase in strength. "Do you know what a true god is like?" Tianmu Emperor stood in front of him, staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Long Chen shook his head. Tianmu Emperor sneered. He gently tore open his chest, revealing his abdomen. Long Chen's attention was instantly drawn to his chest. "This is the demigod body." Long Chen was attracted by the scene between his chest and abdomen. It was a tree. Growing from the dantian in his lower abdomen, the trunk rushed up to his neck, and the branches and leaves covered his entire body. This tree was in his body, and light circulated. The sparkling light illuminated his flesh, bones, and organs. It was so pure inside, sparkling like beautiful jade. It didn't look like a human body, but more like a work of art. At the center of his chest, which was also the center of the tree, there seemed to be a shining point. Sometimes it was weak and sometimes it was strong. The light flickered like a beating heart. Tianmu Emperor pointed at the tree in his body and said, "This is the world tree." What is the world tree? It is the body structure of a god. A god's body is like a small world. As for the core in my chest, it is the world core, also known as the heart of law. If I become a god in the future, this will be the core of a god. It is an extremely mysterious place. At that moment, Long Chen was indeed very shocked. It was incredible that a human body could become like this. "Do you see the little dots on these countless branches and leaves?" Tianmu Emperor said proudly. Long Chen saw them. There seemed to be millions of dots, densely packed, and they revealed the aura of life. These are divine palaces. Right now, you can't tell what they're used for, but I've heard legends that true gods have 1 billion divine palaces on their bodies. Each divine palace is inhabited by a living creature. Those living creatures are truly born, and they provide power to the god. Each god has 1 billion living creatures in their body, or rather, it's these 1 billion living creatures that provide power to the god. Buzz. Long Chen was a little stunned. Of course, he had always known that gods were very powerful, but he had no idea what a real god was like. He only knew that gods seemed to be able to comprehend the heavenly way and control the rules of an area. They could control the world and destroy the world. However, not many people knew the specifics of this. Tianmu Emperor was one of them. My divine palace currently only has 5 million, and it hasn't awakened yet, so it can only be called a demigod's body. This world tree is also a prototype, but it also brings terrifying effects to the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm warriors. What's more amazing is that by relying on the divine palace, we can derive the highest level of power, the divine power of all beings, which is even more terrifying than the divine power. This is the true combat capital of us 8 trigrams reincarnation realm warriors, and also the reason why one of us is comparable to 107-star reincarnation realm warriors. At this point, Tianmu Emperor concealed the fact that he had shocked Long Chen with the world tree, the heart of law, and the 5 million divine palaces. What really made Long Chen revere was not Tianmu Emperor, but gods, and the ancestral dragon, who was above gods. A god had 1 billion divine palaces in his body, in which lived 1 billion living beings and 1 billion lives. His body was like a vast world. If this was the case, gods really had the ability to destroy the world. Even a world as sturdy as the eternal sacred territory could probably be easily destroyed. The 8 trigrams reincarnation realm formed a demigod's body and had already become the prototype of a god. But what was Tianmu Emperor's purpose in showing me all of this? Long Chen looked at him warily and asked, "You have said so much and introduced me to the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. What are you trying to say?" Tianmu Emperor had long been waiting for this sentence. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm here to tell you. Don't think that you can't escape the shadow of death just because you defeated Long Qingyue. Because the experts above Long Qingyue are much stronger than her. I'm talking about you." Long Chen couldn't help but sneer. Tianmu Emperor nodded without hesitation. He looked gloomily at Long Chen and said, "It's impossible for you to surpass me in 10 years, unless you also reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm within 10 years and have a demigod's body and the divine power of all living beings." But is this possible? If an ordinary person is lucky and doesn't die, it will take at least 20,000 years. Even your father used nearly 2,000 years. He was also very fierce in the early stages, but when he reached the 7-star reincarnation realm, his speed began to slow down. You will also be the same. Long Chen smiled and didn't comment. Don't be complacent. I'm waiting for the day your strength stagnates. As long as you don't truly reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, I will never be afraid of you. Once your strength stagnates, once you can't have the same power as Long Qinglan, the 3 dragon emperors will give up on you. That will be the day you die. He sneered again and again. If you're done talking, then leave. There was no need for him to say this. Long Chen knew that if he didn't progress as rapidly as he did now, if his cultivation speed was the same as ordinary people and was no longer terrifying, then there would be many people who wanted to kill him, not just Tianmu Emperor. Of course, he had to truly reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm to be able to deal with Tianmu Emperor. Long Chen didn't believe it. He believed that even if the 4 symbols reincarnation realm was impossible, the 5 elements and 6 paths were not impossible. Everything would be clear in the future. I hope the next time we meet will be the day you die. That was the death of his son. It was already a miracle that Tianmu Emperor could endure for so long. After saying that, he slowly disappeared in front of Long Chen, his laughter still echoing in Long Chen's ears. The world tree, the heart of law, the 1 billion divine palace, and the divine power of all beings. The structure of the divine body lingered in Long Chen's mind. Countless branches and leaves extended from the trunk, filling every part of the body. It was so difficult to become a god. No wonder Long Qinglan couldn't become a god. How did the gods of the primordial era become gods? Of course, these things were very far away from him. I'd like to see what level I have to reach to face this 8 trigrams reincarnation realm expert with a demigod body. He began to cultivate. From the 3 talents realm to the 4 symbols reincarnation realm. Of course, he had to first reach the 3 talents reincarnation realm. With his terrifying speed, it wouldn't take long. The days were quiet again. The The Battle Dragon clan had nothing to do and focused on improving themselves. Chapter 2179. That night, Long Chen was standing at the top of a tall tower in the War Dragon Temple. He had been cultivating for a long time, and today he talked to Lingxi for a while. Just as he was about to go down, he suddenly felt someone's presence. In front of him, an illusory figure appeared. It was from nothingness, and it slowly revealed its physical body. Long Chen had a very strong impression of this illusory figure. He had seen it before in the cave of the ancestral dragon. Only the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, could give him such a feeling. Eternal Dragon Emperor, why is this old man looking for me? Long Chen was on guard. In his eyes, this old man was not a good person. Long Qinglan's final fate had a lot to do with him. Even if it was not caused by him, it was related to his inaction. That figure gradually became clearer, and from the outline, it did not seem to be the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Because the Eternal Dragon Emperor was an old man, and the figure in front of him was clearly the silhouette of a graceful woman. Soon, Long Chen had an answer. This person's appearance deeply shocked Long Chen. It was as if she was born in the night, so quiet and natural. This was a beautiful woman with green eyebrows and bright eyes. It was hard to tell her age. She was dressed in a light white gauze dress, and her long silver hair danced in the night sky, sparkling with exquisite fluorescence. It had to be said that she was very beautiful, but that was not important. What was important was that this woman had an indescribable otherworldly temperament. It was more like the combination of Li Xuanji's quiet beauty and Lingxi's spiritual energy. Such a silver-haired woman floated in front of Long Chen. A pair of eyes as dark and bright as the night looked at Long Chen. She was not cold, but revealed a smile that could turn all living things upside down. It was very comforting to look at, and there was no fear in his heart, nor any profane feelings. Long Chen was just curious about who she was. This woman's strength was clearly far beyond his own, so she was definitely not of the same age as him. Although she looked young, she seemed to be around the same age as Long Chen, but Long Chen guessed that she was at least of the same generation as Xueqi, or perhaps even higher. After all, she seemed to be a little too powerful. Long Chen didn't dare to be rude and hurriedly asked respectfully, "Junior Long Chen, may I know who you are?" Hearing this, the smile on the silver-haired woman's face became even wider, revealing deep dimples. There was a hint of cuteness in her otherworldly appearance, making people want to get close to her. Her voice was as gentle and moving as she was. She didn't hide anything and said softly, "I'm from the Eternal Dragon City. I'm the third Dragon Emperor, Dragon Emperor Yongye." This frightened Long Chen. In fact, his intuition was right from the start. He thought it was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and now this silver-haired woman had revealed her identity. She was also someone on the same level as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. However, he really didn't expect such a grandmotherly figure to be so young and exquisite. From the looks of it, this woman was already very old. The third Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City. Why was she looking for him? Long Chen didn't dare to ask first. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions, he first bowed and said, "Junior Long Chen greets the Dragon Emperor Yongye." To be honest, this was the first Dragon Emperor he had seen. Before, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, and so on, all Long Chen saw were illusory figures and bloody mist. The Dragon Emperor Yongye in front of him was indeed powerful, a terrifying figure at the peak of the world, a person who controlled billions of lives. The Dragon Emperor Yongye was still looking at him carefully. Her gentle eyes made him feel awkward. After a while she said, "I came here specifically to tell you something." She came from the Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen quickly asked, "What do you want to tell me, senior?" A Dragon Emperor coming to tell him something was definitely not because of Long Chen's noble status, but because this matter was so important that ordinary people couldn't know about it. So, he almost held his breath. The Dragon Emperor Yongye went straight to the point and said, "It's like this. There may be some things that you can't imagine now, but Long Qinglan's body has changed a lot recently. Even we can't stop this change. If you really want to know the truth, I think it's best that you come with me to the Eternal Dragon City." These words caused Long Chen's heart to completely calm down. Her words were very strange. He's already dead. How could his body change? This was something that Long Chen couldn't believe. The Dragon Emperor Yongye shook her head and said, You'll understand when you see it. Of course, if you choose not to go, I'm sorry. Due to the rules, I can't tell you about it either. In the dark night, her voice was light and gentle, making people feel very comfortable. However, Long Chen gritted his teeth when he heard this. He had promised Lingxi that he would wait for her to come before going with her. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We just want you to know the truth. I've told the 3 dragon emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City about this. They have agreed to let you have the right to go to the Eternal Dragon City. They are all good people and they are thinking for your sake. The Dragon Emperor Yongye said softly. Really? He didn't dare to go to the Eternal Dragon City first because of his safety. After all, there were too many people who didn't like him. He wouldn't be as carefree there as he was in the Slaughter Dragon City. You mean his body has changed? If I don't go now, it will be too late. Besides, I can only know the truth if I go. But if I don't go, you won't tell me. Long Chen asked. The Dragon Emperor Yongye pursed her lips and shook her head. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that you won't understand if you don't see it with your own eyes. Long Chen had made up his mind. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Because of Long Qinglan's body, he had a lot of troubles in his heart. He didn't expect that the Dragon Emperor Yongye would come to him and bring him such news. Since the Slaughter Dragon Emperor had promised to take him away, the Eternal Dragon City wouldn't use such a method to lure him there and kill him. It was basically impossible. Other than his safety, Long Chen didn't have to think about anything else. He desperately wanted to know what the truth she was telling him was. Everything Long Qinglan had done was for her. There must be a reason. Why was there a so-called truth when it came to them? He swallowed these questions back down. Seeing that Long Chen understood, the Dragon Emperor Yongye smiled. Her smile bloomed like the night sky. The way she looked at him seemed to have a special luster. It seemed to be something called motherly, or something else. In any case, it was very different from Yongyu. Yongyu was a person with a lot of stories. Her eyes hid endless secrets. In front of Yongyu, Long Chen was a real child. I'll say goodbye to them first. After all, he still had a group of children to protect. He couldn't leave without saying goodbye. Hearing that Long Chen was leaving, Liang Tang and the others must be very helpless. But they couldn't stop this decision. Therefore, they could only give Long Chen their best wishes and tell him to take care. Xueqi had come to the side at some point. He said, after spending some time together, I found that you are a good child. You are not as ugly as I imagined. Long Chen smiled. To be honest, you are the same. Xueqi chuckled, then patted Long Chen's shoulder. All right, go pursue the truth you want. I really want to know what kind of changes you will bring to the Dragon God domain in the future. I hope it won't be a nightmare like last time. That was the nightmare Long Qinglan had brought them. Long Chen didn't want to promise anything. He followed the Dragon Emperor Yongye through the night sky, leaving the Slaughter Dragon City through the raging sea of blood. They headed south from the northernmost part of the Dragon God domain. Eternal Dragon City was in the southernmost part. That was also where the ancient War God City was, and where Long Chen had first come to the Eternal God domain. When he had first arrived, he had never imagined that he would encounter such an encounter. From the ancient War God City to the battlefield of gods, then to the Demon God domain, the Spirit God domain, and finally to the Chaos Star domain before returning to the human race. Today, he had finally reached the Eternal Dragon City he had first thought of. This time, he had traveled across the entire Dragon God domain. In front of him was the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, her long dress and silver hair flowing in the wind. She didn't speak much, but her peaceful smile was very comforting. She wasn't in a hurry on this journey. Along the way, she didn't ask about Long Qinglan. Instead, she was very interested in Long Chen's childhood. You grew up in the borders of the lower realms, rose to power for a girl, fought, and finally became the strongest of the lower realms. You became a legend, then rushed to the Eternal God domain and became a legend again. Your life is even more colorful than Long Qinglan's. She seemed very emotional as she continued to talk about these things. It's all right. Long Chen didn't think much of it. It seemed very normal. Speaking of which, it had only been less than 20 years. In this world, only Long Qinglan's son can achieve what he has in such a short period of time. If you're not his son, there's no way you can surpass him. I watched him grow up with my own eyes. You're very similar to him, but also different. How so? Long Chen asked. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor chuckled. He is a proud and refined genius. You are, compared to him, you are less refined and more brutal. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. The brutal she mentioned didn't seem to be a derogatory term. Can you tell me more about my father? Long Chen asked anxiously. Maybe in the future. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor refused. She suddenly said, since you came from the lower realms, you probably know that the lower realms are so fragile that they are on the verge of destruction. It's said that there are some borderlands where even a newborn in the Eternal God domain can tear through space and possess power close to that of a god. The Myriad Kingdoms domain where Long Chen was from was such a place. In truth, if he hadn't come to the Eternal God domain, he definitely wouldn't have known that the Myriad Kingdoms domain was a world on the verge of collapse. The level of a world determined the overall strength of the entire world. He was born there, so naturally, he couldn't be strong from birth. It's very likely that in 100,000 years, the borderlands will disappear forever. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said worriedly. Chapter 2180. For cultivators, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years weren't that long. In other words, the divine dragon nation that Long Chen personally established, as well as many peripheral worlds, would completely collapse or even disappear in the near future. In the ancient times, the size of the dragon sacrificial continent was far larger than it was today. It was even several times larger. If this world was being destroyed, it was already in the late stages. Regarding this matter, even the strongest person in the world was almost powerless. This was the change of heaven and earth, and no one could change it. Perhaps there will really be such a day. On that day, the entire dragon sacrificial continent will disappear, and the Eternal God domain will also be on the verge of collapse. In the end, the entire world will disappear, and all our inheritances will be severed. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's voice drifted over from the front. Her voice was full of worry for the country and the people. This Eternal Night Dragon Emperor gave off a very gentle feeling, and he wouldn't be a bad person. As for the change of the dragon sacrificial continent, within 100 years, the dragon sacrificial continent would perish. This sentence was obviously more accurate. Now that the dragon sacrificial continent was dissipating, those peripheral worlds, and even the entire dragon sacrificial continent, including the Eternal God domain, would probably perish in 100 years. This was what the black jade dragon head that had been passed down since the divine dragon era told Long Chen. 100 years was very short, so short that Long Chen couldn't believe it was true. He didn't know what was happening in this world, and he had nothing much to do at the moment, so he decided to wait another 10 years until he had some ability. The ability in his eyes was naturally to become someone like Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. From the north to the south. After passing through a large territory, he finally reached the endless wilderness in the south, and arrived at a huge inland sea. This inland sea was estimated to be dozens of times the size of the Slaughter Dragon City's Blood Sea. In the Eternal God domain, one of the 5 major clans, the Sea Clan, lived in this inland sea. The entire inland sea was the Sea God domain. This inland sea had no name, but its core was called the Sea of Time. The size of the Sea of Time was roughly the same as the Slaughter Dragon City's Blood Sea. Eternal Dragon City was built on the Sea of Time. You have also cultivated the Tao of Time. When you see the Sea of Time, you will definitely have a special feeling. How so? Long Chen asked. The Sea of Time is actually similar to the ordinary ocean in the periphery. The only difference is the flow of time. The flow of time is not particularly the same in any place. In some places, you might feel that 3 days have passed, but in fact, only 1 day has passed. In some places, you might feel that 1 day has passed, but in fact, 5 days have passed. Oh, so magical. This was the wonder of the world. The flow rate of the entire Sea of Time is also changing rapidly. The seawater here is very quiet. You can almost see the flow of time from the speed of the seawater's fluctuation. Where the water is turbulent, the flow of time is obviously faster. Conversely, the flow of time is slower. For those who cultivate the Tao of Time, cultivating in the Sea of Time will help you a lot. After all, you are proficient in the Tao of Time even though you haven't experienced the Sea of Time. Dragon Emperor Yongye said sweetly. Is that so? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely try it here. Dragon Emperor Yongye smiled helplessly. It's a pity. If only you had come to Eternal Dragon City from the beginning. Long Chen asked back. Didn't I go to massacre Dragon City because Eternal Dragon City didn't say anything? Dragon Emperor Yongye was silent for a moment. Then she said, "This is the choice of that old fart Eternal Life. In Eternal Dragon City, no one can match his authority, including me." When she said this, it was hard to tell what she was feeling. "We've arrived at the Sea of Time." Hearing this, Long Chen was excited. He was about to reach Eternal Dragon City and see what he wanted. Long Qinglan's corpse and the strange words of Dragon Emperor Yongye. All these would be revealed the moment he saw Long Qinglan's corpse. In the blink of an eye, they entered a strange sea. Here it was almost dead silent. Only the gentle ripples of the sea water symbolized the eternity of time. In the sky, the speed of time was the same. But Long Chen could feel that the sea below was very strange. Time was chaotic and constantly changing. Moreover, it was a change that he couldn't figure out. It was very likely that something was affecting the changes in the Sea of Time. If there's a chance, I must go down and take a look at the Sea of Time. Long Chen thought to himself. After so many years, he finally arrived at Eternal Dragon City. In front of them was a city that was about the same size as Slaughter Dragon City. Unlike Slaughter Dragon City, which was completely blood red, the buildings here were very plain and simple. They were not gorgeous at all. They were ancient and filled with the marks of time. It looked like an ancient ruin. In Eternal Dragon City, except for me and the other two Dragon Emperors, no one knows of your arrival. In order to avoid trouble, I will take you directly to Weiyang Palace. Dragon Emperor Yongye whispered in his ear. Her voice was always soft. Weiyang Palace, yes. Of course, Long Chen understood that because of Long Qinglan's dazzling performance, there must be more people who wanted to target him in Eternal Dragon City than in Massacre Dragon City. Blue Fire Emperor, Long Haoge, and others. Therefore, Dragon Emperor Yongye's approach was correct. For outsiders, it is a forbidden place. It is my palace. But for you, it is also the place where Long Qinglan's body is stored. I have been keeping it for so many years. Oh, in that case, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor should know a lot of things. Just like what she said, she watched Long Qinglan grow up. Then let's go. Long Chen nodded. Dragon Emperor Yongye held his arm. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around them changed rapidly, to the point where no one could see their figures clearly. This kind of godlike means was beyond Long Chen's comprehension. He finally understood that from the beginning of the 8 trigrams, warriors would indeed undergo earth-shaking changes. For example, Dragon Emperor Yongye felt that she was much stronger than Tianmu Emperor. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Weiyang Palace. This was an ancient building, sealed in layers of restrictions and diagrams. It was difficult for outsiders to see anything inside, let alone barge in. Other than the other Dragon Emperors, you are the first person to enter my Weiyang Palace in so many years. Dragon Emperor Yongye smiled softly. She landed on the ground and led Long Chen to walk in the ancient palace. They passed through long corridors and walked to the deepest part of the palace. It was very quiet here, not even a sound. But Long Chen's heart was beating nervously. What was the so-called truth? Even his blood vessels were swelling. Don't be nervous. Dragon Emperor Yongye looked at him worriedly. Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "Will it be a bad result for me?" Dragon Emperor Yongye pursed his lips and didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, "Eternal is waiting for you ahead. First, Dragon Emperor Yongye." In the end, they turned into a deep courtyard. There were a few withered trees in the deep courtyard. They no longer had any leaves and were very old. Beside them was a dry well with a diameter of about 2 meters. When they first entered the deep courtyard, there was an old man standing beside the dry well. This was a white-haired old man with a face full of deep wrinkles. He wore plain clothes and looked like an ordinary old man. But his eyes were too sharp. Long Chen wasn't afraid of anything now, but in front of this old man, he still felt frightened. It was as if his life was no longer in his hands. This was Eternal Dragon Emperor Yongye. He didn't see his true face last time. The dragon carriage stopped. He didn't like this person, so he didn't need to greet him. "You really dared to come. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you to prevent future troubles?" Eternal Dragon Emperor lowered his head and said coldly. Long Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He said, "I want to see him. Take me there." Eternal Dragon Emperor snorted. "You are indeed used to being wild outside. You don't even have basic manners. People like you are not qualified to be a member of my Long family. Long Chen didn't want to argue with him. It was meaningless. Moreover, he had never thought that he had any relationship with this family. All right, let him see Qinglong. Dragon Emperor Yongye interrupted them. This sentence shocked Long Chen. This was because the Eternal Night Dragon Empress actually addressed his father as Qinglong instead of a traitor. This could mean that she acknowledged Long Qinglong. Come with me. The Eternal Life Dragon Emperor's expression was ugly. He reached out and grabbed Long Chen, dragging him into the dried well beside him. Long Chen now knew that there was something more to this dried well. Eternal Dragon Emperor Yongye followed. Long Chen was in the middle. He didn't feel uncomfortable because of Eternal Dragon Emperor's suppression. Instead, he was very excited. He was about to see Long Qinglong. Even if it was a corpse, it was something he longed for. You better not have too many expectations. Eternal Dragon Emperor's cold voice came from the front. The three of them walked through the dark tunnel. About half an hour had passed, but they still hadn't reached the bottom. Soon. Long Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be the sound of a baby crying from below. It was a sound that made one's hair stand on end. Long Chen's body instantly tensed up, while the two Dragon Emperors were used to it. Senior Yongye, what's with this sound? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. You will understand when you see it. Long Chen was shocked. What did this mean? Why would there be a baby crying in Long Qinglong's corpse? What happened? Why did they find him? It was the sound of a baby crying. The rhythm was very slow. It was as if time had slowed down. Chapter 2181. We're here. The Eternal Dragon Emperor suddenly reached out and stopped Long Chen. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was very excited. Therefore, he brought Long Chen along with him to restrict his speed, and then slowly brought him down. The specks of starlight below gradually grew larger in Long Chen's eyes. There was an enormous space there, and as he got closer, he sensed that those specks of starlight were actually ancient runes. Those runes formed a spirit formation that was ancient and ancient. It contained a heavy power that surrounded the space below. This seems to be the power of time. Long Chen was quite sensitive to the power of time. This ancient matrix was suppressing the flow of time to the extreme, causing the flow of time below to weaken to the extreme. Compared to the real time, it was probably only a tenth or even 100th or even 1,000th. It was as if a year outside was only a day inside. Don't be too excited. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stood on the other side, speaking gently but worriedly. Long Chen was confused. The truth. He wanted to know the so-called truth. So, he opened his eyes wide and gradually approached the matrix below. As the distance shortened, he seemed to see something slowly swaying, but he didn't care. He looked at the core. In his view, Long Qinglong's corpse should be very small, somewhere in a corner. But when he got closer, he saw something strange. There was a black, sticky thing that looked like an octopus tentacle. It swayed slowly in front of him, and that was where the baby's cry came from. What is this? Long Chen was shocked. Take a look. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said coldly. Long Chen was a little confused. He took a closer look and saw that the space below was filled with such things. They were all slowly waving octopus tentacles, but they were much more disgusting and sticky than octopus tentacles. They were full of bumps and hollows, as if they had a suction force that swallowed everything. Long Chen looked down along the tentacles of these huge swaying octopuses, but what he saw almost suffocated him. At this moment, his mind was blank. It was a huge meatball. The hundreds of octopus tentacles had grown out from this meatball. The meatball wasn't the octopus body, and it didn't even want to die. It was just a regular ball with no eyes or nose. However, on the meatball, Long Chen saw something even more shocking and disgusting. There were hundreds of human heads on the meatball, all of which were the heads of infants. They were all the same in terms of appearance and size. These were definitely the heads of infants that had grown out of the meatball, because at the places where they were connected, one could clearly see the blood vessels and meridians. The octopus tentacles, the huge black ball of flesh, and the hundreds of identical baby heads on it. The problem was, where was Long Qinglong's body? Long Chen didn't care about this strange thing. He looked around. At this moment, he was already very close. In front of him was the formation that could change the flow of time. He carefully searched every corner, but he couldn't find that familiar figure. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the monster that was waving its arms. What the hell is this? Where's my father? Long Chen took a step back. He asked in a hoarse, trembling voice. His reaction seemed to be within the expectations of the Eternal Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor snorted and said, "Are you blind? Can't you see such a big thing?" At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was the truth. Long Qinglan's body could be this monster with octopus tentacles and baby heads. This was impossible. Long Chen didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't a wild beast, not an ancient species. Who knew what it was? Bullshit. How could my father be this thing? Eternal Dragon Emperor. Did you bring me to Eternal Dragon City just to show me this thing? What are you trying to tell me? That my father was this thing from the beginning to the end? Long Chen took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Below, the monster imprisoned by the formation was still waving its hundreds of tentacles. What happened outside had nothing to do with it. The hundreds of baby heads were no different from real people. They widened their eyes and looked at the world curiously. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What was the Eternal Dragon Emperor's purpose in showing him this thing? The Eternal Dragon Emperor sneered at Long Chen's hysterical state. I knew you wouldn't believe me. I didn't believe it back then either. Who would have known that he would become like this? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? I don't know the reason, but I only believe what I see. This is Long Qinglan. If you don't believe me, you can scram immediately. Scram back to your Massacre Dragon City. His temper wasn't as good as the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. All right, stop arguing. Long Chen, listen to me. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor pressed Long Chen's shoulder lightly. Wait. Long Chen's heart trembled. He looked at the monster below, his eyes trembling as he shook his head. I won't believe you. Just tell me your purpose. Do you want me to believe that my father is this thing? Do you want me to give up on pursuing the truth and obediently serve you? Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was furious. He was about to make a move. With his godlike strength, he could kill Long Chen in a second. But the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stopped him and said angrily, Eternal Ghost, are you crazy? What if the time matrix collapses and he escapes? We've spent so much effort to slow down his growth. Do you know what kind of disaster he will cause if he escapes? This made the Eternal Dragon Emperor stop. He just looked at Long Chen coldly and said, The truth is right here. We preserved his body here in ice. We didn't think too much about it and built a tomb for him. But we didn't expect that one day, there would be a commotion down here. When we rushed down, what do you think we saw? The Eternal Dragon Emperor looked at Long Chen's crumbling expression and sneered. We saw tentacles coming out of his body. That's what you saw. Then his skin, his flesh all turned into what you saw. This is the truth. The truth is that your father is probably not himself anymore. He didn't know when his body had been taken over by a demon. You could even say that he was a demon himself. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing wrong with him. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor coldly interrupted the Dragon Emperor. She looked at Long Chen seriously. At this moment, Long Chen was trembling all over. He looked at everything down below in disbelief. No, that's impossible. My father never told me this. He shook his head. Long Qinglan had died in Eternal Dragon City, but she didn't know who he had given birth to her. She was the one who had personally buried him in Aspen Town. Later on, she had met Long Qinglan many times, the last time being in the battlefield of the gods. Then what was with this monster in front of him? Which one was his real body? Looking at the dazed look on the child's face, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor held it in for a moment and said, Child, there is one thing you have to believe. That is the most authentic evidence. What is it? Long Chen trusted the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor pursed her lips. She pointed at the huge meatball and said, Do you see the heads of those babies? Yes. Long Chen nodded. Every time he saw the babies' heads, he felt very sad. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said softly, You may not believe it, but this is what Qinglan looked like when he was a child. There is no difference. This sentence completely crushed Long Chen's heart. At that moment, he was stunned. At the beginning, he really didn't believe it. He didn't think it was real. However, from their conversations, the sense of authenticity made Long Chen gradually understand that it was not a lie. This was the truth, they said. At that moment, Long Chen took a deep breath and almost couldn't control his tears. That was impossible. Even if he had become like this, it was definitely not his own will. Long Chen was familiar with his father. No matter what, he was definitely not someone who would do evil of his own accord. Seeing his dazed expression, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said solemnly, "Do you understand now? I know that you, Long Chen, have absolute faith in him and want to clear his name. Today, I let you see it so that you can give up and focus on your talent. In the future, if you have his strength, you need to protect the human race and work for us, and not become a new evil demon. We have never purposely tarnished his reputation, but you have to admit that ever since he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan is no longer the Long Qinglan that he used to be. He is guilty." Long Chen didn't refute. He didn't have the strength to explain or admit anything. Today was a huge blow to him. He stared blankly at the monster waving the tentacles. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't connect it with the man in his heart. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, "We looked through the information of the primordial age. The 3 dragon emperors worked together to create this time design to stop its growth. 1 day inside is equivalent to 1 year outside. We had no choice but to do this because we realized that it was very strong and it was constantly growing. What was strange was that it actually knew Long Qinglan's mystiques and Dao techniques. We were worried that when it reached its peak, it would become another Long Qinglan. Hence, we could only use this method." The waving tentacles and the hundreds of baby heads lowered made Long Chen's heart fall into a dead silence. He still couldn't accept this fact. "Gentlemen, can I stay here with him?" Long Chen finally calmed down. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and asked. Chapter 2182. Long Chen naturally didn't believe that this was the so-called truth. He wanted to get to the bottom of this, so he could only stay here. He firmly believed that as his strength improved, all of this would come to light. At this moment, he seriously looked at the 2 dragon emperors. The Eternal Dragon Emperor seemed to have expected him to say this. He coldly said, "Just as well. You stay here, I can carefully examine you and control you. You are Long Qinglan's son. If he is such a monster, what if you are also such a monster?" This old man was simply too detestable. Long Chen gritted his teeth and didn't argue with him. This was meaningless. If there really came a day when the truth came to light, this old man would shut his mouth. He was the high and mighty Eternal Dragon City's #1 dragon emperor. He was the true ruler of the Dragon Sacrifice continent and the Eternal God domain. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation history, he was one of the strongest experts in the world. Even the current Long Chen could only look up to him. However, this was all temporary. The Dragon Emperor rolled her eyes at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She seriously looked at Long Chen and said, "Don't pay attention to his nonsense. We naturally know that you are not such a monster, but we can't completely agree to your request. The chronological diagram here is very fragile to the outside world. Even if we stay here, we will affect the flow of time and promote his growth. If you really want to accompany him, you can only stay in Eternal Dragon City. I can allow you to enter the Weiyang Palace once a month to visit him for a period of time. What do you think?" This was the formation diagram that the 3 dragon emperors had painstakingly laid down. In order to delay this monster's growth, they didn't directly kill him, which could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Long Chen naturally wouldn't destroy the things here. So he nodded and said, "Fine, you can come once a month." He firmly believed that there was a reason why he became like this. Only by having the opportunity to get close to him could he find out the reason. "All right, you can leave." The Immortal Dragon Emperor snorted coldly and took the lead to leave. The Dragon Emperor of Evernight greeted Long Chen and left with Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but look back. The light below was getting smaller and smaller, and soon, it was gone. This mystery also gradually sank to the bottom. Long Chen's body suddenly shook. He thought back to the battlefield of the gods and the carvings in the Massacre Dragon Tomb. The carvings there were all strange creatures called the Sky Devourer clan, and one of them was the Dragon Devourer beast. There were even demon wolves that were similar to the sun-devouring demon wolf. Among them, Long Chen vaguely remembered that there was a kind of monster. It was a round ball with many octopus tentacles and many human heads. The thing on the mural was very similar to what he saw today. Back then, he had only caught a glimpse of it and did not see it clearly. It was just an impression, but he could not be completely sure. He could not rule out the possibility that he had remembered wrongly. After all, there were too many so-called sky devourers in the murals. Looks like I have to go to the battlefield of the gods to confirm it. The battlefield of the gods was also a mysterious place. Long Chen still did not understand the game that gave away the divine blessing elixir, the ancient god's corpse, and the immortal Lord Divine Art. Who was the one controlling it? The Sky Devourer clan. The thing that father was searching for is very likely related to these strange creatures. Now, his corpse is very likely to become a member of the Sky Devourer clan. This means that such a large clan like the Sky Devourer clan really exists, or are there only a few types left? While Long Chen was still thinking about these questions, they were already outside. Dry wells, deep courtyards, ancient trees. The Dragon Emperor of Evernight said directly, Long Chen, since you want to stay in Eternal Dragon City, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Do you have a place you want to go? Long Chen stopped thinking about the Sky Devourer clan. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of the most suitable place. He said, Elder, I want to go to the place where my father used to live. The Dragon Emperor of Evernight was slightly startled. He said, Oh, that place has not been set foot in for a long time. You are his son, so it is only right. The Eternal Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. He said, You want to go to the Green Wave Palace. Long Chen nodded. That was where Long Qinglan had lived and cultivated since he was young. He wanted to go there and see for himself, not for anything else, but to see this man's past. Seeing Long Chen nod, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, It is a good place. It is in a remote corner of Eternal Dragon City. This way no one will go there. This way, no one will find out that you are in Eternal Dragon City, and no one will provoke you or seek revenge. It is a secret. There was a saying that went, measuring the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick. Long Chen could not be bothered to argue with him. He was never afraid of provocation, especially the people of Eternal Dragon City. They were all defeated by his father. What else could they do other than be jealous? All right, we will take you there. The Dragon Emperor gently pulled on Long Chen's arm and rushed into the sky. The scenery changed rapidly, and of course, no one in Eternal Dragon City noticed them. Less than half an hour later, Long Chen stopped in front of a dilapidated palace. No one had been here for a long time. Long Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Although it was not full of dust, there was still a refreshing feeling that no one had set foot here for a long time. He grew up here when he was young. Back then Yangyu was still here. She was the one who cleaned this big hall. Now everything is the same but the people are different. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor looked inside and murmured, Thank you both. Long Chen thanked them sincerely. No matter what, letting him stay here was already a kind of help. After all, this was a place that Long Chen had wanted to see for a long time. This place was not big, but it was very warm. Looking at the surrounding buildings and plants, Long Chen seemed to see the talented man who had cultivated and grown up here. And now the people had changed. The heroes and legends had become monsters, living at the bottom of the well. I will take my leave first. In a month, I will bring you to see him as promised. The Dragon Emperor said goodbye. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was too lazy to look at Long Chen. He did not want to stay here and left. He was Long Qinglan's adoptive father. This eternal night should have nothing to do with my father, and also has nothing to do with me. Why is it that she is so much better to us than that old geezer Eternal Life? Long Chen could not help but feel puzzled. Wei Yang Palace. The two Dragon Emperors stood beside the dry well in the courtyard, gazing at the bottom of the well. Yongxing, can you be honest with me? Does he believe what he's seeing now? Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked in a low voice. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, Don't ask too much. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Perhaps he once made contributions and gave me face, but later on, he also became deranged and did many things that violated the rules. You should know very well that in the end, he had already gone mad. Perhaps, he encountered something. The Dragon Emperor could not help but say. What could he have encountered? No one in this world was his match. There was only one enemy in this world that he could not deal with, and that was himself. So, he died in his own hands and cannot blame anyone else. The gods no longer exist. Tell me, is there still anyone in this world today? Could there be someone stronger than him who killed him or caused him to become like this today? The Dragon Emperor looked at him and asked, "Have you forgotten about the demon star?" The Dragon Emperor trembled slightly. "Yes, demons. But it's a pity that the truly terrifying primordial demons are sealed in the deepest part of the demon star. They can't come out, and they can't do anything to him." The Dragon Emperor sighed slightly. She suddenly thought of something and said, "Since there are no existences stronger than the gods, why is the Dragonrite continent being destroyed? What kind of power is causing its destruction?" The Dragon Emperor had no answer to this point. He said, "I can only say that this is the end of the world. One day, the entire world will be destroyed and cease to exist. This is likely the fate of the common people, but I don't want to care. If you and I don't become gods, we will all be turned to ashes when the final divine tribulation descends. There isn't much time left. As for the destruction of the common people, what does that have to do with me?" With that, he laughed out loud. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor held the edge of the dry well with both hands and looked down at the deep tunnel in deep thought. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to examine him to see if he was also a monster? Immortal?" The Dragon Emperor suddenly asked. "Ah." The Eternal Dragon Emperor was startled. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm tired and don't want to torment myself. This little fellow is actually all right, there's nothing wrong with him. It's just that he's too stubborn. I don't believe he can figure out the truth that even I can't. I only believe what I see. The truth is down there." He pointed at the depths of the well. "What do you think will happen when that baby's head grows into Long Qinglan's adult appearance?" The Dragon Emperor asked. The Dragon Emperor bit his lip and didn't reply. "He will possess Long Qinglan's destructive power." "Haha, Eternal Night, if you're still sober, you'd better make up your mind and kill him now, lest we have to live in fear. You can't be merciful anymore. You'll kill a lot of people." These words caused the emotions of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor to fluctuate completely. She stood guard beside the well and stared coldly at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She said angrily, "Enough, get lost. This is not a place you should be." The Eternal Dragon Emperor sneered. "Why? I'm the first Dragon Emperor. I have the final say here. I'm also his father, I have the right to stand here." "You call yourself a father?" The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Her cold laugh contained too much helplessness and pain. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "You'll regret it, my kind junior sister. When this monster grows to a point where we can't control him, you can watch as the Eternal Dragon City is destroyed." "Enough, get lost. Also, please call me by my name. Don't call me junior sister. We're not young anymore. Eternal." The Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chapter 2183. Night fell. Eternal Dragon City's night was very quiet. This place wasn't as lively and bloody as Massacre Dragon City. It was more suitable for cultivation, especially since no one had come to Long Chen's Green Wave Hall for a long time. Therefore, it was even more peaceful here. There was almost no sound. Long Chen had been walking around Green Wave Hall today, thinking for an entire day. He was more or less the same regarding Long Qinglan and the Sky Swallowing Clan. The Sky Swallowing Clan definitely existed in this world, and they might even be very strong. Long Qinglan's later changes and his corpse's changes definitely had a lot to do with the Sky Swallowing Clan. Therefore, he had to know more about the Sky Swallowing Clan. After Long Qinglan became the Eternal Dragon Emperor who controlled the 5 great dragon cities, he still lived in Green Wave Hall. Perhaps there would be some clues left behind by him here. Long Chen walked around. Most of the time, he fell into nostalgia. Looking at everything here, he thought about how Long Qinglan and Yang Yu lived here. Everything seemed so real. He cultivated, read, and improved himself amidst curses. Yang Yu was always by his side. Every blade of grass and tree was deeply related to them. There were still footprints from many years ago on the ground. I really want to see what he was like when he was young. Long Chen couldn't help but reminisce. This was the place where his father grew up. Only when he had finished looking around did he sit on a large rock and cultivate. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Yu. He should have told her that he was here. He had already explained to Lingxi why he came to Eternal Dragon City, and also told her about Long Qinglan's changes. Lingxi was a very sensible girl, and she naturally understood his decision. Long Chen connected to the star talisman he used to contact Yang Yu. In the star talisman, Yang Yu's blurry image with a veil appeared. "Aunt Yu, I am now in Eternal Dragon City's Green Wave Hall." Long Chen told her about his experiences. "Do you know about the changes to my father's corpse?" asked Long Chen. "I know." Yang Yu nodded. "Do you believe it?" he asked. "I don't believe it, but I also don't understand why." "I am also looking for the answer," Yang Yu said quietly. At least she trusted Long Qinglan. Long Chen admired this woman very much. He told Yang Yu some more of his thoughts. "The Green Billow Hall. Sai, since you've arrived, why don't you take a walk in the Serene Hall? That's his study, and also the place where he cultivates. Over the years, he stays there, and it's the place where he stays the most." Yang Yu said. Qingyu Hall. Long Chen seemed to have passed by this place before, but he didn't enter it. He listened to Yang Yu's words and walked in that direction. Yang Yu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, so Long Chen held the star talisman in his hand. "Have we arrived?" Yang Yu asked impatiently. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had arrived at the Qingyu Hall. The plaque at the door was engraved with the words Qingyu. One was bold and powerful, the other gentle and delicate. Obviously, it was written by two people. Of course, Long Chen knew who they were. It seemed that Long Qinglan and Yang Yu were really close. He pushed open the door of Qingyu Hall, and a wave of een and decay assaulted his senses. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. The inside was extremely spacious, and half of it was filled with bookshelves filled with books. On the other side was a secret room made of extremely sturdy materials that had remained unyielding to this day. It was probably the place where Long Qinglan cultivated when he was young. "I'm coming in," Long Chen said to Yang Yu. Just look around. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand." Yang Yu's voice seemed to be trembling slightly. This was also the place where she had entrusted half of her life's memories. She also missed it, longed for it. She was Long Qinglan's maid. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. The training room was very simple, and there was nothing inside. Long Chen didn't go in. He walked around the study and looked around. The bookshelves were full of ancient books, all bound with secret techniques and hard to damage. Although a long time had passed, they were still in good condition. Basically, they were books about various desolate beasts, immortal essences, Tao artifacts, as well as the history of the dragon sacrificial continent and the lives of various great figures. It was very complete. Anyway, Long Chen was too lazy to read these things, but Long Qinglan seemed to be very interested. Not only was she talented, she was also a genius who knew everything. "Can you clean it up a bit? No one has been here for years," Yang Yu suddenly said. This was probably the real reason why she asked him to come to the Qingyu Hall. In the past, this was the place she tidied up. It could be seen that she missed this place a lot. Okay. Cleaning up was very simple. He just had to drive away the dust. With Long Chen's Tai Chi life-form dragon's control over wind and water, he easily renovated the entire Qingyu Hall. "It's done," Long Chen said with satisfaction as he looked at the bright and beautiful surroundings. "Thank you," Yang Yu said. Long Chen's gaze moved left and right. Suddenly, he saw a painting hanging on the wall. It was a painting of two people. He fixed his eyes on it, but when he clearly saw the people in the painting, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The painting was very well drawn, vivid and lifelike. The surroundings were filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. In the middle stood a man and a woman. The man stood behind the woman and stretched out an arm to hug the woman's slender waist. The woman's face was turned to the side, nestled in the man's embrace. Her eyes were filled with attachment and sweetness as she looked at the man. "Who drew this painting?" "There are two people in it. The man is my father, and the woman? Who is she?" "You?" Long Chen asked. The man was indeed Long Qinglan, but the woman only had a side of her face. He couldn't see clearly who she was, but the painting hanging here must be Yang Yu. But now Yang Yu was wearing a veil, so Long Chen couldn't see what she looked like. "Yes." Yang Yu's emotions were vaguely fluctuating. She said blankly, "What, a painting? How could that painting be there?" "Impossible," he said. "He lost it." She was pretending to be calm. Long Chen could hear that at this moment, Her emotions were definitely very fluctuating. But what did she mean by painting? "Aunt you mean, this painting shouldn't have appeared here." Yongyu concealed the panic in her heart and said, "I painted it. I gave it to him in the past, but he once said that the painting had been lost. I haven't seen it for a long time. How could it be there? The last time I left there, it didn't seem to be there, but at that time, he was already dead." Sutra. At this point she paused. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked. "It's nothing. You can study that painting and hang it here. Maybe there's something special about it." Mystery. Long Chen was startled. Wasn't it just a painting? What mystery could there be? He asked, "Is the woman in the painting you, Aunt Nethery?" Yongyu grunted softly. This was her painting. It depicted Long Qinglan hugging her from behind. It depicted her reverence and a trace of infatuation as she looked at the man behind her. Long Chen roughly knew that Yongyu seemed to like his father. This could be fully reflected from this painting. Of course, being with such an outstanding man, it was normal for her to like him. But it was probably because of her status as a maidservant that she didn't say anything else. Long Chen took down the painting and unfurled it on the table. He noticed that Yongyu's appearance, although only a blurry side profile could be seen, was very beautiful. It was as if he had seen it before. If it was a little clearer, perhaps he could recall it. Very quickly, another detail attracted his attention. That was, Long Qinglan had one hand around Yongyu's slender waist, and the other was holding a bow with 3 arrows. He pinched the 3 arrows and knocked them on the bowstring. The arrowheads pointed to the sky. Although he didn't draw the bow, it was still filled with a strong aura of disdain and sharpness. The feeling of sharpness wanted to break through the painting and stab into Long Chen's eyes. The beauty in his arms was full of tenderness, and the sharp weapon in his hand pointed to the sky. His entire life was displayed so vividly in this painting. "Aunt you, what is this bow and 3 arrows that you drew?" From the appearance of the weapon and the strokes that vaguely represented Dao patterns, Long Chen did a quick count. This Dao weapon was probably very terrifying. "Those are the Dao weapons that your father used before he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor. With these 4 Dao weapons, his name shook the world, and he killed people from thousands of miles away," Yongyu explained. "Oh, how many Dao patterns?" Long Chen couldn't help but ask. After all, it looked like there were quite a few. Yongyu answered, "The 3 arrows are all different. These 3 arrows are from the dragon bones of a true divine dragon from the era of the mystical dragons. They are the blue dragon arrow, from a super divine dragon called the celestial blue dragon. The second black arrow is the emperor dragon arrow, the celestial blue dragon. The second black arrow is the emperor dragon arrow, the celestial dragon, and the dark emperor dragon. As for the third arrow, it's called the dragon enslavement arrow. It's said to be made from the dragon bones of a true supreme divine dragon from the era of the mystical dragons, but I'm not sure what dragon it was. The dragon bones of a true divine dragon. The first blue dragon arrow. The dragon bones of the celestial blue dragon, and it was definitely the most essential part. The true divine dragon of that time was basically 2 different concepts from the divine dragons that the dragon martial artists of today transformed into. When a super divine dragon grew up, it was comparable to an expert among the gods, and it was a super expert. When a high-level divine dragon grew up, it could surpass an ordinary god. The second arrow was the emperor dragon arrow, which came from the dragon bones of a dark emperor dragon. Hei Chen on the Sky Dragon planet was the inheritor of the dark emperor dragon, but he was only at the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. The true dark emperor dragon from the era of the mystical dragons was probably stronger than the strongest ancient god, Di Jun. It had to be strong. As for the dragon enslavement arrow, it came from a supreme divine dragon, which was close to the level of the ancestral dragon, far surpassing Di Jun. Needless to say, it was even more terrifying. Therefore, Long Chen was already very shocked. To be able to find such dragon bones and forge them into Dao weapons, only a very strong martial artist could do it. Yongyu finally said, "The blue dragon arrow seems to have 500 Dao patterns, and the emperor dragon arrow seems to have 600 Dao patterns. 500, 600. 500 Dao patterns was considered normal. 600 Dao patterns was already very heaven-defying. An ordinary 8 trigrams reincarnation realm martial artist would only have a Dao weapon with 600 Dao patterns. Chapter 2184. 700 Dao Patterns. It was equivalent to the Chaos Star region's star core. In the Chaos Star region, there were only a few people who could become Star Lords and possess star cores. Long Chen had obtained Lingxi's star core for her. Star cores could only be obtained by luck. Many martial artists with demigod bodies would probably find it difficult to obtain a Dao artifact with 700 Dao patterns. From what Yang Yu said, there seemed to be 2 of them with 700 Dao patterns. She continued, the final bow is called the Dragon Enslavement Bow. Just like the Dragon Enslavement Arrow, the body of the bow is made from the skeleton of an unknown Supreme Divine Dragon, and the bowstring is made from the tendons of the Supreme Divine Dragon. These 2 are the true set of divine weapons, and they are Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns. Before your father had a demigod body, he used the Dragon Enslaved Bow and Dragon Enslaved Arrow to instantly kill a martial artist equivalent to me or the Chaotic Star Lord. At this point, she sank into deep memories. Although Long Chen only understood a little, it made his blood boil. 1 bow and 3 arrows could deal with opponents of different levels. Of course, he had never used a bow and arrow, but at his current level, he didn't need to practice and could use it casually. It wasn't difficult to shoot without missing. The key was in his strength and the Dao artifact itself. It seems that even I do not know where he placed those Dao artifacts later on, Yang Yu said. Long Chen didn't think much and said, I'll hang this painting up again. It could be seen that the reappearance of this painting made Yang Yu very happy. Yes, you have to be careful in Eternal Dragon City, Yang Yu reminded. She was about to cut off the star talisman. Wait. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly stopped her. What's wrong? Yang Yu asked. Long Chen was shocked to see that in the painting on the table, the 4 Dao artifacts had actually turned into 4 dots of light. 1 was dark brown, 1 was black, and 2 were golden. The 4 dots of light floated up and floated towards Long Chen. Long Chen opened his palm, and the 4 dots of light actually. Then it landed on his palm. The 4 specks of light were like 4 drops of water. They gently slid across his palm, but did not fall. That swaying feeling made Long Chen feel a little cool. He didn't dare to move too much. Instead, he told Yang Yu about the situation here. I see. Yang Yu seemed a little happy. What's going on? Long Chen quickly asked. Yang Yu said, the reappearance of this painting is probably because he knew that you would go to the Qinglan Palace. This is his gift to you. You can follow his instructions to find these 4 Taoist artifacts. I guess they should be in the Qinglan Palace. It's just that he was afraid that others would find them. Some disguises. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Yang, what you said seems to be quite accurate. The 4 Dao artifacts on the painting had disappeared. Long Chen hung the painting back up on the wall and focused his attention on his hands. The 4 light spots were still swaying. 2 of them were gold and 1 of them was black, but the dark brown one was swaying back and forth, as if it was trying to tell him something. Long Chen noticed that this dark brown speck of light moved in a fixed circle. But most of the time, it would curve back to a point and then slide in another direction. Following this direction, Long Chen looked over. It was one of the bookshelves, and below it was a desk. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked over. The bookshelf was full of books. He couldn't tell what was on it. The desk was empty, and there was a pen in the middle. Long Chen picked up the pen. It was just an ordinary pen, nothing strange about it. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to find these Dao artifacts. Long Qinglan must have hidden them well. At this moment, the dark brown speck of light left Long Chen's palm and actually headed for the pen. Long Chen was on guard. Under his full attention, the dark brown speck of light quickly converged with the pen and fused into one. The entire pen was emitting a dark brown light. At first, there wasn't much movement. Dark brown dragon scales appeared on the pen, looking very lifelike. Long Chen didn't seem to see a pen, but a dragon. How is it? Yang Yu couldn't help but ask. This should be the Azure Dragon Arrow with 500 Dao patterns. Don't worry, I can still control it, Long Chen said in a low voice. Usually, 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm martial artists could control a Dao artifact with 500 Dao patterns, such as the Sacred Spirit and the Tai City Lord. Long Qingyue's Eternal Emperor Bell had 580 Dao patterns, which was considered very powerful. Therefore, Long Chen could still control 500 Dao patterns. Indeed, at a certain moment, the pen suddenly let out an angry roar and began to roll. From a pen, It instantly transformed into a dark brown divine dragon, which Long Chen grasped in his hand. The dark brown divine dragon wasn't big. It saw Long Chen at a glance and immediately resisted fiercely. The dragon struggled frantically, its claws and fangs viciously biting at Long Chen. "Fight me!" Long Chen stretched out both hands and used the primordial blood spirit dragon's tyrannical physical strength to hold the other party tightly. What he didn't know was that the azure dragon arrow was very powerful. If Long Chen hadn't used all his strength to draw it, he would have almost lost control and let it break free. If he let it escape, he probably wouldn't be able to find it again. This was something that Long Qinglan had given him. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Blood-red dragon scales appeared on his body, and his hands were covered in dragon scales. He held the azure dragon arrow tightly, not letting it hit him. Eternal moment. Long Chen used the void cosmic dragon mystical dragon to control the other party. When the other party was bound by time, he stretched out his hand and pressed down on the other party's head, making it open its jaws without any hair. With greater control, the struggling azure dragon arrow was unable to escape his control. Given his current strength, even an ordinary 6 Paths of Reincarnation realm martial artist would be crushed to death. Long Qinglan's azure dragon arrow was fine. After its head was pressed down by Long Chen, it couldn't even roar. At this moment, a dark brown dragon shadow rushed out of the dragon's head and into Long Chen's spiritual sea. It was the azure dragon arrow's Tao spirit, and also the remnant soul of the celestial extreme azure dragon. Roar! After the celestial extreme azure dragon rushed into Long Chen's spiritual sea, it roared angrily, trying to find Long Chen's primordial spirit and destroy it. It sprinted quickly, breaking through the layers of clouds. Finally, it felt the primordial spirit. It charged forward. Suddenly, it stopped, trembling all over. In front of it was an illusory divine dragon. It was huge, with 4 Tao marks on its forehead. The divine dragon was illusory, majestic, and eternal. It was incomparably familiar to the azure dragon arrow. It trembled all over, as if in worship, and fled the spiritual sea dejectedly, returning to the azure dragon arrow. At this time, Long Chen found that the azure dragon arrow was no longer resisting. His Tao spirit was also communicating with Long Chen. Master. The Tao spirit trembled a little. It wasn't very intelligent, probably at the level of a newborn infant. After being frightened by the primordial spirit of the void universe dragon, and its physical body couldn't escape Long Chen's control, it was completely dumbfounded and submitted to Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen also had the feeling of its original master, which made it easier to gain its respect. The divine dragon in front of him gradually changed into a dark brown sharp arrow. It was covered in dragon scales, and its tail was full of barbs. The tip of the arrow was as sharp as a dragon's tooth, and it also had barbs. It looked very ferocious and sharp. From top to bottom, there were a total of 500 Tao patterns. Every Tao pattern contained vast and unfathomable power. Daddy, you gave me snacks. Haha, I'm going to eat it. The little skeleton couldn't help but run out and stare at the azure dragon arrow, drooling. Go back. Long Chen threw him back to the holy nation. He could let the god-slaying sword devour other doctrine weapons, but not the azure dragon arrow and the emperor dragon arrow, because they were left behind by Long Qinglan. It's done, Aunt you, said Long Chen as he kept the azure dragon arrow. You can go look for the emperor dragon arrow, dragon prisoner bow, and dragon prisoner arrow. But don't be too anxious. I'm afraid that you won't be able to control them and cause a huge commotion. If people find these things, it won't be good. Long Chen nodded and said, There doesn't seem to be anyone nearby. You can rest assured about this. With my current strength, the emperor dragon arrow shouldn't be a problem. As for the dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow, I'll look for them later. I'll go see if there's any news about the emperor dragon arrow. Alright, find me if there's anything, Yongyu said. Long Chen started to focus on finding the emperor dragon arrow. The emperor dragon arrow didn't seem to be in the serene green hall. This was something Long Qinglan left for him. Of course, he couldn't let others take it, so he was very careful. The 2 golden specks of light on his palm didn't move, but the black specks of light trembled slightly. It was hard to tell where he was pointing. Looks like I can only try my luck. As long as they're all in the green water hall, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find them. Although he had never used the bow and arrow, such a doctrine weapon, if used well, would definitely have a very strong effect. Long Qinglan had used this doctrine weapon to kill an expert equivalent to a blood-burning expert before he had a demigod body. If he could control it and reach Long Qinglan's original level, he would probably be able to kill the Sky Curtain Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the sky had brightened. Long Chen had already circled the Green Waterhall a few times, but still hadn't found any clues about the Emperor Dragon Arrow. He wasn't in a hurry. He rested for a while and recuperated before continuing his search. From the front hall to the back courtyard, the location seemed to be around here. Today was 4 chapters, so there were 9 chapters left. I've already made it clear that I will definitely do what I said. Promises are very important to me, and those who are familiar with Crazy should know that. Breaking chapters every time is the most tiring thing, especially during the final exam month of the semester. It's actually very difficult to squeeze out some time every day. I received a notice that from June 3rd to the 11th, Crazy's class has to go to the factory to participate in production practice. They can't be absent for 9 consecutive days, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. So in these 9 days, I can only write at night. I'll probably have to stay up until 2 a.m. every day. But it doesn't matter. I'm not a full-time author, so I don't have as much free time as they do. I'll graduate next year, so there won't be so much to do then. I still need a graduation certificate, which is very important to me. I remember that Tomato dropped out of school in his 2nd year, but I'm different from him. My father has high hopes for my studies. It's not easy for the village to produce a university student, and I can't bear to disappoint him. I think everyone has a father. My father has worked hard his whole life, and I've done too many rebellious things. I don't want to hurt him now, or else it will be my sin. Just like Long Qinglan's hopes for his son, I'm someone who has to bear the responsibility. The production practice was an accident that happened on my side, and I'll take it on myself. Therefore, during this period, I'll be writing 3 chapters every day. But for the previous 10 chapters, I can only grit my teeth and write more chapters today and tomorrow. I'll pay back part of it first, and the rest will be written within 4 days after the internship ends. Thank you for everyone's support. I'm also very helpless about the postponement. I have to take care of my body, so I won't let down those who love me. If I still struggle to write more chapters during the internship, I might even die suddenly. After all, I have to work during the day. Those who understand me, I'll treat them as brothers, and not just words. I'm very grateful to those who acknowledge my books and my character. In the internet society, it's hard to see through a person's heart, but I, Madman, hope everyone can understand me. As for those who freeload and spout shit, I never pay attention to such people. They're just uneducated children. The internet allows them to spout shit online without getting beaten up, so they're happy every day. But Madman still reminds them, although today is June 1st, don't forget to do your primary school homework. Dragonblood's recent results have improved again, from the 7th place on Baidu's trending list to the 2nd place on the weekly reading list. These are all new heights. Those who always think that Madman can't do it, do you know how to look at the data? Yesterday, a total of 460,000 people searched for Dragonblood War God. Thank you, 460,000 people. Chapter 2185. The backyard was very spacious. No one had tidied it up for a long time. There were many immortal essences here, most with dozens of Tao patterns. Although they were definitely precious treasures to those in the lower realms, and even to some in the eternal god realm, they were no longer attractive to Long Chen. The 5 great dragon cities were the center of the dragon god realm, and also the place where spiritual qi was most concentrated. Heavenly treasures could be seen everywhere in this place. Because of this, outsiders tried their best to come in. But this was the world of dragon cultivators. No matter how strong other cultivators were, they could not come in. Long Chen looked at his palm and paced back and forth. Finally, he could roughly confirm that it was near where he was standing. This place was quite spacious. It was a field of rocks. The azure dragon arrow had become a brush, and it was hard to tell what the emperor dragon arrow was now. After all, this place was much more complicated than the tranquil green hall. There were rocks everywhere. It shouldn't be rocks. It should be something long. Long Chen conducted a carpet search around the area, studying everything he saw. He even placed the black spot of light on his palm in the direction of the object he was studying. After about 4 hours, he found almost nothing. Looks like the Emperor Dragon arrow is not here. Long Chen understood that Long Qinglan had set up so many smokescreens because he didn't want other experts to take it first. If it could be found so easily, someone would have taken it long ago. Long Chen guessed. So he did not give up. He stood up and continued his search. This time, he did not let anything go. He expanded his search area. He searched for a full day and night, destroying the surroundings beyond recognition. It seems to be here. Long Chen realized that the black dot of light on his palm was trembling a little more. The ground under his feet was flat, and there were only a few grass immortal essences. With a gentle tug, the grass immortal essences broke. Clearly, it was not them. Could it be that he's buried underground? If that was the case, it would explain why he had not found it. He was a very patient person. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, he started to be very careful. He used the primal beginning divine power to condense a tool and started to slowly dig the ground. In order to not destroy the Emperor Dragon arrow, his speed was rather slow. As he went deeper, the black light spots on his palm moved even more. This was a sign that he was doing the right thing. Without the guidance of the spot of light, no one would be able to find the Emperor Dragon arrow. Deep inside, Long Chen touched a branch. It was a withered branch. That's it. Since a brush could be a sky dragon arrow, a withered tree branch could also be an Emperor Dragon arrow. He gently grasped the withered tree branch. This was very likely a Dao artifact with 600 Dao patterns. It was even stronger than the Eternal Dragon Emperors. After all, this was the dragon bone of a real ultimate divine dragon, the Darkness Emperor Dragon. As expected, the black dot of light on his palm finally left Long Chen's palm and flew towards the withered tree branch. The dot of light touched the withered tree branch and then seeped into it like a water droplet. The withered tree branch started to emit a blurry black light. Then, black dragon scales suddenly appeared on the withered tree branch. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon scales had already covered the withered tree branch. Long Chen's hands pressed tightly on the withered tree branch. He was already prepared to fight. This would be an even more intense battle than before. Of course, Long Chen was confident that he could control it. At this moment, the withered tree branch suddenly turned into a dragon. A Darkness Emperor Dragon. This was the skeleton of a Darkness Emperor Dragon. In an instant, it took on the appearance of a Darkness Emperor Dragon. It even started to expand, and the powerful force almost caused Long Chen's hands to collapse. That pitch-black dragon head was filled with the majesty of an emperor. At this moment, its eyes were fixed on Long Chen, and there was a frightening light in its eyes. It did not struggle, but it formed a vortex and pulled Long Chen into its consciousness world. Be good. Long Chen suddenly exerted force, suppressing the Darkness Emperor Dragon's swollen body back. He had subdued the other party physically, but the other party had used its powerful mental power to attack his body. Boom. Long Chen realized that the surrounding scenery had changed instantly. He had entered an incomparably pitch-black world. Everything around him had disappeared, and he could not even see his own fingers. It was as though he had lost his sight. At this moment, an extremely terrifying dragon roar reverberated in his ears. It was deafening. The boundless world of darkness in front of Long Chen twisted and converged, finally forming a gigantic black dragon that stood proudly in front of Long Chen. There were no words to describe the size of this dragon. It was tens of millions of meters long and seemed boundless. Black mist. Dragon tail. In front of this dragon, Long Chen was just a tiny dot. This was a true dragon in the era of the divine dragons. Back then, the entire eternal sacred realm had only been the habitat of the 10 ancestor dragons, and only 10 ancestor dragons could live there. One could see how huge the true dragons back then were. It was normal for an ultimate dragon like the Darkness Emperor Dragon to be tens of millions of meters long. There was a difference between a divine dragon and the dragon martial artists who had inherited their essence blood. There was also a difference between Long Chen and a true ancestor dragon. But why there was such a difference? No one knew. When a true ultimate dragon grew to adulthood, it was a terrifying existence that even pinnacle immortals could not fight against. And it seemed like many ultimate dragons died before they could even reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation tribulation realm. The Darkness Emperor Dragon before him had given Long Chen a huge shock. If it had really floated before the true Darkness Emperor Dragon, Long Chen naturally would not have been able to fight back. But this was just a fake. It was the remnant memories of the Darkness Emperor Dragon's dragon soul that had given Long Chen the shock. It knew how strong Long Chen was, so it wanted to scare him. Of course, this kind of mental shock was also a kind of blow. Disperse. Long Chen closed his eyes and ignored everything. This way, the Darkness Emperor Dragon would not be able to scare him. He easily rushed out of the other party's mental world. At this moment, the other party roared and almost broke free from his grasp. Eternal moment. With the help of the Void Infinity Dragon's mystique, Long Chen easily made his previous efforts go to waste. Long Chen adjusted his hand gestures and restrained the other party even more perfectly. He was not afraid of being injured. He desperately urged the Taisher divine power to make the other party submit. This was just a dragon bone, and it wanted to fight him. What really troubled Long Chen was the dragon-enslaved arrow with 700 Dao patterns, and the dragon-enslaved bow with 700 Dao patterns. That was from a true supreme divine dragon. The Emperor Dragon arrow kept trembling. Under Long Chen's desperate suppression, he chose to use the same method as the Empyrean Azure Dragon, which was to rush into Long Chen's knowledge sea in an attempt to destroy Long Chen's primordial spirit. However, even the Dark Emperor Dragon was nothing in front of the Empyrean Azure Dragon. Using this method was simply courting death. If he continued to resist with his physical strength, he might be able to rush out. It was just that this battle seemed to have caused some commotion, and it might even spread out. If there is no one nearby, it should be fine. My luck should not be that bad. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally subdued the Darkness Emperor Dragon. The Dao spirit had already recognized Long Chen as its master. The Darkness Emperor Dragon finally turned into a long pitch-black arrow in front of Long Chen. This arrow was very similar to the Darkness Emperor Dragon. It was dignified, arrogant, and domineering. It was covered in dragon scales and had 600 Dao patterns on it. It looked much stronger than the dark brown-blue dragon arrow. Of course, if the current Long Chen controlled the dragon-enslaved bow and was able to use it, he could at most activate the blue dragon arrow with 500 Dao patterns. After all, it was not easy to activate the dragon-enslaved bow, and he could only move it a little. At this time, using the dragon-enslaved bow together with the blue dragon arrow would be able to bring out Long Chen's full strength. If he used the Emperor Dragon arrow, it would be very strenuous, and he might not be able to achieve the best effect. Of course, if Long Chen was close to the level of Tianmu Emperor, the power of the dragon-enslaved arrow, which was a Dao artifact with 700 Dao patterns on 2 layers, would be terrifying. Long Chen was communicating with the Emperor Dragon arrow. What he did not expect was that while he was fighting the Emperor Dragon arrow, a group of people was approaching the Green Water Palace. It was a group of young geniuses from Eternal Dragon City, led by Long Hauga. Congratulations, Big Brother Hauga, for becoming a young dragon and becoming the Dragon Emperor in the future. Beside Long Hauga, there were many young men and women. They were the elites of Eternal Dragon City, and their strength was not weak either. A few of them were in the 4 symbols Samsara realm. The most elite geniuses of Eternal Dragon City under 4,000 years old were all gathered here. Before Long Chen appeared, they were already the top geniuses of this dragon sacrificial realm. Apart from Long Hauga, there were 2 others who were in the top 10 of the hidden dragon ranking. They had great fame in the entire dragon god domain and were the targets of envy and worship of millions of youths. It was just that when a heaven-defying character like Long Chen appeared, this group of geniuses inevitably paled in comparison. Among the young men and women, the men were handsome and confident, while the women were pretty. A few of them had even formed pairs, holding each other's arms as they moved forward. Long Hauga was the target of many young girls' pursuit. In front of these people, Long Hauga was high-spirited and vigorous. Occasionally, he would reveal a bewitching smile, causing his junior sisters to burst with joy. The matter of the young dragon's inheritance is nothing. To become the future Dragon Emperor, it still depends on your future efforts, Long Hauga said in a gentle and refined manner. Everyone looked at him with reverence. He looked ahead and said, "Let's not talk about the young dragon's inheritance today. The main reason we came here is to find a remote place to relax. Everyone, let's not talk about cultivation, Dao tools, and mystical abilities anymore. Let's play a game. What do you all think?" "Big brother, what game are we playing?" The eyes of the youths immediately heated up. Some games seem to allow one to take advantage of a little, play a little, and secretly grope a little. The girls would not mind. Chapter 2186. These dragon roars gave everyone a fright. Logically speaking, no one should have come to such a remote place. They looked at each other. The game that they had prepared beforehand seemed to have to be stopped. Long Hauga looked at the girl's snow-white thighs and enchanting figures and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Indeed, a girl said in a sweet voice. Brothers, isn't that the Eternal Dragon Emperor's green wave palace in that direction? Why is there a sound? Ah. Everyone was a little nervous. After all, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had been dead for a long time. Let's go quickly. My father said that it is best not to go near this place. I don't know why, but I feel that this place is a little sinister. If the Eternal Dragon Emperor left something behind, we will be doomed. The girls were timid and could not help but pat their chests. Their faces were slightly pale as they spoke nervously. Long Hauga and the other youths looked at each other. It wasn't easy for them to invite these lovely people to this remote place. If they didn't take advantage of them, they wouldn't be satisfied. This was their old game. In the past, they often brought some pretty girls here to play games. Most importantly, they were also willing to please them. After being interrupted like this, if they did not understand, the girls would probably be on tenterhooks. Long Hauga thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Great, let's change the game. Let's explore this green wave palace. Does anyone have the guts to come with me?" The youths understood what he meant and hurriedly agreed. "I will go." After getting their agreement, Long Hauga looked at the girls and said, "Don't worry, we will protect you." The pretty girls thought about it nervously. This kind of nervous and exciting feeling aroused their interest. Moreover, Long Hauga would protect them. For a moment, their hearts were filled with bashfulness and they hurriedly agreed. Just like that, the group of people cautiously headed in the direction of the Green Wave Palace. At this moment, Long Chen was fighting with the Emperor Dragon Arrow. He did not expect that Long Hauga and the others would actually be picking up girls here. Opening the doors of the Green Wave Palace, everyone looked around. The girls hurriedly hugged the arms of the youths beside them. Their bodies touched, and their hearts swayed. "Come, let's go in and have a look." With a girl in their arms, the young men were filled with courage and swaggered towards the back. In reality, they were a little worried when they saw that no one had come here for many years and thought of how terrifying Long Qinglan was. "There seems to be movement behind us." At this moment, a youth suddenly said. Everyone took a few steps back in fright. This was the place where Long Qinglan had lived when he was alive. No one had come here for a long time, so why would there be any commotion? Long Hauga narrowed his eyes. If he retreated now, he would definitely disappoint the girls. He steeled his heart and said, "Wait for me here, I'll go take a look." "We'll go together." The other youths also didn't want Long Hauga to steal the limelight and appear to be cowards. Because of this, the girls didn't dare to stay here alone, so they all went together. As they quickened their pace, they soon arrived at the backyard. At this moment, two mournful cries rang out. This was when Long Chen defeated the Emperor Dragon Arrow and started communicating with the Darkness Emperor Dragon. "It's just ahead." Long Hauga vaguely sensed something. He increased his speed, and the group rushed forward with him. Soon, they rushed up a small hill and came to flat ground. There were rocks in front of them. They rushed up to the largest rock and were surprised to see a youth standing 50 meters ahead, with his back facing them. On the ground, there was a lot of soil that he had dug up. That is, everyone panicked. They didn't expect that someone would really barge into the Qinglan Hall. However, their eyes were quickly attracted by the object in the youth's hand. It was an arrow that was completely black and covered in dragon scales. It was incomparably sharp, and its tail was not much different from a normal dragon's tail. The body of the arrow was surrounded by layers of Dao patterns. With their eyesight, besides the part that was held by Long Chen, there were at least 500 Dao patterns on it. In other words, it was very likely to be a Dao artifact with 600 Dao patterns. Long Hauga and the others were instantly envious. One had to know that even an inherited young dragon like Long Hauga only had a 400 Dao pattern Dao artifact, which was considered the best. No one else had one yet. This was a 600 Dao pattern Dao artifact. Furthermore, there seemed to be some impression of it. This was the time when Long Chen had just retrieved the Imperial Dragon Arrow. He was about to communicate with the Imperial Dragon Arrow, but he didn't expect to feel the movement behind him. He realized that he might be a little unlucky. The sound that happened just now wasn't loud. If it wasn't for the fact that someone was beside the Qinglan Hall, they definitely wouldn't have heard it. He quickly put away the Imperial Dragon arrow. But he reckoned that the other party should have seen it. Since they saw it, they would definitely look for trouble. Who are you? Don't go. Turn around. I am Long Hauga. Long Hauga could feel that this person was powerful, so he reprimanded him. He felt that this back view was somewhat familiar. Everyone was originally a little afraid, but after being reprimanded by Long Hauga, they became much more courageous. A group of people rushed down the huge rock and pressed towards Long Chen. Hearing the voice, Long Chen finally recognized that it was Long Hauga. Just at this moment, Long Hauga turned around and saw the dozen young men and women rushing towards him. When he saw Long Chen's appearance clearly, Long Hauga was instantly stunned. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and looked at Long Chen with incomparable shock. Among the others, only 2 or 3 had seen Long Chen before. Like Long Hauga, they stopped in their tracks in fright. There were still quite a number of people who continued to rush towards Long Chen. However, they immediately noticed Long Hauga's change. In their panic, they retreated instead of charging forward, quickly hiding behind Long Hauga. Most people were still very confused. Why did Long Hauga's expression become so interesting when he saw this person? Because they didn't expect that Long Chen would actually be here. Long Hauga panted heavily as he stared at Long Chen. He said, why are you here? He had seen Long Chen defeat Long Qingyue with his own eyes. He would never forget that kind of power for the rest of his life. Who is this? Even Long Hauga seems to be afraid of him. Everyone thought to themselves. It was a little strange. Long Chen sized them up. Since it had already happened, he couldn't do anything about it. He said, why am I here? This has nothing to do with you. This is my territory now. You guys should hurry up and leave. Long Hauga naturally wouldn't guess that the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had personally brought him here. He thought about it and braced himself. You snuck into my Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen, do you believe that I will tell my father right now and let him kill you? This is Eternal Dragon City, not your territory. Long Chen. The girls seemed to have heard of this name. They thought about it carefully. Oh my god. Isn't this the legendary son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? The group of people couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at Long Chen nervously. They had all heard that even the Eternal Dragon Emperor's daughter, Long Qingyue, was defeated by Long Chen. This young man was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Long Chen laughed. He said, don't waste your time. It was the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor who brought me here. I might be staying here for a long time in the future. You have to get my permission to come to Green Billow Palace in the future. I am asking you to leave now. If you don't listen, I won't be courteous with you. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. The legendary Dragon Emperor who lived in Weiyang Palace and never showed his face. Everyone hesitated for a moment. To be honest, it would be difficult for Long Chen to sneak into Eternal Dragon City without being discovered. After all, there were 3 Dragon Emperors. No one could sneak in. But, just now, they saw that Long Chen had obtained a Dao artifact with at least 600 Dao patterns. Long Hauga gathered his courage and said angrily, I don't care how you came in. This Eternal Dragon City is our territory, and it has nothing to do with you. You can only be a guest at most, and guests can't take away the owner's things. So, Long Chen, you better hand over the 600 Dao pattern Dao artifact that you just stole. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone couldn't help but cheer for his courage. Yes, you're right. That isn't yours. Hand it over now. You are stealing something from Eternal Dragon City. This is a huge crime. The youngster's chance to show off had come. For a moment, everyone looked at Long Chen with unkind expressions. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to them. He interrupted them and said in a deep voice, I will count to 3. If you don't leave this place by then, I will kick you out. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. But they were really unwilling. 1. Long Chen looked at them coldly. Everyone was a little nervous. Long Hauga said angrily, What do you want? This is Eternal Dragon City. Believe it or not, I can find a random elder to kill you. He was actually very nervous. In front of everyone. He was a genius that was revered by everyone, a supreme existence that stood proudly at the peak of the sky. However, every time he stood before Long Chen, he would always feel like he had suffered a setback, and he was unable to raise his head. Although he was threatening Long Chen, His voice was indeed trembling. At this moment, he was no longer high and mighty in the eyes of the girls. 2. Long Chen counted softly. At this point, Long Haoge and the rest looked at each other. They saw that Long Chen's eyes were getting colder and scarier. Long Haoge panicked and said angrily, "Don't go. I will call someone over." As he spoke, he broke into a run before Long Chen counted to 3. The number 1 genius of Eternal Dragon City was actually scared off by a few words from Long Chen. If word got out, they would probably laugh their heads off. Everyone was a little shocked. How could they not be afraid when Long Haoge ran away? For a moment, the youngsters scattered and rushed out of Green Billow Hall. After leaving, their faces were pale and they were panting. "Well, this guy is a monster. We should avoid fighting him as much as possible. Let the elders solve the problem." Long Haoge smiled embarrassedly. "Yes, if we really want to teach him a lesson, it's not like we can't." Another youth chuckled. Chapter 2187. Long Haoge felt very depressed. Originally, he wanted to bring a group of ladies to play games and take advantage of them. However, he did not expect to meet Long Chen. Although he met Long Chen, who obtained a Dao artifact with 600 Dao patterns in the Green Water Palace, he was still scared out of his wits by Long Chen. He had almost lost all his face, especially in front of this group of ladies who admired him. "I must retaliate. Otherwise they will really think that I cannot deal with him. I am a cultivator who is second only to him in the hidden dragon ranking." The more Long Haoge thought about it, the angrier he got. The people behind him looked at him strangely. This made the anger in his heart burn even more fiercely. What happened earlier was a complete humiliation. Long Chen had destroyed the heroic image that he had painstakingly formed in their eyes. "I have decided." Long Haoge suddenly stopped and raised his hand. "What?" the crowd asked quickly. Long Haoge looked back at them and said, "We have no choice but to admit that Long Chen is a monster. We can't subdue him, and we can't obtain the 600 Dao pattern Dao artifact. Therefore, I've decided to tell my father to deal with Long Chen. We have to act quickly, or he might escape. At that time, our Eternal Dragon City will lose a huge Dao artifact." The crowd looked at each other and nodded. "Good. Tell the Blue Fire Emperor immediately and ask him to help us vent our anger." Long Haoge's lips curled up in a cold smile. He took out his astral talisman and was about to speak. Suddenly, a youth among them hesitated and said, Everyone, there is something I have to say." Long Haoge asked, "What is it?" "Say it quickly." The youth said, "You are too slow. When I came out earlier, I told my father about this. He will be here soon." "What? You bastard!" Long Haoge had instructed them to keep it a secret. He did not expect this brat to tell his father first. Long Haoge was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This youth's strength was second only to him. He had a good relationship with Long Haoge and had been to Emperor Dragon City before. His father also had some background. He was one of the sons of Eternal Dragon City's second Dragon Emperor, Sky Dragon Emperor. This person was one of the grandsons of the Sky Dragon Emperor. Long Haoge was the strongest grandson of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. "My father will be here soon," the youth added. After all, it was a Dao artifact with 600 Dao patterns, and it would belong to whoever could snatch it. Long Haoge had already treated that Dao artifact as his, but now that this youth's father was here, he didn't know if he would get his share. Therefore, he was very angry and said angrily, "I will also call my father over. Your father's strength is not even 1/100th of my father's." Indeed, the Blue Fire Emperor was the top descendant of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Like Long Haoge, he was a Chaos Green Fire Dragon. He was quite powerful and could be ranked in the top 10 of the Eternal Dragon City. Similar to Xueqi, however, the young man's father was much inferior. He did not seem to have the title of an overlord, nor had he reached the 8 trigram Samsara realm. "Haoge, wait a moment. How can we trouble your father for such a small matter?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood in front of them. This was a somewhat sloppy man with a head of messy black hair that fluttered in the wind. He seemed to be drunk. He opened his drowsy eyes, stretched his waist, and stared straight at Long Haoge. He looked sloppy, but in fact, he was full of deterrence. "Father." The youth who spoke earlier was delighted. Other than him, No one dared to defy Long Hauga and leak the matter first. The person who came was one of the sons of the Sky Dragon Emperor, Xueqi. He stretched his waist, crooked his finger at Long Hauga and said, "Ayaya, this kind of small matter, let your Uncle Kanjia settle it. Come, follow me, Uncle Kanjia will bring you to Qinglan Palace Hall right now, and help you vent your anger. Hauga, don't tell your father about this matter, everyone who sees it has a share. If your father comes, maybe you won't have a share." He was half threatening and half tempting. Long Hauga clenched his teeth and said, "Isn't it just a 600 Dao pattern Dao tool? It seems like you already have something similar. Shouldn't this be given to us juniors?" He wasn't afraid that Xueqi would kill him. However, if he didn't listen to him, he would definitely be placed under house arrest, not giving him a chance to communicate with the Blue Fire Emperor until he obtained that Dao tool. Xueqi laughed and said, 600 Dao patterns. Are you sure it's 600 Dao patterns? You guys don't even know what he dug out. An arrow with the scales of a black dragon. I grew up with Long Qinglan. I know what these things are. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Long Hauga was startled. Could there be more to it? Xueqi explained to Long Hauga in a negotiating tone. You guys definitely don't know. This is a Dao tool used by the Eternal Dragon Emperor Long Qinglan when he was young. It's very famous. However, there was no news of this Dao tool after that. Do you guys know that this Dao tool actually comes in a set? In fact, there are 4 of them. 4. Long Hauga's eyes lit up. In other words, there were a total of 4 Dao tools like the Imperial Dragon Arrow. Although the Imperial Dragon Arrow was an arrow, after subduing the Dao spirit, it could be used as a spear after changing its shape slightly. It could even be used to control the arrow directly. It could be used on its own. In fact, the dragon-enslaved bow could also be used on its own. It was just that when combined with other Dao tools, it could unleash a more terrifying attack. Xueqi chuckled and said, "That's right. There are a total of 4. The Blue Dragon Arrow with 500 Dao patterns and the Imperial Dragon Arrow with 600 Dao patterns. What you guys have seen is probably the Imperial Dragon Arrow. I reckon that he has obtained the rest. Hauga, what I mean is that if you promise me that you won't spread this news, I will give you the Imperial Dragon Arrow and split the Blue Dragon Arrow with all of you. I will only take the remaining 2 items. This deal is very fair to you guys. However, if more people know about this, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to get anything. The Blue Dragon Arrow could be exchanged for other benefits. Even Long Hauga only had a 400 Dao pattern Dao artifact. If the 500 Dao pattern Blue Dragon Arrow could be exchanged for other benefits and distributed to everyone, it would be quite a lot. It was even simpler for Long Hauga. He didn't have to spend any effort to obtain the 600 Dao pattern Imperial Dragon Arrow. If he told the Blue Fire Emperor, the Blue Fire Emperor might not give it to him. A Dao tool with 500 Dao patterns was a rare treasure to the people of the 5 dragon cities. Even Long Qingyue, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's favorite daughter, only had the Eternal Emperor Bell with 580 Dao patterns. It was given to her by the Eternal Dragon Emperor when she broke through to the 7-star reincarnation realm. Long Hauga and the others looked at each other. Although Xueqi's strength isn't that great among his peers, he is close to the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. He should have a title. If Long Chen can only defeat Little Auntie, he shouldn't be a match for Xueqi. After all, there is a huge gap between the early and late stages of the 7-star reincarnation realm. But Long Hauga was not a fool. He said, "We agree, but we need to know what the remaining 2 Dao tools are. They have 700 Dao patterns." After all, if they didn't agree, he would probably imprison them. That wouldn't be worth it. Of course, they understood that Xueqi would definitely keep the best for himself. With his seniority and ability, he wouldn't be interested in Dao tools that didn't have 700 Dao patterns. He himself probably had a Dao tool with 600 Dao patterns. Xueqi laughed mischievously and said, "You bastards are indeed very shrewd. Of course, you don't have 700 Dao patterns. One is the Dragon-enslaved Arrow, which has 630 Dao patterns. The other is the Dragon-enslaved Bow, which also has 630 Dao patterns. When the 2 of them are used together, their power is probably comparable to a 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact." He told a suitable lie and slightly lowered the value of the 2 Dao tools. 2 Dao tools with 700 Dao patterns was still quite shocking. He was afraid that these children wouldn't listen to him. Xueqi was also an old fox. Long Hauga couldn't tell the half-truth at all. In reality, 2 Dao tools with 630 Dao patterns were just what he could bear. It was enough to comfort himself. He could also explain to his father later. "All right, we agree, but we want to go with you," Long Hauga said. Songya chuckled and said, "Of course, no problem. Just wait and see. Isn't it just a child who defeated Long Qingyue? Your uncle Songya can handle it. But since you have agreed, don't go back on your words. I will keep a close eye on you. Whoever takes the star talisman will be beaten up." This place was very remote. If he had no choice, he could imprison them. But after all, there was a young dragon like Long Hauga. Spending money to avoid disaster was the wisest choice. The group headed towards the Green Water Palace in a grandiose manner. After Long Chen collected the Imperial Dragon Arrow, he sat on the huge rock. The Emperor Dragon Arrows have also been retrieved. Only the Dragon Imprisoning Bow and the Dragon Imprisoning Arrow are left. These 2 Dao tools with 700 Dao patterns are the truly precious items. They can kill experts with demigod bodies. However, it will be even more difficult to find them. If one wants to control them, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. He looked at the 2 drops of golden light on his palm and couldn't help but feel a headache. It didn't seem easy to rely on them. After Long Hauga and the others leave, they will definitely spread the news here. The dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow should be quite hidden. I better not take them out for now in case someone snatches them away. Now, I should think about how to deal with them. He walked forward. There were already people approaching. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen stood in the middle of the gate of the Green Water Palace. In the distance, a group of young boys and girls came over noisily. It was still the same group. Long Chen felt a sense of danger. As expected, he saw a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched appearance in the crowd. This person had messy hair, and his eyes were strange and sinister. Obviously, he was a crafty person. Chapter 2188. Long Chen's guess was right. Song Ya's age was very similar to Long Qinglan. They were only 10 years apart. He was one of the sons of the Sky Dragon Emperor. However, compared to Long Qinglan, Song Ya was a little too useless. Many of his siblings had reached the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, but he had been stuck at this cultivation realm for more than 4,000 years, not daring to touch the 8 trigrams tribulation. But even so, he could only use a secret technique to delay it for about 1,000 years. Nowadays, Dao tools were very scarce. Although he was Sky Dragon Emperor's son, someone who stood at the peak of all would not bestow a Dao tool with 700 Dao patterns to help this useless son pass the tribulation. Therefore, Song Ya's future was very grim. When he heard the news from his son, he was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He rushed over as fast as he could. The dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow were things that he had dreamed of all those years ago. It was a pity that they were in the hands of Long Qinglan. He remembered that he had fought with Long Qinglan before, and Long Qinglan had used the azure dragon arrow to nail him to the ground. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Today, the Dao tool that had humiliated him back then had reappeared. And it had appeared in the hands of that person's son. As the saying goes, the world makes fools of people. This was probably it. Anyway, Songya would never forget that day. At that time, he had no idea that that person had become so strong. He had challenged that person of the same age with confidence, but he had been defeated with a casual arrow. From then on, his confidence had suffered a huge blow, and he had not been able to recover. It had been very difficult for him to improve his cultivation, and in the end, Sky Dragon Emperor had given up. And now, the Dao tool that had disappeared had actually reappeared. But it had become Songya's new hope. "Father, Mother, you must bless me with the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow. I want to rise again, charge into the 8 tribulations, and let those who look down on me get the punishment they deserve." Songya's heart was stirred. He had already seen the legendary youth. All these years, he had heard many stories about Long Chen. But when he really saw this person, he was so frightened that he almost stopped in his tracks. That young man stood leisurely at the entrance of the Green Water Palace, looking at him calmly. This reminded him of the scene in the past. Back then, Long Qinglan had stood at this exact spot. Back then, he had clambered and rushed towards the Green Water Palace, only to be shot by an azure dragon arrow 50 miles away, and nailed beneath the gates of Eternal Dragon City. Back then, that youth's gaze, demeanor, and actions were actually very similar to the current Long Chen. They were both prideful in their bones. That kind of pride, that kind of arrogance that stood above the masses, made Songya extremely uncomfortable in his heart, almost driving him crazy. Scram. With a roar, Long Qinglan's figure left the mind. Back then, I lost to him. His natural aptitude was heaven-defying, no one able to defeat him, but so what? Now, he is already dead, suffering the curses of the people, while I, Kanjia, am still living well. He told himself this. However, Long Chen and Long Qinglan were simply too similar. In fact, his current achievements had already surpassed that of that person back then. When he defeated Long Qingyue, Songya was completely dumbfounded when he heard the news. His son was actually so close to him. This feeling of being chased made his hair stand on end. He already knew that he had no choice but to break through the 8 trigrams, otherwise, he would be stepped on by this father and son for the rest of his life. Of course, to Long Qinglan, even if it was Long Chen's life, this person in front of him, no matter how strong he was just a small fry. Long Chen had never been afraid of him. Long Haoge and the rest stopped in their tracks, not daring to step forward. Songya ordered his son to monitor them. Then he walked step by step towards Long Chen. Every step he took, his face was filled with killing intent. Years of hatred once again surged into his heart. He could no longer control himself. In his heart, he told himself that it was enough to snatch the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow. There was no need to kill Long Chen. After all, he might have been brought here by Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Who are you? Songya was about to speak, but Long Chen asked first. This is the Eternal Dragon City, and you're from the Slaughter Dragon City. You can't obtain the Dao artifact of the Eternal Dragon City, otherwise, it would be considered theft. That's a major crime. Fortunately, Haoge and the others told me about this. Now, I'm representing the Eternal Dragon City to take back what belongs to us and hand it over to the 3 Dragon Emperors. Hurry up and hand it over. It doesn't belong to you. If you forcefully steal it, you'll only get yourself killed. He directly said that he represented Eternal Dragon City, just to coax Long Chen. If Long Chen was stupid, he might really be scared. But if he really used this name, he wouldn't have come here himself. Obviously, he wanted to take it for himself, just like Long Haoge and the rest. Do you think you are qualified to represent Eternal Dragon City? Long Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This sentence triggered Songya's anger. What he was most afraid of was being looked down upon, but Long Chen was looking down on his existence. He was just the son of his former opponent. What right did he have to say such words to him? Songya was burning with anger, but he managed to restrain himself. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "My name is Songya, and I am the 2nd Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City, the son of Blue Dome Dragon Emperor, and one of the most important figures in the Eternal Army. Tell me, do I have the right to bring you to justice for stealing from Eternal Dragon City? Long Chen, you better wake up and don't let the treasures get to your head. I know you have already obtained the 4 Dao treasures. Long Qinglan's 4 Dao treasures didn't belong to him, but were given to him by Eternal Dragon City. Now that he's dead, of course he has no right to pass them on to someone who isn't from Eternal Dragon City. Instead, they should be taken back by Eternal Dragon City. I'm warning you for the last time to hand over the 4 Dao treasures. If you continue to be stubborn, I won't be polite anymore." His voice was cold and getting louder. It was really a little scary. He even knew about the 4 Dao treasures. It was obvious that this guy was familiar with the dragon-enslaved Bao, but the flaw was too obvious. Moreover, even if the Blue Fire Emperor came, he wouldn't hand over the gift that Long Qinglan had left for him. Songya wanted to scare him, but it was useless. Facing Songya's warning, Long Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. What Dao treasures? What's stubborn? Are you sure you're okay? I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. You want to represent Eternal Dragon City to take care of me, right? Come at me. Before I came here, I knew that you guys wouldn't care about me anymore. Just come at me." Facing Songya's cold eyes with a trace of madness, he didn't even take a step back. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear. This guy seems to have a grudge against my father, so he also hates me. He's just a warrior at the full circle of divine power, which is equivalent to the Dream King, the Sky Pillar Emperor, and Lin Ming. It seems that even if I use all my strength, I won't be a match for him. In any case, I won't be able to gain any advantage. The tyrannical pressure coming from the other party was indeed very fierce. This kind of warrior's divine power had already reached its peak, condensing into divine runes that could launch a destructive attack at any time. The divine power was the embryonic form of the divine power of living beings of the demigod body. To be honest, it was very difficult to deal with. Buzz buzz. Invisible, murderous power had already swept over. Long Haoge and the others had finally witnessed Long Chen's courage. They were dumbfounded. They finally understood that this young man was simply not on the same side as them. His will and courage were in a different world from theirs. That "come at me" was so relaxed and casual. It had indeed crushed all the bottom lines in Songya's heart. This was a sentence that turned Songya into a beast. The distance between the two was relatively close. In that instant, Songya's hands instantly turned into sharp dragon claws as he rushed towards Long Chen with terrifying speed. Under the suppression of the murderous intent, Long Chen raised his head. His vision was filled with phantoms and claw shadows, giving him a bone-chilling feeling. Sun sacrifice. Star sacrifice. Between his hands, 2 attacks shot out. A huge fireball instantly expanded, and Star Sacrifice turned into a dazzling star. The double attack fiercely collided with Songya. Rumble. A huge tremor. The surroundings started to tremble. Long Haoge and the others were directly knocked back. They raised their heads in shock, only to see Songya retreating, not injuring Long Chen at all. At this time, Long Chen was closing in on Songya's direction, without a single injury on his body. In the first exchange, he had actually withstood Songya's attack. As expected, you do have some ability. It seems that defeating that girl Long Qingyue wasn't luck. Songya tidied his messy hair and looked at Long Chen coldly. A casual exchange of blows couldn't prove anything. Songya also hadn't unleashed his true strength. At this moment, he was almost close to the 8 trigram samsara, absorbing the power of heaven and earth into his body. For a moment, his body was like a whirlpool, gathering supreme power. Terrifying spirit qi swept around his body. Little guy, let's play a few more times. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two clashed. Although they were only in human form, they still unleashed powerful attacks. It was unknown what kind of heavenly Tao his opponent cultivated, but it seemed very strange. In terms of spirit qi, he could be considered to have completely suppressed Long Chen. Rumble. After the two separated, Long Chen was in a somewhat sorry state. On the other hand, Songya was in high spirits. He smiled and said, as expected, "You have some ability. Come fight me." But in reality, he wasn't happy at all. His opponent in the past was now his son, and he was actually about the same level as him. Then how useless was he? This was simply a slap in the face, making him feel even more defeated. Although he had a slight advantage, everyone didn't feel that he was very strong. Instead, they were shocked by Long Chen's performance. He actually faced Songya and could actually maintain his undefeated state. Then, could Songya steal his things? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Today there were 4 chapters. The remaining 8 chapters would be released after the internship. These 2 days I tried my best. I originally wanted to release more today, but tomorrow is the internship, so I have to write 2 to 3 chapters at night. Otherwise, everyone won't be able to see the updates at 12:00 in the morning. So the workload these 2 days was really huge. From 7 to 5:30 in the morning, there was almost no rest. But it was worth it. Chapter 2189. Soon, their suspicions became reality. At first, Songya thought he could defeat Long Chen, but he soon found himself in a very awkward situation. He didn't dare to transform into a dragon. If he did, he might have the confidence to completely defeat Long Chen. After all, he was an expert close to the 8 trigrams reincarnation cycle. He had this ability. But once he transformed into a dragon, he might cause a huge battle. Not only would it destroy the Green Waterhall, but it might also attract other experts. Once that happened, the dragon-imprisoned arrow and dragon-imprisoned bow would no longer belong to him. They were the Tao artifacts that he desperately wanted to use to get through the 8 trigrams calamity. They were his hope to rise again. So he was still very careful. But the problem was, if he didn't transform into a dragon, it seemed he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was already using the god-slaying sword to fight his opponent. Songya had a halberd with 600 Dao patterns. Its power was very terrifying. Even in his human form, he could completely suppress Long Chen. Under the surging power, the entire sky trembled in their fierce battle. But Songya really didn't dare to increase his attack. Now, the commotion was already big enough. Once someone came near, they would definitely be discovered. But if he didn't make a big commotion, he couldn't do any real damage to Long Chen. Surrender, and I can leave the Blue Dragon Arrow and Imperial Dragon Arrow to you. In the end, Songya didn't care about offending Long Haoge and the others. He used this condition to exchange with Long Chen. It was obvious that he was very anxious. It was true that Long Chen was wary of his 600 Dao pattern halberd. The god-slaying sword only had 400 Dao patterns. If they were to fight in a real battle, it would still be a little lacking. Furthermore, Long Chen was suppressing him in terms of the power of divine connection. He had played enough. He spread his hands and smiled. Don't waste your time. Let me tell you, you can't do anything to me. If I really wanted to kill you, you would be long dead, Songya growled. Come and try. After Long Chen said this, he directly entered the time dragon state. Now, his comprehension of time was even more outstanding. If he didn't reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm and the demigod body realm, he wouldn't be able to use the time dragon. Relying on this move, Long Chen easily escaped into the river of time and disappeared before Songya's eyes. In that instant, Songya was stunned. Below, Long Haoge and the others were also stunned. Where was Long Chen? Songya hurriedly looked around and shouted angrily. Long Chen, where are you hiding? Quickly come out. What answered him was his reply. If you want something, wait until you can find me first. Long Chen's sneer came from all directions. Songya's face was lifeless. Then it turned into defeat. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted. Gone just like that. What kind of mystique is this? The power of time. Songya kept turning his body, looking around blankly. He was about to cry. Long Chen, you can't escape from my palm. If you have the guts, show yourself. Let's fight fair and square. Songya roared hysterically. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He returned to the Green Water Palace and pondered what he could do to drive these guys out of here. Asking for help from the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. It's not good to trouble her for such a small matter. If the Eternal Dragon Emperor knows about the Dragon Enslavement Bow, I wonder if he will take it away. Before obtaining the Dragon Enslavement Bow, Long Chen didn't want any accidents to happen. But now, the accident had already happened. It seemed that no matter what, he had to quickly obtain the Dragon Enslavement Bow. At this time, Songya stood on the ground. He was in a daze. He had suffered a terrible blow. With his ability, he could easily scan the entire Green Water Palace, but he couldn't find Long Chen. Below, the youths who had made an agreement with Songya could no longer sit still. They made an agreement with Songya because Songya could defeat Long Chen and obtain the 4 Dao tools. Now that Songya didn't obtain anything, they couldn't just sit here and wait. If they relied on Songya, it seemed like the Emperor Dragon Arrow was too mysterious. At this time, Songya's son suddenly said, Father, I think that Long Chen came here in the past few days. When we went in, we only saw him obtain the Emperor Dragon Arrow. We didn't see anything else. Maybe they are all in the Green Water Palace. He hasn't found them yet. Now that he has escaped, why don't you go in and find them? His words immediately made Songya excited. That's right. 2 Dao tools with a total of 700 Dao patterns. I don't have much confidence in obtaining them. If it's this kid, I'm even less confident. Even if he obtains them, he will cause a huge commotion. But the entire Eternal Dragon City doesn't know, so there is no big commotion. In other words, he probably hasn't obtained the Dragon Enslavement Bow and the Dragon Enslavement Arrow. Thinking of this, he laughed loudly and said in a clear voice, Long Chen, you don't have to pretend. I know you haven't obtained the Dragon Enslavement Bow and the Dragon Enslavement Arrow. Can't you hide? That doesn't matter. I'm going to enter the Green Water Palace and search everywhere. In any case, I'm sure that you haven't obtained the Dragon Enslavement Bow and the Dragon Enslavement Arrow. He said this to test Long Chen's reaction. The effect was great. Long Chen didn't know whether to answer or not. If he answered and said that he had already obtained the dragon enslavement bow and the dragon enslavement arrow, and that there would be stronger experts coming in the future, he wouldn't be able to act shamelessly. But once he admitted it, Long Chen would run in to search. Without the 2 drops of golden light, he wouldn't be able to find them. But the problem was, Long Chen didn't want anyone to come in. It was just that he didn't seem to have a good way to deal with it. In order to give himself a way out, he chose to remain silent. Silence could also hint at other information. Not hearing Long Chen's reaction, Songya was extremely excited. He turned to look at his son and said, "Everyone, I'll go in immediately and find all the Dao tools. I'll give you plenty of what I promised. Just wait here obediently. Song Qing, if there's anything, just tell your father." With that, he couldn't hold back anymore and directly rushed into the Green Water Palace. It wasn't easy to find an opportunity to turn things around. He was really too happy and excited. What he said to Song Qing was to let Song Qing monitor them. But in his excitement, Songya underestimated the intelligence of Long Haoge and the rest. "Elder brother Haoge, the Emperor Dragon Arrow that he promised to give you is in the hands of Long Chen, right? If he is in a hurry to find the Dragon Enslavement Arrow and the Dragon Enslavement Bow, even if he finds them, he can't do anything to Long Chen. In the end, he won't be able to give you the Emperor Dragon Arrow. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Arrow might have been taken away by Long Chen. It doesn't seem to be beneficial for us to keep his secret." A young lady beside Long Haoge said. "Shut up. My father will give you the benefits that he promised," Song Qing said angrily. The young lady was so frightened that she quickly hid in Long Haoge's arms. Long Haoge lowered his head, obviously thinking. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Song Qing with bright eyes. "Song Qing, do you think of us as brothers?" Long Haoge asked seriously. Song Qing clenched his teeth. He felt very conflicted. His father had given him this difficult task in his excitement. Facing Long Haoge's questioning and the cold eyes of the surrounding people, he finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to call his father out. However, Long Haoge had already guessed it. In terms of level and inherited blood essence, he was superior to Song Qing. With one move, he restrained Song Qing. Then, he quickly took out the star talisman and contacted the Blue Fire Emperor. "Hold him down. I will report this matter to my father, the Blue Fire Emperor. My father will make the decision. It will be absolutely fair. If everyone listens to me, there will definitely be countless benefits in the future." Long Haoge said loudly. Everyone obeyed obediently. It was very easy for a dozen people to restrain Song Qing. Long Haoge was very excited. He told everything that had happened here to the Blue Fire Emperor. Soon, he turned around and looked at the crowd with satisfaction. He said, "Everyone, my father will be here soon. Let Song Qing go." Everyone was very excited and released Song Qing. They knew clearly that Song Qing's father, Song Ye, was no match for the Blue Fire Emperor. Therefore, at this crucial moment, it was safer to stand on Long Haoge's side. After all, Song Ye couldn't even defeat Long Chen. Long Haoge laughed and said, "My father has already said that he will only take the Dragon-enslaved arrow and Dragon-enslaved bow. He will bestow the Emperor Dragon Arrow and Blue Dragon Arrow to us. If he makes a move, Long Chen won't be able to defend. Everyone, don't worry. My father isn't that useless." "Huh." Song Qing broke free from the restraints of the youths. His face was gloomy and he almost cried. Although he wanted to speak up for Song Ye, what Long Haoge said was the truth. "Why are you so useless? Why did you have to give birth to me?" Song Qing was about to go crazy. This time, he took the risk of being ostracized by Long Haoge and secretly told Song Ye about this matter. He didn't expect Song Ye to still mess it up. With the speed of the Blue Fire Emperor, he would arrive in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Long Chen was still having a headache over Song Ye. At this moment, he was swaggering around the Green Water Hall, looking for the Dragon-enslaved arrow. "Forget it, I won't appear. When he can't find it, it means that I have left this place. I reckon he will give up." However, Long Chen had underestimated his patience. This guy searched inch by inch, not letting go of any place. "Long Chen, don't hide anymore. I won't leave until I find the Dragon-enslaved arrow. Why don't you come out and search together?" "Ha!" Song Ye's laughter echoed in the entire Green Water Hall. Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. His strength was still a little lacking. Otherwise, he would have crippled this Songya. Songya went up and down the entire green water hall. Finally, he stopped outside the green serene hall. His attacks were heavy and had already destroyed many things. Long Chen appeared outside the green serene hall and blocked his way. He said, "You can't enter this place." The more it was like this, the more curious Songya became. He licked his lips and smiled. "Is it because it is inside here?" As he said that, he didn't have the slightest fear and swaggered over. The 600 Dao pattern Dao tool was already in his hand. Once Long Chen made a move, he would also make a move. Helpless, Long Chen could only let him in. "These are all things left behind by my late father. You can search for them, but don't mess around. Otherwise, if I am able to surpass you one day, I won't let you live. Songya, remember, I am serious." Chapter 2190. Taking away the Emperor Dragon Arrow and being discovered by Long Haoge was a problem of luck. The arrival of Tsong Ye, who was once Long Qinglan's opponent, was also inevitable. Long Chen could make Tsong Ye unable to do anything to him, but his Achilles' heel was this Qinglan Hall. Therefore, using words to threaten Tsong Ye was also something he had no choice. "What did you say?" Tsong Ye looked coldly at Long Chen in front of him. Long Chen looked at him without any fear, and said, "You are so smart. You definitely understand that you can't kill me today, and you also can't stop my growth. Everything here is very important to me. Once you destroy it, it will make me hate you and want to kill you. Therefore, for the sake of both of us, it is best not to destroy the things inside." His voice was very slow, but it was still filled with an undefiable power. That sharp and bloodthirsty gaze made Tsong Ye have no choice but to consider his words. Long Chen was indeed right. No one could stop his growth. According to his current progress, surpassing Tsong Ye was a relatively simple matter. Tsong Ye snorted coldly, and said, "Don't worry, I only want the dragon-imprisoned arrow and dragon-imprisoned bow." Long Chen added, and said, "If I discover that something is damaged, then I will make a commotion and let everyone know what happened here. At that time, the dragon-imprisoned arrow will not be your turn no matter what." Tsong Ye was stunned. He was successfully blackmailed by Long Chen. He said angrily, "You win." Finished speaking, he walked past Long Chen, and entered the Qingyu Hall. Long Chen had already obtained the Azure Dragon Arrow of the Qingyu Hall. Without the golden light in his hand, even if Tsong Ye turned the Qinglan Hall upside down, he would definitely not be able to obtain it. Therefore, Long Chen was very relieved. However, there was still no real way to solve this problem. After Tsong Ye entered, he searched the entire Qingyu Hall very carefully. "Don't waste your energy. Things that are not yours will never belong to you," Long Chen said. "Shut up." Tsong Ye shouted angrily, and continued to search. Time slowly passed. "All of you come out." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. Long Chen looked outside and saw a man with long hair tied up like a pine tree walking in. There were two green flames in his eyes. It was the Blue Fire Emperor. His green fiery eyes stared at Long Chen. He was equally shocked when he heard that Long Chen was in Eternal Dragon City. When Tsong Ye heard the voice of the Blue Fire Emperor, he was infuriated and broke down. It was as if his reverse scale had been touched. He rushed out of the Qingyu Hall and really saw the Blue Fire Emperor. Hence, he gritted his teeth and looked at Long Chen, angrily saying, "Brat, you actually went back on your words. You're courting death." "Who said I was the one who informed him?" Long Chen was also depressed. It seemed like things were getting out of hand. At this moment, Long Haoge and the rest came in from outside. Tsong Ye looked at his son, Song Qing. Song Qing lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him, but he looked aggrieved. It was obvious that Long Haoge was the one who suppressed him. This way, Tsong Ye naturally understood that he was too eager for the treasure and didn't manage to control Long Haoge. In the end, the Blue Fire Emperor was attracted. He could only blame himself. "All right, Tsong Ye, get out. Don't make me do it." The Blue Fire Emperor snorted and said. Tsong Ye's face turned pale. He had lost the opportunity and was extremely unwilling. However, although the Blue Fire Emperor looked refined, he had actually done many ruthless things. He wouldn't be careless in the face of major events. If he came, with the strength of the Blue Fire Emperor, he wouldn't be able to get the dragon-enslaved arrow. Don't even think of keeping it for yourself, Songya said angrily. The Blue Fire Emperor gave a superior smile and said, Songya, you are getting more and more pitiful as you age. Isn't it just a 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact? Do you really think that I would be interested in such a Dao artifact? Only a pitiful worm like you would still be fighting for such a Dao artifact. Songya was humiliated to the point that he wanted to die. However, the other party was right. A 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact might not make the Blue Fire Emperor take action. After I get out, I will spread the news. If he couldn't get it, no one else could either. Songya snorted coldly and left with his son angrily. Confiscation of the Dao artifacts. Everyone, don't even think about it. These 4 Dao artifacts will belong to the Eternal Dragon City. In the future, the 3 Dragon Emperors will make arrangements for them. Hauga, this isn't a place where you guys should be. Go back. The Blue Fire Emperor said with a dignified voice. What Long Hauga said previously was completely fabricated by him. Now that the Blue Fire Emperor didn't do as he said, he felt very wronged. However, after receiving a glare from the Blue Fire Emperor, he hurriedly left with his companions. Only the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Chen were left. I'm guessing that you have already obtained the Blue Dragon Arrow and the Emperor Dragon Arrow. With your current strength, these 2 Dao artifacts will be very useful. You are really lucky. The Blue Fire Emperor placed his hands behind his back and paced in front of Long Chen. He looked at the Qingyu Hall behind him and the surrounding scenery. I haven't been here for a few thousand years. It has been a long time since there was anyone here. This place has changed quite a lot. The Blue Fire Emperor sighed. If you have anything to say, just say it. Long Chen said straightforwardly. The Blue Fire Emperor said, let's make a small deal. The Blue Dragon Arrow and the Emperor Dragon Arrow will belong to you. However, you have to promise me something. Long Chen looked at him and didn't say a word. The Blue Fire Emperor continued. Did the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor bring you here? Long Chen smiled and said, aren't you asking the obvious? Get to the point. The Blue Fire Emperor said, it's very simple. The condition is that you leave the Eternal Dragon City and don't come back. This isn't a place you should be. We have nothing to do with you since a long time ago. I know they will respect your decision. If you insist on leaving, they won't be able to stop you, right? Of course, Long Chen couldn't leave. He wanted to find out what had happened to his father. He also wanted to obtain the 2 precious Dao artifacts, the Dragon-enslaved Arrow and the Dragon-enslaved Bow. How could he leave so easily? Therefore, he shook his head and said, this deal is impossible. I can't agree to it. He said it resolutely. The Blue Fire Emperor was slightly angry and said sarcastically, indeed, greed is a man's greatest sin. You definitely want to obtain the Dragon-enslaved Arrow and the Dragon-enslaved Bow. However, those things will never belong to you. You don't have the ability to hold them. Young man, you should act according to your capabilities. Long Qinglan is better at this than you are. He will never force himself to obtain things that he can't obtain. Long Chen smiled and said, that's because you don't understand him at all. In the end, he obtained all the things that he couldn't obtain, didn't he? The Blue Fire Emperor was stunned. Long Chen was right. Yes, he obtained all the things in the end. The one who really lost was him, the Blue Fire Emperor. Just like Songya, as the one who had lost to this young man's father, the Blue Fire Emperor also felt more gloomy. He was like Long Hauga today. He enjoyed countless halos in the Eternal Dragon City and was the #1 genius. However, when Long Chen appeared, he was worse than dog shit. He spent countless days and nights in depression and frustration. You're too greedy. I'll take away your Blue Dragon Arrow and Emperor Dragon Arrow. I'll give you one last chance. Leave. You have the Blue Dragon Arrow and Emperor Dragon Arrow. If you stay, you'll have nothing. The Blue Fire Emperor gritted his teeth and said. The terrifying expert with the body of a demigod stood in front of Long Chen like a god standing at the peak of all living beings. He coldly glanced at Long Chen and brought him immense pressure. This was the pressure of the Blue Fire Emperor. Just like the chaotic Star-Lord back then, their level was much more terrifying than Song Ya's. He already had the World Tree, the embryonic rule core, the embryonic form of millions of god palaces, and the divine power of all living beings. With a slight display of power, It was as if billions of living beings had descended and countless Sanskrit chants resounded in Long Chen's mind. The Blue Fire Emperor became extremely tall and towered in the clouds, controlling Long Chen's life. Fortunately, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. His god nation had inherited the blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. It was a new world, and Long Chen was the controller of that new world. He was the god of that new world. This was no longer a simple god nation. It wasn't something that the Blue Fire Emperor could forcefully open. The Blue Dragon Arrow and Emperor Dragon Arrow were there, and the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't take them away at all. The god nation was like a portable pocket that could be opened by outsiders. The new world was something that existed in Long Chen's life, just like his primordial spirit. If one wanted to find the entrance to the new world, they might not be able to find it even if they peeled off Long Chen, because it was another world. Ever since he inherited the blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, Long Chen didn't have to worry about this problem. Therefore, he said with great ease, "The problem is that you can't take away my things." "What do you mean?" The Blue Fire Emperor could clearly see that Lin Fan didn't have anything on him. The great void realm on his chest seemed to be a piece of dragon scale, and there was nothing inside. The Blue Fire Emperor could see through it at a glance. Then, his things should be in the God Nation. However, when he really looked for Long Chen's God Nation, he realized that it wasn't there at all. "Where's your God Nation?" the Blue Fire Emperor said angrily. "Who said that I have a God Nation?" Long Chen asked back. The Blue Fire Emperor was instantly confused. If he didn't have a God Nation, then where did his things go? There must be a hiding place. Could it be in this piece of dragon scale? The Blue Fire Emperor reached out and grabbed the Void Dragon Talisman. It had been a long time since Long Chen used the Void Dragon Talisman. After the appearance of the God Nation, the Void Dragon Talisman didn't have much effect. In the past, Long Chen could now directly control the time reversal. When his hand touched the Void Dragon Talisman, the strange Void Dragon Talisman actually melted into Long Chen's body and appeared in his primordial spirit. Finally, it integrated into his primordial spirit. The threat of the Blue Fire Emperor caused the Void Dragon Talisman to undergo such a change. It disappeared. The Blue Fire Emperor was even more dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent as he stared at Long Chen. "I'm thinking, if I were to kill you now, what kind of huge changes would happen to this world in the future?" His voice was filled with intense murderous intent. In an instant, Long Chen felt that he was surrounded by chaotic green flames. The scorching flames scorched his skin, and the heat was even rushing towards his body. Under the threat of death, Long Chen clenched his teeth and said, "I don't know what changes would happen, but you will definitely die very early. I rushed out 2 drafts yesterday, and it's now 12 o'clock. There's one more chapter today, and I'll write it after I return at night. It should be between 8 and 9 o'clock at night." Chapter 2191. Facing Long Chen seemed to be more strenuous than facing Long Qinglan. He was brought back by the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, and the Eternal Dragon Emperor definitely knew about it as well. Therefore, the Blue Fire Emperor knew what was going on. Since Long Chen wasn't willing to leave, the Blue Fire Emperor had no choice but to force Long Chen to leave. His instincts told him that if he allowed Long Chen to continue staying in this place, there would be a day when he would trample on the Blue Fire Emperor and his son. "Just wait and see. I will take the dragon-enslaved arrow and dragon-enslaved bow with me first. I can't give them to you no matter what." The Blue Fire Emperor transformed and his body transformed into hundreds of green flames. The green flames condensed into a human shape and took the appearance of the Blue Fire Emperor. With a command from the Blue Fire Emperor, the hundreds of fire clones instantly covered the entire Green Water Palace. Each clone emitted countless green flames. In an instant, it seemed as though there were thousands of clones searching for any suspicious parts of the Green Water Palace. "I'm sorry, but I will be taking the dragon-enslaved arrow and the 700 Dao pattern Dao artifacts." The Blue Fire Emperor naturally knew how much Long Chen wanted these 2 items left behind by his father. Wasn't Long Chen always very proud? The Blue Fire Emperor wanted to see this young man show a defeated expression in front of him. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen wouldn't move at all. The 2 drops of golden light spots were still in his hands. Of course, he wouldn't believe that the confident Blue Fire Emperor would succeed. As expected, time passed by bit. 15 minutes, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. 3 days later, the Blue Fire Emperor activated the flames all over his body and the entire Green Water Palace was bathed in his flames. It was like a sea of green flames and most of the surrounding areas had been scorched out of shape. Long Chen was still standing calmly in front of him. At this moment, the Blue Fire Emperor's face had already turned ashen. He had thought that since Long Qinglan was dead, it would be easy for him to find his things. However, reality had given him a slap in the face and made him feel humiliated. He still couldn't find the dragon-imprisoned arrow and dragon-imprisoned bow. Tell me, you don't have the ability to control those two things. Where did you hide them? The Blue Fire Emperor said coldly.
If you can't find it, how can I?
Long Chen replied coldly. The Blue Fire Emperor was trembling with rage. Of course, he didn't submit to Long Chen, but to Long Qinglan. Although he was dead, his shadow was everywhere in life. He had set up the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow. He thought that Long Qinglan had been dead for many years and everything was under his control. He didn't expect that he would once again embarrass himself in front of Long Qinglan's son. This feeling made him a little flustered and exasperated. He panted heavily and looked at Long Chen. Suddenly, he seemed to have heard the voices outside. He laughed and said, "All right, let's leave it at that." It seems that Song Ya and the rest have already spread the news of the dragon-imprisoned arrow and dragon-imprisoned bow. Now, there are many people gathered outside the Green Water Palace. Believe it or not, once I leave here, they will immediately rush in and wreak havoc in the Green Water Palace. His goal was still to force Long Chen to leave. How could Long Chen fall for his trick? He still had this bit of backbone. He said directly, "Bring it on, I'm not afraid." The Blue Fire Emperor was stunned. Let's wait and see. There was no meaning in continuing to stay here. He would only be finding trouble for himself. He flicked his sleeves and left. When his figure left the Green Water Palace, the crowd was in an uproar. From the beginning to the end, there was no change in the entire Green Water Palace. It was highly possible that the Blue Fire Emperor hadn't found the 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact. They could understand that the Blue Fire Emperor really didn't care about it. Martial artists above the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm really didn't care much about it.
Especially when the Blue Fire Emperor had searched here before and returned empty-handed.
They knew that it would be difficult for them to obtain it. As for the martial artists below the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, it was simply something that they yearned for day and night. Therefore, they were eyeing it covetously. Hundreds of people surrounded the Green Water Palace. The Blue Fire Emperor just left. From his expression, it seems like he didn't find the dragon-imprisoned bow. Then we still have a chance. No one is restricting us now. Why don't we go in and take a look? Among them, most of them were martial artists in the 6 Daos reincarnation realm. There were also some martial artists above the 7-star reincarnation realm. There were also some weaker martial artists who wanted to try their luck and fish in troubled waters to obtain some benefits. Let's go in and take a look. After the first person ran into the Green Water Palace, the others rushed forward. In an instant, hundreds of people rushed into the Green Water Palace. Of course, they knew that the treasure was very difficult to find. It was even possible that the Blue Fire Emperor would leave empty-handed. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry. Instead, they used their brains. However, with hundreds of people mixed together, no matter how well-behaved they were, the chaos that they caused was unimaginable. The Blue Fire Emperor left temporarily to use this method to force Long Chen to leave. When they think it through, I will let them leave. Otherwise, the Green Water Palace will definitely not be peaceful. If you want the Green Water Palace to be complete, do as I say. Also, don't expect my father to help you with such a small matter. His hatred for you is no less than mine. As for the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, she hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Do you think she will help you for such a small matter? In the end, it's because you don't have the capability. Although the Blue Fire Emperor had left, his threatening words still echoed in Long Chen's ears. At this moment, the entire Green Water Palace had been occupied. Those people were already in front of him, but they ignored the existence of Long Chen. They focused on any point. When Long Chen found the Emperor Dragon Arrow, he had turned over the soil in the backyard. For a moment, everyone was in a mess. Some people even stared at Long Chen. They guessed that Long Chen must have a way to obtain the 2 Dao artifacts. Countless malicious gazes were directed at him. They were like flies, causing a ruckus around Long Chen. After coming to Eternal Dragon City, this was his first time dealing with these people. Indeed, it was much more troublesome than the Massacre Dragon City. However, it was enough. Long Chen's patience had reached its limit. When everyone who was digging for treasures in the Green Water Palace was quietly sizing up Long Chen, he took out a dark brown arrow from the New World with a sullen face. The arrow was covered in dragon scales. It was the blue dragon arrow. Long Chen held the blue dragon arrow in his hand. Having mastered the blue dragon arrow, he could naturally change the shape of the blue dragon arrow. It turned into a sharp and ferocious dark brown spear that looked like a raging dragon in Long Chen's hand. He placed the blue dragon arrow on his waist and pointed the spear at the crowd. That's the blue dragon arrow. The crowd was in an uproar. They rushed towards Long Chen. More and more people heard the exclamation and stopped searching for treasures. They ran to the front of the Green Serene Hall and looked at the blue dragon arrow in Long Chen's hand with burning eyes. This was one of the 4 Dao artifacts. Seeing it with their own eyes, they believed it even more. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the blue dragon arrow in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen looked up at them and said word by word, "Come into the Green Water Palace and look for the imprisoned dragon arrow and the imprisoned dragon arrow." "Sure, but only if you can block my attack. It seems that you are all experts of Eternal Dragon City. So who will go first?" 1 man and 1 spear against hundreds of people. Although he was young, his aura surpassed that of everyone present. Hearing his words, the crowd roared with laughter. "Boy, this is not your territory. It is the territory of Eternal Dragon City. It has nothing to do with you. You are the one who should get lost. Even if this used to be your father's place. So what? That's right. You are too full of yourself. You have the right to chase us out. Obediently hand over the blue dragon arrow that doesn't belong to you. This is the Dao artifact of Eternal Dragon City, not your father's. Hurry up and hand it over and we won't make things difficult for you. After all, you are our guest now." They glared at him covetously. Some of the warriors thought that they had the advantage in numbers and were not afraid. They had already surrounded him. Long Chen glanced coldly and saw the 3 people who spoke. "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let's start with you. Time Dragon. Eternal Moment." These 3 were old men in the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm. They had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. As commandants, they led an army of thousands of people. Each of them was a figure who could topple mountains and overturn seas. But at this moment, a figure with the blue dragon arrow in his hand swept past them. Swish! 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 3 sounds rang out almost at the same time. 3 streams of blood flew out. Then there were 3 screams. The 3 old men looked at their necks in horror. At this moment, there were holes in their necks and blood was spurting out. They had been injured by the blue dragon arrow. It was as if they had been bitten by a wild beast. The 3 of them turned pale and fell from the sky in extreme pain, twitching on the ground. The terrifying power of the blue dragon arrow rushed into their bodies and wantonly destroyed them. For a moment, they could only howl in pain and could not stand up. Everyone almost suffocated. It was only for a moment. And Long Chen was just a teenager. He actually killed 3 old men who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. They were the commandants of Eternal Dragon City. If he wanted to, he could have pierced the blue dragon arrow between their eyebrows. In that case, they would definitely die. I'll say one more thing. If you think you can block my attack, stay here. If you can't, I advise you to leave quickly. After all, your life is more important than your treasures. The Blue Fire Emperor had a way, and so did Long Chen. His cold voice combined with the screams of the 3 people below was indeed very frightening. Many people looked at the legendary son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and already had the intention to retreat. At this moment, someone shouted, "Everyone, we still have many seniors with the power of gods here. Let's work together and subdue this person who is not from Eternal Dragon City. If we attack together, we won't be afraid of him alone." His brave words mobilized everyone. Among them, there were indeed a few 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm leaders. It was a little awkward. Chapter 2192. Hundreds of people surrounded Long Chen ferociously. In their eyes, Long Chen was the son of a sinner. His actions and personality had greatly affected Eternal Dragon City. Many of them had grown up under Long Qinglan's radiance. At first, they worshipped him, but later, because of the unforeseen events and the accusations and humiliation Eternal Dragon City had suffered, they hated Long Qinglan, and then Long Chen. Now, Long Chen's strength was so terrifying that it was close to some of his father's opponents in the past. He was still young, but he had such strength. His peers, such as Jiang Ming and Long Haoge, who ranked first and second on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, were no match for Long Chen. Therefore, as they faced Long Chen with the Blue Dragon Arrow, they were filled with hatred and nervousness. Be it the Blue Dragon Arrow, the Emperor Dragon Arrow, or the Imprisoned Dragon Arrow, they are all Eternal Dragon City's Dao artifacts. He has no right to possess them. Brothers, we will take back what belongs to us. Attack together. Yes, we can't let him be arrogant in Eternal Dragon City. Amidst their loud shouts, they pulled out their Dao items. When the time came, they would have no choice but to transform into dragons and fight. Rumble. All of them were at least from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hundreds of people charged over. It was a huge scene. Long Chen looked at them coldly. Since they were provoking him, there was no need to be polite. They were too naive to think that they could defeat Long Chen in a group attack. He gripped the Blue Dragon Arrow in his hand tightly and used the Time Dao to enter the River of Time. With his current ability, it was as if he had suddenly disappeared. No one present could see him. What's going on? Where did he go? Everyone stopped in their tracks in shock. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Suddenly, there was a sound. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and immediately trembled. They saw Long Chen standing behind one of the warriors, his expression cold. The Blue Dragon Arrow in his hand was dripping blood. Another shot through the throat. Long Chen pulled out the Azure Dragon Arrow, nearly ripping off the other party's head. That martial artist screamed miserably as he fell to the ground. The destructive power of the Azure Dragon Arrow's Sky Limit Azure Dragon was ravaging his body. Who's the second? The corner of Long Chen's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. That smile made people's hair stand on end. Kill him together. Someone could not help but shout out in shock. Long Chen's killing technique would have a huge impact on their morale, so they had to shout out at all times. Puhi! As soon as he finished speaking, another spear pierced through his throat. Long Chen coldly kicked him out, and the man fell to the ground, twitching in pain. Charge! The warriors from 6 paths of reincarnation weren't frightened, and all of them charged forward once more. This time, Long Chen wasn't going to hold back. He held the Blue Dragon Arrow in his hand, and with the power of the Blue Dragon Arrow, he used the time-roaming dragon to shuttle behind the warriors. Everywhere he passed, there would be warriors falling to the ground in pain. Of course, there were hundreds of people, so the battle would be quite terrifying. The sky above the Green Water Palace was filled with violent explosions. There were even people who had transformed into dragons in advance, but even if they had transformed into dragons, they couldn't escape the fate of having their throats pierced by Long Chen's spear. This was a fierce and chaotic battle. Hundreds of people surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen had a tyrannical physical body and strange mystical abilities that were beyond their imagination. He had the time-roaming dragon, the blood-sobbing dragon soul, the eternal instant, and the Azure Dragon Arrow with 500 Dao patterns. Wherever he went, his opponents screamed and fell to the ground. Long Chen threw the Blue Dragon Arrow and it pierced through the body of a divine dragon in front of him. That divine dragon roared and fell to the ground, transforming back into human form. 15 minutes later, the ground was full of people. Long Chen was also drenched in blood. Of course, most of his blood came from his opponents. Only a small portion came from the attacks of his opponents. But with his tyrannical recovery ability, this bit of damage didn't have any effect at all. At this moment, Long Chen was bathed in blood. The Blue Dragon Arrow in his hand shone with dark brown blood light. His blood-red eyes were like those of a ferocious beast. It was very terrifying. Looking at least 100 people lying on the ground below, the remaining dozens of people looked at each other. Their faces were pale and they couldn't help but tremble in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's terror was beyond their imagination. Who else wants to snatch the Blue Dragon Arrow? Feel free to come forward. If anyone thinks that you can resist my attack, you can stay in Qinglan Hall and search for treasures as long as you aren't afraid of death. Today is a warning, so I didn't kill anyone. But if you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. His pair of cold and sharp eyes caused everyone to retreat wherever he looked. "Bastard, you will die. How dare you be so arrogant in my eternal dragon city?" an old man said angrily. In the next moment, he fell to Long Chen's blue dragon arrow. Who else isn't convinced? Long Chen scanned the surroundings again. 10 breaths.
If you don't leave in 10 breaths, I will continue until all of you are lying on the ground.
His voice was like a slap to everyone's face. As time passed, the warriors who clearly knew that their encirclement was completely useless chose to leave. The others scattered one after another. As for those who had their throats pierced by Long Chen's spear, they hurriedly left to receive treatment. Long Chen glanced around. In the end, there were only a dozen or so people left. Most of them were at the early stage of the 7-star Samsara realm, equivalent to Sacred Spirit and Shao Dingyuan. There were too many people before them, and they didn't attack much. However, the wounds on Long Chen's body were basically caused by them. Most of these people were old men, and some were even older than Long Qinglan.
Devil. They looked at Long Chen and said these 2 words coldly.
They were also people who had witnessed Long Qinglan's rise and fall. In the eyes of this group of stubborn old men, Long Chen was indeed too ferocious and rebellious. However, Long Chen only wanted to protect Green Wave Hall and not scare them away. This place would definitely be in a foul atmosphere. Long Chen remained expressionless in the face of this group of martial artists with divine power. Old friends attack.
"Subdue this little fellow and then take back what belongs to our eternal dragon city," said the old men.
There were a total of 10 7-star Samsara realm warriors. This could be considered a shocking battle, but it could only happen in the 5 great dragon cities. Outside of the 5 great dragon cities, there probably wouldn't be so many 7-star Samsara realm experts in any divine descendant ancient city. Even the city lord of a top 10 divine descendant ancient city like Darkness God City was only at the 7-star Samsara realm. Facing them, Long Chen put away the blue dragon arrow. "I'll let you try this."
In the blink of an eye, he held the pitch-black Emperor Dragon arrow in his hand. It was as if he was holding a Darkness Emperor Dragon in his hand.
This Emperor Dragon arrow was much more powerful than the blue dragon arrow. Controlling this 600 Dao pattern Dao artifact was almost Long Chen's limit. Even a genius like Long Qingyue only had a Dao artifact with 580 Dao patterns. These old men in front of him had a Dao artifact with 500 Dao patterns. When the Emperor Dragon arrow appeared, the old men's eyes narrowed. They looked coldly and greedily at the Emperor Dragon arrow in Long Chen's hand. This was the Dao artifact they wanted. The Emperor Dragon arrow extended and turned into a black spear in Long Chen's hand. It was covered in dragon scales, and the blade was extremely sharp. Compared to the mediocre blue dragon arrow, the Emperor Dragon arrow was more like a killing weapon. One man with one spear looked down on everyone. The 10 old men looked at each other coldly and used their soul power. They spread out and surrounded Long Chen, trying to trap Long Chen. "Old friends, let's do it. Don't stand on ceremony with him." Just when they thought they could surround him, Long Chen disappeared before their eyes again. Time Dragon. "Everyone, be careful behind you." Thinking of everything that happened before, Long Chen, who was using the Emperor Dragon arrow, must be even more terrifying. The old men became nervous and used their soul power to guard their surroundings. However, Long Chen was not behind them at all. With a flash, he appeared in front of an old man. He used his power to the extreme and controlled the surging Emperor Dragon arrow in his hand to launch a deadly attack. "He's here." Everyone rushed forward. In just a split second, Long Chen used the God-slaying sword and used the Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell descended. While his opponent was in shock, Long Chen's Emperor Dragon arrow penetrated his opponent's extremely hard Dao artifact armor and shattered it. Then, the Emperor Dragon arrow pierced his opponent's abdomen. "Ah!"
The old man screamed.
"Who else wants to stay here? Continue to come up and I will beat you until you piss in your pants." Long Chen swept the Emperor Dragon arrow and forced the surrounding people out. Dragon transformation. The old men hurriedly reminded each other. In an instant, many high-level divine dragons and super divine dragons appeared in front of Long Chen. The huge creatures surrounded Long Chen and attacked again. This time, they were even more terrifying when they used their full combat power. What's the use of being big? Since they could not see through Long Chen's time dragon, they could only wait for Long Chen to appear and attack them. When Long Chen disappeared before their eyes again, the few divine dragons in the air looked at him in a daze.
On top of your head.
Someone exclaimed. Although the divine dragon's body was terrifying and had great attack power and vision, it lost some of its agility. Long Chen was so agile and could use the time dragon. He became their nightmare. Swish! 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 His emperor dragon arrow pierced through the divine dragon's body. The power was stronger than the blue dragon arrow and it left countless bloody holes on the divine dragon's body. The second one. The third one. When the divine dragons were defeated by Long Chen and turned into human forms, they smashed into the Qinglan palace. The remaining people were shocked and terrified. Chapter 2193. When more than half of the 7-star reincarnation realm warriors fell to the ground, the battle was already over. All right, do we need to continue? Long Chen gripped the blood-stained imperial dragon arrow in his hand. Black light flashed, and he revealed a strong murderous intent. This was not a terrifying aura that a young man should have. The remaining 7-star reincarnation realm warriors were livid. They naturally hated Long Chen and wanted to kill him, but they did not have the courage to do so. Are we leaving or not? Long Chen asked again. Little fellow, don't be too happy. We are not the only ones interested in the 700 Dao patterns. They will appear soon. That's right. That's right. No matter how heaven-defying Long Qinglan is, he's still dead. You'd better not be so arrogant. Who knows when you'll die? You do have some talent now, but can you compare to those true experts who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years? So what if you've defeated us? There are plenty of people in this world who can kill you. Who knows, you might be imprisoned and used right now. Your death is near. Let's go. The elders looked at Qinglan Hall with reluctance. With Long Chen here to stop them, they understood that they had no fate with the treasure. If they stayed here any longer, they would not have a good ending. Those who were injured and those who were not helped each other out of the hall. Their resentful eyes never left the youth's body. Son of Sin, you are indeed a new sin. Time will judge you. After they left, they still cursed angrily. Yes, time would prove everything. Long Chen spun the imperial dragon arrow in his hand. Due to the intense battle, Qinglan Hall was already in a mess. However, he did not have time to clean it up, because the elders were right. Those stronger than them had arrived. Come out. Long Chen turned around and looked behind him. Behind him, a total of 4 warriors walked out. Standing at the front was Songya, and the other 3 were similar in strength to him. They were all experts in the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Compared to the previous batch of warriors who couldn't reach the great perfection of divine power, they were a level higher in terms of strength and status. Even with the Emperor Dragon Arrow, Long Chen would find it very taxing to deal with Xiao Chen. More importantly, it wasn't just one of them, but 4 of them. In fact, there were even more experts at their level hiding in the dark. A Dao artifact with 700 Dao patterns was undoubtedly the most attractive thing to a martial artist who was close to the demigod body. City Lord Di Jun was the only person in the world who could restrain them outside the 5 dragon cities. Basically, they were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had deep foundations, or like Songya, they were the descendants of the 3 dragon emperors. They looked at Long Chen with interest. Songya walked in front and laughed cruelly. Little demon, I didn't expect you to be so ferocious. So many people were chased away by you. Looking at your attitude, are you trying to chase us away? After saying that, he laughed loudly. The other Ho were also full of smiles. There was a big difference between those who had reached the great perfection of divine power and those who had not. Those who had not reached the great perfection of divine power did not even have the qualifications to face the 8 tribulations. Basically, after the time was up, they could only wait for death. Therefore, they had seen the limit of Long Chen's strength. That was why they dared to be so relaxed. If it was just Songya, Long Chen could deal with him. But there were 4 of them, and there would definitely be more people of the same level coming in. How about this? Let's make an agreement. We won't make things difficult for you like those old fellows before. We will look for the Dragon Prisoner Bow and Dragon Prisoner Arrow here. We can guarantee that we won't destroy this place as much as possible. Then you will give us less trouble. As a condition, we can help you prevent people who are not as strong as us from coming in. You have to accept this agreement even if you don't want to. A slightly older and tall warrior said in a deep voice, You have already obtained the Azure Dragon Arrow and the Emperor Dragon Arrow. Those originally belonged to our Eternal Dragon City.
Now that you have 2 of them, you should be satisfied with your strength.
The Dragon Prisoner Arrow and Dragon Prisoner Bow will not fall into your hands.
Therefore you can be at ease and do your own things.
We will look for my treasures. They were the ones who were really aiming for the Dragon Prisoner Bow and Dragon Prisoner Arrow. They were too lazy to deal with Long Chen. After all, from Xueqi, they knew that Long Chen had the heaven-defying time dragon. They had seen it with their own eyes before, and it was also troublesome for them. Therefore they used this method. Long Chen made a decision in his heart. As long as they didn't destroy this place, of course it was fine. Anyway, they couldn't find it. Therefore he said, I can promise you, but I have 2 conditions. The other party stopped smiling and said coldly, don't talk nonsense.
How can there be so many conditions?
Long Chen didn't care about what he said and said directly, first, since you promised not to destroy this place, you have to follow the rules. If you go too far, I don't have to abide by this agreement. Second, the Green Serene Hall is my most important place. I will stay here and I don't want you to come in. Xueqi had been to the Green Serene Hall before. He also knew that the Blue Fire Emperor must have looked for it, but he couldn't find it. These 2 conditions were not considered conditions, so he agreed to them first. You are lucky. Also, if I see other warriors who are not as strong as me, I will still make a move.
After saying that, he turned around and returned to the Green Serene Hall.
This storm had finally passed a little. His luck was too bad, which led to all this. There was nothing he could do about it. Damn, this little guy is too arrogant.
At such a young age, he almost caught up to us.
How can he not be arrogant? If the higher-ups don't kill him, one day, he will be scarier than everyone else. If you are really afraid of him, then you should hope that the higher-ups want to kill him. The ones who could really kill Long Chen were only the 10 or so Dragon Emperor. The others didn't have the guts. Even the Blue Fire Emperor was afraid that the elders wouldn't be arrogant, and he was also afraid of revenge. Brothers, who can find the treasure will depend on your luck. If other little bastards come in, remember to throw them out. This is our territory. Xueqi laughed loudly. His figure changed and disappeared in front of everyone, searching for the dragon-enslaved bow. The others also hurriedly dispersed. This kind of treasure hunt depended on luck to a large extent. They used all sorts of methods and used all their strength to search. Whoever obtained a Dao artifact would basically soar to the heavens. Even people like Xueqi could become an emperor overlord in the future because of this Dao artifact. Meanwhile, Long Chen sat cross-legged in the training room of Qingyu Hall, cultivating peacefully. He monitored them for a while. These people were still abiding by the agreement and didn't destroy the Qinglan Hall too much. In addition, under their warning, it seemed that no warriors below them came in. Instead, a few warriors of the same level came. In fact, warriors of the same level as them in the entire Eternal Dragon City came. As for the Emperor Overlords, although they were interested, when they heard that the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't find any results for a few days, they didn't lower their status and compete with Xueqi and the others. Because of these 4 Dao artifacts, the entire Eternal Dragon City knew of the arrival of Long Chen. The matter of him teaching a lesson to hundreds of people on that day also spread. All of them had their throats pierced by a spear. This incident caused the anger of almost the entire Eternal Dragon City. This was simply a humiliation to them. In an instant, those vicious curses filled the entire Eternal Dragon City. Perhaps it was because Long Qinglan had a deep relationship with Eternal Dragon City. As a result, the hatred of the people here towards Long Chen was much heavier than that of the Massacre Dragon City. Of course, Long Chen had long since ignored these so-called views. Just like in the Massacre Dragon City, he could also reverse those ridiculous views. He stayed in Qingyu Hall all day long, with the purpose of cultivating. From the improvement of his realm to the cultivation of the 3 heavenly Daos of Massacre, Time and Life. Because this was Eternal Dragon City, he had a better understanding of the Dao of Time. If he wasn't worried about Xueqi and the others messing around, Long Chen might have already gone to the Sea of Time. In the Sea of Time, time was different everywhere, making it more suitable for cultivation. Time gradually passed, and Long Chen was immersed in the Sea of Time. He was like a fish, swimming in this Sea of Time, experiencing the changes of time. He could touch more and more time from a small Qingyu Hall, to a radius of hundreds of meters, and then 1,000 meters. After immersing himself for half a month, The time he could touch almost included the entire Qinglan Hall. The time here was very calm, like a lake. Only when Long Chen used the Tao of Time could there be a slight change in time. This feeling of being immersed in time was very enjoyable. The entire world is actually shrouded in the sea of time. Without this sea of time, everything is still.
He felt all of this with the touch of the void ether dragon.
People who can control time are like holding a stick of magma in their hands.
The stronger the body, the bigger the magma in their hands, and the greater the influence they can have on this lake.
What he needed to do was to make himself and the magma in his hands stronger and stronger. These days, they really didn't find the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow, and seemed to be a little anxious. In the entire Qinglan Hall, they were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. In fact, they were sure that even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they might not be able to find it, so they prepared to stay here for a long time, observing and thinking. There were also some people who paid attention to Qingyu Hall. They found several excuses to come and take a look, and only left when they really didn't find anything. These 2 treasures, where are they? Long Chen was also very curious. He touched the surrounding time, touched this very calm flowing lake. At this time, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a place in the entire Qinglan Hall where the flow of time was much slower than other places. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.